All drivers, please make their way to the assembly areas with plenty of time prior to the scheduled time. Thank you.
Races as well. It's all a delicious melting pot that I'm very excited to see get underway shortly.
Indeed, and Lorenzo, we know you as Mr. Endurance in our race spot team. What are the keys to the race going to be for our drivers out there today at Sebring?
It's going to be a very complicated race, Peter, because in comparison to Spa and Barcelona, this is more of a truncated track for traffic itself. Whenever you're trying to find yourself overtaking those GT4s and the GT3 Cup cars, if you are a GT3 driver, so patience is going to be key over here. I think strategy also is going to be a major key as well, but most importantly, it has to be tires and fuel saving, because these are what are make or breaks for this kind of race whenever we're coming down to the final hours.
Certainly will, and like the traditional 12 hours of Sebring, which we will of course have here in a couple of weeks' time. Well, next week actually, the conclusion of the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship will be here at Sebring International Raceway, with it all to play for in the GTD category and in the DPI category as well. And this circuit, well, it is just iconic. That word gets thrown around a lot, but Sebring definitely has a claim to that. An old World War II airfield, partly concrete, partly tarmac, a real challenge for the driver. And of course the Creventic 12H series in the real world will be coming here to Sebring next year for a 24-hour race. And David, I'll come to you. 24 hours around here, that's going to be brutal for both man and machine.
Well, yeah, exactly. You're very exposed to the weather, very exposed to the wind, and of course the key characteristic, the word you cycle back to at this circuit is bumpy, is an uneven surface. It throws you around, it makes the braking zones difficult, it wears out the car, and my goodness, does it also wear out the drivers.
It certainly does. So we have just had qualifying concluded, and we will be ready to start the race in a few short moments. So why don't we have a look at the qualifying order and see who has laid down the best time in GT3. Well, it is Jamie Fluke who has laid down the pace there in his Audi R8. As you can see, it's Audi domination. The top 7 places from the Ingolstadt manufacturer, and you'll see that then the Ferrari starting in 8th place as well. But the GT3 field covered by quite a small amount of time, so it's going to be an interesting battle in GT3 for those guys going for outright honours here today in this multi-class sports car race. We have 4 classes to look at. We have the GT3s, we also have the GT4 field, the battle between Porsche and BMW. So it's Weissach versus Munich in that one. We have a couple of BMWs and the rest of the field in Porsches. But let's have a look at the 991 Cup class. This is the Porsche Cup Carrera Cup car, and it's Milner Motorsport Sim Racing leading the way there with a very quick 203.2, just 64 thousandths of a second ahead of Duo by Sim RC. Race Union are in 3rd, and Porsche Lorient, the French team, are in 4th. Next up in the GT4s, it's a Porsche 1-2 SERIES Esports with Timo Toika, a 2-minute 10.7, just over a quarter of a second ahead of Matthias Schoger for Duo by Sim RC. The first of the BMWs is the Liveport Esports Black 453 car of Marcus Eichhorn. Mueller Motorsport Sim Racing with the Porsche are in 4th, followed by Tibet Racing in the BMW, and Team RSL, powered by Mofo, Darren Wood in that Porsche GT4. Finally, in the TCR class, the touring cars, these Audis, a single car class here. Duo by SimRC leading the way by 0.6 of a second. Great lap from Jürgen Frank over Oliver Ackermann, with the Ferry Monster Esports team of Peter Hovenaars in 3rd and AC Simsport in 4th. So we will be getting ready to start here at Sebring in just a short moments, and well, David, it's going to be tight around here. You've got 4 cars that are quite spread out in lap time, but they make their lap time up in very different ways. The traffic management, as always here at Sebring, is going to be important.
Yeah, of course it is. You think about our second fastest class, the 991 class, and they are very handy in a straight line, plenty of free revving flat 6 horsepower, but they're not that much faster in the corners than a GT4 car or than a TCR car, so they really have to find themselves in that class, waiting for the long straights, the pit straight you see here, the Ullman straight, which sort of forms around the back of the paddock, and that's where they can get past the traffic. Through the twisty bits, they don't have a lot of downforce, they don't have the ABS or the traction control or anything to go much faster than a GT4 or a TCR car through the corners. And the other thing that really catches my attention for this race is those classes where we've got more than one make, more than one model competing in class. So we saw in GT3, Audis dominating the qualifying. That is no guarantee they're going to dominate the race. The Ferraris might be able to look after their tyres better, might be, slower through the corners, but a little bit better down the straights, harder to pass. And that's definitely going to be the case in GT4 as well, where the Porsche came in very nimble, mid-engine vehicle, but the BMW with its straight 6 turbo has quite the long legs down the straights as well, so that is something to keep an eye on across those classes that aren't single manufacturer.
That's an excellent point for sure. I think particularly in GT4, those BMWs, they are dragsters, aren't they? They got a lot of grunt in a straight line, but aren't so good on the tyres. The power delivery quite spiky in those BMWs, so it's going to be fascinating to see how that plays out over the race. And I think also the Ferrari, the GT3 Ferrari, is a very stable car. It's very, very clean, very, very easy to drive over long periods. The Audi, a little bit more twitchy, but if you look at the quality of driver we have on show today, that shouldn't be too much of a problem. Our pole sitter, Jamie Fluke, one of our World Championship licence holders, races for the Apex Racing team in the Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup, so has quite good credentials in this particular form of motor racing. So who is going to take this one then? We've got 2 Audi R8s preparing at the front of the field. Now, this is interesting, guys. You'll see on our screen here, this is obviously a slightly older scan of the Sebring International Raceway. You've got a lovely Panoz logo there at the start-finish line. It's a nice reminder to a man who had such a bequest to sports car racing, Dr. Don Panoz, the founder of the American Le Mans Series, founder of Petit Le Mans and former owner of Road Atlanta. And of course his son created some amazing sports cars as well, which had a lot of success around here.
It's going to let Lorenzo go in on that one, but yeah, absolutely. And some unique and eye-catching and philosophically different race cars.
Yeah.
I was always a fan of that sort of front-engined LMP GTR1, whatever it was called, and they're always eye-catching. And from what I've heard, interesting on the ears vehicles as well. Definitely did what they could to keep that spirit of endurance racing and sports car racing alive with an American twist on it. So many, many great things and a legacy left by them in North American sports car racing.
Yeah, I was going to mention before you can see my alarm going off. I think they probably have one of the more interesting cars in terms of panels, and I'm not going to just see racing and GT1, but also in racing itself with the Penos Esperante GTR one. Probably one of the most unique GT cars ever made, with that front end looking like I would say those very luxurious Bentley-like fronts you can see, or Rolls-Royce-like fronts, but still packing a 4V8 6-liter car engine, which was just a demonic engine for you to listen to. But yeah, it's certainly left like a mark on not just American racing, but in racing in general.
It certainly did, yeah. And I tell you what, the Dr. Don Penos, he had a bit of a penchant for Scottish drivers. Of course, Marino Franchitti drove in the Penos programme, but also Robin Liddell as well from Edinburgh, where I'm currently sitting right now. So, yeah, Dr. Don Penos, we salute you, sir. He sadly left us a couple of years ago, and a man who's had a lot of bequests to this great sport. And particularly to here at Sebring as well, with the American Le Mans Series coming here for many, many years, and of course now called IMSA. So we're coming around towards the end of the paced lap, out of Le Mans Curve and onto the Ullman Straight, and Jamie Fluke will lead us away in his Audi R8. You can see the drivers just lurching forward, weaving back and forward, trying to desperately generate a bit of tyre temperature, a little bit of temperature in the brakes as well. Now the GT3 cars do have ABS, so we shouldn't have any problem with big lockups in those, but certainly cold tyres do have an effect, especially I would wager for the Audi runners. So a bit of tyre temperature there, very, very important, racing into the start of this 12-hour race here at Sebring International Raceway. Well, our Porsche 911 pace car is about to pull off, and we will be ready to go here at the home of American sports car racing. Pace car is off, Jamie Fluke paces the field, and we are green at Sebring International Raceway for 12 hours of racing. Down towards turn 1 they go. Jamie Fluke goes straight to the racing line. He leaves the door open. Is he going to be able to get through safely? I think he might just lose out here. I think he has. He's going to lose the inside line down into turn 2. That's Hayden Burns in that Sim RC car, and he's through. So Jamie Fluke loses the lead off the start.
Yeah, obviously you can see the cold tyres makes the Audi R8 quite twitchy as they continue to battle further back. Their VRS Satellite Racing T3 Esports going against each other. But what a great move off the start from Hayden Burns. Very gutsy, but kept it tight.
Of course, interestingly, Jamie Fluke went to take the racing line and left the door wide open, and that left, well, really didn't need a second invitation there. So a little bit of a change around at the front. A few different, we've just got the drivers jostling for position right now, and you can see that the fastest of the 991 Cup cars right on the back of the GT3 runners, Lorenzo.
It's a very mixed of cars, you know. I'm seeing, for example, Mula Motorsports in the race union in P1 and P2, just between the Viper Niza, the MCA HPSR, and also the GT4 cars from Simsa Duvo and Seabit Racing, between the Duvo G911 Cup car and also the Porsche Lodion virtual racing. So a very I'm not going to say clunky start, but a very convoluted start for some of the classes, especially if you are down in the back in the mid-tier categories.
Indeed. So speaking of, we look on the right hand side of your screen, the GT4 battle, looking at the number 466 Simsa car of Teemu Toika, who was very impressive, showed blistering speed all the way back at Spa, the 12 hours of Spa in the beginning of this particular series. And he's in the Porsche Cayman, being chased down hard by the 476 machine, duo by Sim RC Porsche. So a good start for the Porsches in GT4. The BMW is just lingering. There you go. There's the first of the BMWs. That's the Tibet Racing of Simon Tibet in third.
Exactly, I noticed that. Tibet Racing with a namesake behind the wheel there for BMW, up into, well, still running in third place where they qualified, and then TCR are going to battle side by side down into turn 1. So again, a duo by Sim RC car trying to go down the inside. And again, still side by side through that corner to the next, where the inside line is yet more valuable. T3 Esports Alpha look like they are just trying to keep their nose in there and have now given away the class lead. But look how close that is. That's what you expect to see of TCR. That is the way TCR cars race in a pack like that.
Yeah, and they're usually battering each other as well. It's a bit like watching an underground brawl with TCRs. Now, not an ideal start for the number 17 Viper Nizza Racing Audi. That's the Malaysian team. Douglas Coe at the wheel of that car. The man who is 55 years old, raced in the Asian Le Mans Series in LMP3 and also in the 2019 TCR Spa 500. So got quite a bit of real-world racing experience, does Douglas. And of course running the Malaysian flag on the roof of that Audi as well.
So yeah, it's again one of those things that we normally like to see, right? In terms of racing in general, not just in sim racing. This mixture of race car drivers with the real world sim racers like Jamie Flux and Hayden Burns. You got a mixture, for example, in the sim. So you got a Lubas Goodway. Normally you have a Ramez Azam and Gustav Greenbergus, the LMS driver. So it's a really good mix of cars and drivers and teams working towards one objective, of course, is trying to win or have the best result possible. But it's good to see these more experienced drivers going into the sim and having a good time.
Absolutely, it's been, of course, this year has it's brought us much difficulty in some ways, but I think sim racing for me is on a huge upward curve before 2020, but this year has just introduced so many people to what the amazing technology that we have at our fingertips here in the sim racing world. And quite honestly, we're very, very lucky that we have this virtual alternative for drivers to get involved with. And here we are. I just think this is going to roll on all day long. The GT3, we've got a packed field of GT3 cars mixed between the Audi R8 LMS and the Ferrari 488. The Audi, both of them are mid-engine. The Audi is normally aspirated, no turbocharger, no supercharger. 5.2 litres V10 makes an amazing noise. And the Ferrari, a little bit different. The Ferrari is a twin-turbo V8 mounted in the middle of the car. And interestingly, the GT3 Audi, sorry, my apologies, the GT3 Ferrari, just under 500 horsepower in race car trim. But the road car that it's based on has 660 horsepower, so they actually have to slow it down to balance it out with the competition.
Yeah, it means it's an even playing field across all the GT3 cars, and also in the regards to safety and such, sometimes, you know, setting it around 500 horsepower is a sensible thing to do for a category that's meant to be accessible to a whole range of global drivers. Here's 11th and 12th around Sunset Bend. What a beautiful corner that is. The inside line, the tight run can be a good move, but you can also find a lot of speed around the outside. In this case, it's not been possible for Lestrop Racing Team, but they're going to make another attempt at it. This time, the inside line is defended, unlike what we saw from the leaders on lap 1. And again, Lestrop trying to find a lot of speed around the outside. Emil Selberg looking very, very racy, but just not finding the piece of tarmac that's quite going to let him keep his nose in front.
Yeah, this is really switchback stuff here, coming through the opening section out of turn 5, underneath the Corvette bridge through Gurney Bend, down towards the hairpin. Bit of flashing lights, that's very typical Audi driver. It's like about being on the highway there. So they head down into the very, very tight hairpin here. Up the inside goes the which car? The 56 right behind. Making good progress there, the Malaysian team. Getting back up the field.
Yeah, one of 3, I think, Viper Nizza Audis in this class, so they are very, very well represented. Speaks to their enthusiasm. And their highest placed car would be this one we're watching. We saw one of the teammates off to a slightly slower start, but this is great racing, great racecraft, and a bit of opportunism as well briefly there from the 56 car. Dominic Ang.
Indeed, yes. My apologies, viewers. Of course, the car's identically liveried, and that's great that we've got such a good turnout from the Viper Nizza team in their Audis. Of course, they'll be very familiar with the Sepang International Raceway. Oh, we've got a spinner in the wall. Oh, dearie me. That is the number 78 of Emil Salberg. Just makes a mistake coming out of Le Mans Curve. Lorenzo, how do you see this one?
We're looking over here as he just goes across the S's into the Le Mans corner as he's the car's already a little bit loose on the rear inside, and then he clips the grass. And once you clip the grass on the reacceleration, especially in the Ulm straight, you know you're taking a little bit of a trip to the tire barrier or even to the grass on the outside part of the turn.
Yeah, that's a difficult one to start the day. Just not even 10 minutes into this 12-hour race. That's so frustrating for that 56 car. But a little bit further towards the front, we're looking at the VRS Satellite Racing car, the pink and blue machine there, trying to hold off T3 Esports Beta of Bastian Dobitz in the number 71 Audi. I tell you what, I like that paint scheme on that car. A nice blue and yellow. It's almost like a tiki bar kind of colour scheme.
It's the weekend. I can tell where your mind might be at. Still a lot more racing to go. Great spectacle that it is. This is sort of the meat of the GT3 pack, where there's quite a few cars in a 5-6 all together here at similar pace. It's making it difficult for Bastian Dobitz to move forwards against an Eric Andre here as they go through Tower Bend, which I am going to say is my favourite corner of the racetrack because it's mostly flat everywhere around here, except at Tower Bend you get just a little bit of camber. You can hook the inside tyres to the inside there and find a refreshing and surprising amount of speed compared to the geometry of the corner. It just lets you go a little bit faster and rewards you when you hit the right line.
Yeah, it does. There's almost a little groove there at Tower Turn, isn't it, when you just ping onto the Flying Fortress straight, named after a fleet of Flying Fortress aircraft. Some B-17 bombers, B-17 bombers that were based here at Hendricks Field at Sebring. Amazing heritage and history here. Well, of course, over the 12 hours we'll have lots of stories to tell, but my favourite Sebring story, guys, is at the hairpin. So Sterling Moss, when he raced here in the Sebring 12 hours many times, and won it back in 1954, and in that particular year he actually pulled up at the hairpin mid-race, and a photographer gave him a bottle of Coca-Cola, and he drank it all the way around the next lap. And when he came around the hairpin, he'd finished the bottle and he threw it back out at the photographer on the way past. You wouldn't get away with that now.
It's one of these things that I was just going to say that's some casual stuff you normally see in racing, but that was back in the 60s, back in the 70s. And let's not take away Sterling Moss, by the way. Rest his soul, passed away earlier this year, and one of the most amazing drivers, the best drivers without winning an F1 title. Probably also one of the most gentleman-like drivers. Surely will be missed. But a really good battle over here between T3 Sports Beta, VR Satellite, and Red Camel, which can't break away from these cars. And T3 must be one of those teams that should be looking to get more places, because they are, in comparison to the other team of Atlantis and Racing GT3, they're in a good spot maybe to take the lead of the championship if they keep going like this.
Yeah, with a big train of Audis here, flying through the left-right sections, through Kendebien Bend and Le Mans Curve onto the Ullman Straight, and just in sort of flying formation at the moment. A big train of Audis. You see a couple of the Ferraris back there at the moment. At the moment, the leading Ferrari is in 8th spot, the Ferry Monster Esports red car, driven by team owner Robin Monster.
Yeah, and you can see he's still well and truly in touch with the rest of this train, which extends all the way up to 3rd place, Lewis Goodway. So it's 3rd through to 9th and having completed 6 laps now that are all still together. Right side of your screen is the onboard with that Ferry Monster Esports car, the number 20, and then RSR by Abruzzi Ferrari is right behind that as well. So, early goings, you still could see any of these teams on the podium still. It's never a bad idea, actually, sometimes early in these races as well, to just ride along with the pack, maybe save a little bit of fuel, go 1 lap longer, 2 laps longer when it comes to the pit stops, and find yourself some clean air by doing something a little different strategy-wise.
We have a car spun around. I think one of the Viper Nizza cars actually spun around just about turn number 3. I just was looking at Ilmo Salberg making the move, and the car was spun around. I'll take a look and give you the position. Yeah, that's the 56, which actually spun around.
That's a pity. That was the leading of the leading car of the Viper Nizza machines. So you see this battle getting pretty fierce, and I think, David, you're absolutely right. This is probably not the stage of the race to be throwing big moves. Probably just sitting, unless you feel you're being really held up. It's a good time of the race just to get settled into a rhythm, just to get your points, get your marks, and just get into a groove. Because you got a long way to go. I mean, these GT3 cars do about an hour on a tank of fuel. The GT4 and TCRs, they can run for about 90 minutes. So there's long stints for those guys, and especially if you get thrown in for a double stint in the TCR or the GT4, you're going to be in the car for 3 hours. So it's a really a test of endurance, that's for sure. And of course, the leading Ferrari, the Ferry Monster car, Robin Monster, a former, he's the 2005 Unipart Endurance Series champion in the real world. Oh, we got a spinner. Oh, is that a replay? Oh, my apologies. Oh, sorry. Apologies. First blunder of the day.
It's good of you to bring the same energy as if we'd seen it live.
Thank you, David. That's very diplomatic of you. But the good thing is they're not too much harm done, and I guess, guys, the thing is that there are going to be every car is going to have little hiccups here and there. The trick is not to make them big hiccups and to keep the car out the barriers.
Exactly, and of course, for a 12-hour race, you have a handful of drivers. I've definitely seen a few teams with 4 drivers on hand, so maybe you don't start the race with your strongest driver and you save something in reserve for a little bit later on in the race as well, or maybe even your strongest driver isn't available at the start of the race, such as how it is racing from home in the sim racing world sometimes. You might have an errand or something you had to run round about the start of the race. There's plenty of time for you to log in later in the race, join your teammates, and do your drive time.
Yeah, that's all part of the strategy of when you deploy your top guns, and there is quite a few top guns lingering in this particular field. Just while we've got a brief formation forming here in the GT3 in the 991 Cup class. It's the Milner Motorsport Sim Racing blue car of Alexander Diaco, leading that field by pretty healthy margin right now, by about 7 seconds. Yeah, already from Duo by SimRC. So a really good start for those guys. Now, if we do we have the MRS? No, we don't have the MRS car this time around.
No, we don't. Actually, the MRS car is not available at this race. I think there's one more car who's not the MSI Esports Cup car, who's not also on this field. The MSI is going to lose a chunk of points over here. P2 in the standings as we speak. The leader being Duvo Sim Race by RC, and still having this good battle between DRS and also T3, and still side by side. Good action between both drivers.
Oh, this is tight. They're heading down through Gurney Bend. Flashing lights, full Audi driver style here. Down onto the brakes. We've got the first part of lap traffic, and here we go. This is when the pack gets shuffled. The guys have been able to enjoy 18 minutes of... Oh, side check on the TCR. Now, which TCR car was that just got bumped out there? Oof, that is fierce for the first time through the traffic.
Another big lunge. Another Ferry Monster car.
Oh, the Ferry Monster TCR. Okay. That's not what you need at this stage of the race. We have 18 minutes of the cars running in their own class, and then now it starts. This is pretty much now going to be, well, pretty much for the rest of the race now, a whole jumbled up field.
Yeah, there's still a little bit of leeway between the GT4 cars. I would say the first team is Darren Wood and the Team RSL powered by Mofo, which is about to be caught by the leaders in Hayden Burns and Jamie Fluke. That's the benefit for some of these drivers. They don't have the plenty numbers in the other categories. You have 17 cars in the GT3s, and then you have 4 about in the 911 Cup, 5 roughly in the GT6 in the GT4s, and 4 in the TCR class. So you don't have a lot of low tier cars for you to overtake, but you still have to make clean work and do not get penalized in the process.
Yeah, that was Peter Hovenars on board the Ferry Monster TCR car, racing the, of course, Ferry Monster Autosport, one of the real world teams in the Creventic series, just south of Rotterdam in the Netherlands. And yeah, there was, as you said behind the scenes there, David, no Audi solidarity there at all.
No, absolutely not. We've got the Audis in our fastest class and the Audis making up our TCR class, and a bit of contact between them was not brotherly love there whatsoever. Now, we saw T3 and their Audi R8 GT3 get past the VRS satellite racing car here. The woes, I think, continue because now they're under yet more pressure from Race Union, and the 2 Ferraris starting to line up as well. So this is solid start to the race for the number 67 car of Eric Andre, but he has kept moving backwards. Now we get further into the race.
Yeah, I think I wonder if this is going to be kind of tortoise in the hare sort of scenario throughout the race. I think I suspect the Ferraris will plod away consistently all day long, and the Audis will be quick, but I think they might be more mistake prone. Lorenzo, what do you think?
It's possible. It's highly possible, especially with the worn out tires over here, as we're having one of the Milna Motorsports Sim Racing Pro cars in the GT4 class just spinning just about in the Le Mans section. We're going to take a look over here on the replay as here just about going to the Le Mans complex. I think you can see the Simsa cars, and I think he just lost on his own during the braking zone and corner entrance for Le Mans. But yeah, this is one of the tricky things about GT4 categories. Oh, clipped on the grass and then completely lost control.
That's a shame for Michael Finkbonner, 41-year-old from Germany, with an iRating of 3,500. So a pretty talented driver. As we see the red Camel Esports, that orange Audi there going round the outside at turn 1, and then the VRS car says, no you don't. That's gives a really, really good, strong defence there and maintains the position. And you got to think, guys, look at what's happened. Those Ferraris were a long way back from the GT3 Audis, and while they've been sort of having a bit of a punch-up, they've slowly but surely crept their way into contention.
Yeah, and we saw big evasive action from Red Camel Esports to not hit them on the Motorsports G. That saw them have to shortcut part of the track, would have given them a slowdown penalty, and that's dropped from 4th into 6th and into, as you mentioned, real bruising fight here with satellite racing, with Race Union 12-hour and the 2 Ferraris lurking. So Red Camel Esport, nothing wrong in trying to lap that GT4. But then once it was sideways, they had to make some very aggressive, evasive maneuvers.
Yeah, that's always the balance, isn't it? In endurance racing, you have to be so decisive in traffic. You have to make your way through. But it's such a tight balance between, you know, being decisive and being aggressive. That line is very, very faded, isn't it? And we saw, I mean, I remember we've called a couple of long races here at Sebring over the last couple of months together. And I tell you what, I don't know about you guys, I'm almost slightly glad we don't have any P2 cars out there today.
Well, the faster the car, the faster things go wrong when things do go wrong. That's what you can say about LMP1, LMP2 cars and other prototypes in sports car racing. Great to watch, very quick, exciting cars, but they have their own sets of challenges as well.
Yeah. I agree.
It's Lorenzo Bonder, LMP2 driver there, giving his input into that.
Oh man, don't give me the LMP2s, man. I feel kind of sad. I lost about 1,000 iRating ever since I got in the LMP2 frenzy. I'm trying to get myself back. It got a little bit demoralized, but I'll keep going at it. It's a fun car. It's a little bit tricky for you to get it right, but I've been talking with some of the top drivers and all the all this kind of finicky stuff. I'll eventually get back to it. I was gonna say the Audi is a little bit more twitchy, especially with the worn out tires. I think the second stint might be more difficult to them, whereas the Ferrari might have that upper edge in the second stint. But I was looking through Brendan Roseborough from RSR by Abruzzi. He's doing he's at a little bit of pacing comparison to the other Audi cars. You know, there's the draft and everything. But I think Brendan is just trying to find that opening spot to try to be a little bit more aggressive and try to make the moves on the GT3 cars up above.
Yeah, this has been an interesting little formation here. Of course, Jamie Fluke, the pole sitter, but Hayden Burns took his opportunity well and got through at turn 1 in the duo by SimRC machine. Now, these guys are about 8 seconds up the road from SERIES Esports of Lewis Godway, in third. So they're in a kind of battle of their own. Now, time for a small conspiracy theory, guys. Do you think there is any merit that Jamie Fluke perhaps left the door open there on purpose so that he could sit in the first stint behind Hayden Burns here and save a bit of fuel and play the strategy game?
You're suggesting that the very, very first move of this game was a 400 IQ chess move to set his opponent up to lead the race? Maybe. But at that same point...
David?
Yeah?
I was going to say, I think he's watching too much Queen Gambit.
I just ask the questions. I just that's the job I get to sit on the fence as lead commentator. With you guys being the colour commentators, you have to stand off the fence. It's quite a nice position to be in for me.
Hope your backside doesn't go numb in that position.
It already has. 11 hours and 35 to go, and it already has, yeah. So this will be, of course, we've got just over half an hour to go before these guys will have to come in for their first pit stop of the day. Now, talking about tyres, with these GT3 cars, I mean, Lorenzo, you've got a lot of experience in the GT world as well. Do you think that double stints are going to be possible on the GT3 tyres?
We have to see. I think for this very first instances of this race, we might see maybe a team or another making the double stint. It isn't a very hot track. It is 32 degrees on the track right now, so it can look within the realm maybe of going for a double stint. The problem is Sebring is one of those tracks you really don't want to be, you know, taking a lot of courage in the start of the race. You want to play more safely and then not let the night just do its job whenever the track is much colder, and you can be much faster and use better the rubber. But it's going to be interesting, you know. I can totally see maybe the Ferraris doing this more than the Audis at this first maybe 2 or 3 hours of this race.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think that the Ferrari, it's such a nice package. It's such a steady package, easy to drive over long distances in a good groove. The Audi, well, you've got no rest with the Audi. It's quite a twitchy little car, a big engine in the middle of the car. So when it starts to transfer, it can catch you. You can catch you out. But we'll see how it plays out. Now, interestingly, once these Audis here in this sort of mid-pack here, the Red Camel car and the Race Union, etc. Once they've stopped kind of bickering with one another, they have started to stretch these two Ferraris here. Interestingly, the RSR by Abruzzi car has gone past the Ferry Monster car to take the lead in the we could call it the Ferrari Challenge class, couldn't we?
It's a bit cleaner than that, but certainly if we wanted to give them a little moniker, and obviously it was clear that at least in qualifying the Audi was the stronger car. You can't say that the Ferrari teams and drivers didn't try hard enough by not, you know, qualifying in the top 3. Seems like the Audi was a better qualifying car, but when you ride on board from this perspective, Ferrari doesn't look too bad in the race, and I would think across a stint, the balance of the car always changes. You can never, wear the fronts and the rears at an equal rate. I think the rears go a bit from the Audi and the fronts go from the Ferrari. So, gonna raise my hand, Audi fanboy here. I'd rather be driving an Audi in this race. But if you've got maybe a Ferrari that's a little twitchy at the start, I think it'll come good deeper into a stint. And I absolutely expect, at least from our top half of the GT3 field, that they're going to be aiming for double stinting their tyres. There might be some a little further down who are more cautious and would rather the comfort of a new set of tyres, but definitely a race-winning strategy is to try and double stint the tyres in GT3 when you can.
Well, the satellite got major trouble in the exit of one corner. Just got a TCR right ahead of him, opened up the door for the Luke Breukers in the red helmet to go on the outside over here, Peter.
Yeah, around the, of course, the Sunset Bend, there is many, well, it's what was they call it, the corner of 1,000 lines. You can go around there. I don't think I've got that corner right once. It's and it's amazing when you watch your lap time delta, the kind of live delta, and it's amazing the time that you can gain or lose from lap to lap, and the difference is amazing. It's got to be for me one of the most challenging corners anywhere in the world, and when you throw in the factor of the bumps as well, it just makes it so difficult as well. And we're going to see next week for the season finale. I tell you what, I cannot wait for the season finale of the IMSA WeatherTech Championship. 12 Hours of Sebring. It's a big race anyway, but for it to be the season finale is just fantastic. So it's going to be it's going to separate. I'm sure we're going to get some surprises. Sebring always throws up surprises, so we'll see how that goes. But relatively steady in the mid-pack of the GT3. That's a little update of the 991 class. The Muller Motorsport doing a great job right now in their 911 Cup car. Just a couple of at the moment they are running, they're about 9 seconds ahead of the car behind, so building a good lead in this first stint. Now, interesting, in the GT4 battle, the lead there has swapped around. Matthias Schoger is ahead of Teemu Toika, so the 476 car, duo by Sim RC, ahead of the Finn in the SERIES Esports Porsche.
Still Porsche at the front of GT4, so when they don't have to race directly wheel to wheel with the BMWs, I think they can use their balance and their tyre life. So when they have to race door to door against a BMW, the slightly more straight line speed from the BMW sort of just keeps them in the battle, makes them difficult to race around, because they really have to set them up and outsmart them if you're going to get around them when you don't line speed advantage.
And just to also expand really quickly on the GT4 battle, if you see just right behind the Matthias Schoger car, you can see Teemu Toika just about 1.5 seconds roughly from that Porsche 718 Club Sport GT4 car. For now, I think the mission for Teemu is just to try to keep himself, I'm not going to say under the toe, but within contact of that GT4 car, because that is not a battle just for the win of the GT4 category. If Simpson can actually get a really good position over here, they can kind of set themselves up and get closer within the standings fight against the Duval, because right now the difference is about 5 points between Duval and also the Simpson GT4 cars.
That's interesting. There's all sorts of battles to worry about there, and the Duval car has well, when they came to Spa at the beginning of season, they had they had a pretty stacked lineup of real-world drivers. So we'll see who they've got for today. At the moment on the entry list,
Porsche Cup off there on the left-hand side.
Oh,
as they went through Tower, our GT3 pack we're keeping our eyes on had to dodge a 911 GT3 Cup. Now, it wasn't Duvo or Mulnar, so it might have been Lorient or Race Union. Those are only two other options.
Yep, we'll try and get an update on that to see who that was in that particular car. Hopefully not too much damage, because they've still got quite a bit of their stint to go in that 911 GT3 Cup machine. There it is. That's the Lorient car. It's the French dealer team car with... Oh, well, they won't go hungry in the pit box. They've got a great sponsor there on the back quarter panel there. They've got Burger King as a sponsor.
It's called Hungry Jack's in Australia, and it's delicious.
Really? I did not... Is that what Burger King is called?
Yeah.
No.
We're such a funny upside-down country with weird names for things.
My mind is blown. Of course, the Porsche Lorient Racing, a real-world team, the Porsche dealer in the town of Lorient from there.
Yeah, it's I'm mind blown as well. As we have the Viper Nizza iRacing 63 car now spun around at the entry of Sunset. We'll take a look at the replay right here to see what just happened as he goes into the corner entry. A little bit of a friendly fire right there, Peter and David. That's the one thing you really don't want to see between teammates.
Oh dear. What's Malaysian for multi 21? Oh dear.
I don't know, but that's not a... Well, it's not a great look, and they'll know where to find each other after this stint to discuss that one, that's for sure. But it seems like it was either an attempt at team orders that didn't go well, or a lack of team orders there. Unfortunate, but no contact with the barrier means I think both of those cars will be a-okay to continue, and it's still a long race, a long way to go for them. So it could have been a lot worse there, but it is just not the polite thing between teammates, is it?
No, that's David, you've roared into the lead of understatement of the day. I'm sure there will be plenty contest for it. Indeed, as we see side by side for the lead, the two Audis go into turn one. Jamie Fluke, he's spent the first 35 minutes of this race behind Hayden Burns. Is he going to make the move here? He's really thinking about it. They come into the flip-flop, turn 3, turn 4, round into the critical exit of turn 5. Got to get out that corner, underneath Corvette Bridge, through Gurney Bend, down towards the hairpin, and I wonder, will Jamie Fluke make a move here? He looks just to the inside, but no, the side's against it.
So it's still Australian Hayden Burns from Australia. He's an Australian leading the race at the moment, Hayden Burns. So he holds on to that one. Is that subtle? I think that was subtle enough. Australian Formula 3 driver.
Australian, yeah.
He's an Australian from Australia.
Exactly, he is, and he's leading at the moment, but he is under pressure from Jamie Fluke. I do think Hayden Burns is actually UK-based these days, racing in, was it BRDC F3 or something? Not sure what it's quite up to this year in terms of his real-world commitments, but another one of those drivers, I think, very talented across both the real world and the sim, so a great fit for this series.
Absolutely, we've got a packed field of lots of real-world racing drivers throughout the field in all classes, with some sim racing stars in there as well. Brilliant to see the two worlds come together, and I think I'll come to you, Lorenzo. Obviously, you know the worlds of real-world racing and sim racing. Those lines between the two have never been closer than we are today.
Yeah, I think the pandemic brought everything together, unfortunately. That is the unfortunate side, because we still wanted to see, the normal calendar of F1 and other tiers, like even IMSA, because the Sebring 12 Hours is not the last race of the calendar. Usually the Rio first race after the Daytona 24 that kind of kicks off the IMSA calendar, but unfortunately, because of the COVID-19 situation, it got postponed to next week eventually. But it's still a good thing to see that we're still going to have the Sebring 12 Hours. It's going to be in different conditions, which is going to be really interesting in my perspective. You never know what we're going to get. You're going to get in the fall racing instead of the very hot and I was going to say partially humid racing you get in the spring in the United States. But it's a curious thing, seeing these lines being very close to one another and seeing more drivers getting the advantages out of sim racing, not just in terms of preparation, but in terms of fun racing. as well.
Indeed, yes. So we're riding on board on the nose of the Audi R8, the modern and motorsports machine of Jamie Fluke, the Northern Irishman. Coming through this, yeah, I have to say, that camber there, David, is just lovely. If you can just get the nose tucked in there and get on the gas early, it's such a satisfying corner there at Tower Bend.
Sort of the opposite of Sunset. There's one line and it really rewards you if you get that one line, whereas at Sunset there's more freedom. Sometimes you feel like you've absolutely thrown it away and then just find some grip in a weird patch of tarmac, off you go with a great run down the pit straight. It did seem like from one of these onboards that Jamie Fluke was just biding his time a little bit, saving a tiny bit of fuel in some places, or at least places he didn't think he was going to be able to mount an attack. So they are 2/3 of the way through this fuel stint. Interesting to see who pits when. I think with the track temperature staying as it is, both of these teams and drivers well experienced are going to probably try and double stint their tyres. So the pit stop time will all come down to the fuel fill, and that's maybe where Fluke is looking for an advantage.
Yeah, I think that is certainly the case. For those watching who are maybe new to either to sim racing or to endurance racing, first of all, welcome. We hope you're enjoying the racing here at Sebring International Raceway, one of the premier venues for sports car racing and endurance racing. Basically the advantage, you think, why would you save fuel? It's a race car, you got to go fast. Well, the main thing about saving fuel is, of course, it saves, if you've saved fuel, if you've not used as much fuel as your competitor, then you basically don't need as much time to fill the car up at the pit stop, and therefore in a gap as close as this between Jamie Fluke behind and Hayden Burns ahead, that can make all the difference, and we see it a lot where that little bit of fuel strategy can play in. Of course, over a 12-hour race, if you're really good in the fuel saving, you can even save a whole pit stop entirely, and that's when you really start getting to the big gains.
Yeah, go ahead, David. I think you were going to say something.
Well, I was just, that thought had just crossed my mind as well. Now, I'm pretty confident these GT3 cars are going to go more than 60 minutes to a stint, but sometimes it is a little more touch and go, and you don't want to be the team that has to pit after 59 minutes every stint of a race like this and end up needing an extra pit stop than everyone else with just 3 or 4 laps to go or something. So maybe there's a few that have on their mind to just make sure they get past the top of the hour before it's time for their pit stop.
Yeah, and just to compliment, I think we saw in the Spa and also Barcelona races where the lead between the first position and second in GT3 class has been quite a big one. It has been about a lap, if I recall correctly, in Barcelona, and then Spa was about 2 laps between P1 and P2. I think this is not going to be the case in Sebring. Sebring is a much more driver-prone, driver mistake-prone kind of track, and you need to be more cautious how you approach the turns because of the different variations you have in terms of track conditions. So I don't think this lead will be huge coming into these first hours. Maybe down in the final hours, you're not going to have that one lap. I think it's going to be maybe 30 seconds and things like that, because the strategy over here, it's the key thing you need to be working on basically from the get-go all the way down into the start-finish line at the very end of the 12 hours.
So this battle still rages on between the Red Camel Esports car of Luke Breukers and the Race Union 12H team of Marvin Otterbach. And right behind in the number 87 machine, and you can see where they are in class. Now I think I might have a glitch in my timing screen because these guys are showing up a little bit further down the order. Wait, that's strange.
Yep, should be 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, that's what what's thrown me off is I think my timing screen is frozen. I do apologise, viewers. What's thrown me off, and it's thankfully a very helpful thing of the GT3 cars, is they have that LED number on the windshield which tells them where they are in class. So 3rd and 4th they are battling for right now is the Red Camel Esports and the number 87 Race Union car. And it's yeah.
Oh.
There's Sims on my oh god, that's
Yeah,
a
you were
blunder.
talking about,
Yeah, yes. I'm getting my orange Audis mixed up. Do apologise again.
Easily done. They are a very similar shade of orange as well. And of course, Florida, very well known for their oranges. How do you rate that segue?
Oh, that's a good one. That segue saved me there.
But the question is, have you really drank an orange juice from Florida orange juice and try to compare it to a normal orange juice and say which one is the better orange juice?
I quite like a Seville orange juice, actually. A Seville oranges are very good.
If Fresh from Florida want to sponsor sports car racing, then I'm all for it.
Well, they actually, I do a bit of commentary with the Porsche Owners Club, their sim racing from over in California, and there is a Peel's Californian Mandarins Porsche Cayman, and it is bright orange. It's got orange wheels, and then it's all blue and orange all over it, and it's an exact replica of a real world Cayman GT4 in the Peel's Californian Mandarins. So there you go. Well, last time there must be a fruit and veg theme to our commentary, guys, because last time the three of us were in the commentary box together, we were talking about the merits, or more importantly, not the merits of putting pineapple on pizza.
Oh no, not this early, not this early.
We're not starting the discussion right now, are we? We're barely 1 hour into this race.
It was decided by a democratic vote, and not putting on pizza was the winner.
I mean, as one of the guys that defies this democratic, statement, I'm just saying we're barely 1 hour into this race. I still haven't eaten my breakfast.
Well, whatever you do, don't have a pineapple pizza.
Yeah, there is no pizza at home, and I can't even order one right now.
It's too early. Phone up the pizza shop. It's like, you want a pizza at 8 o'clock in the morning? Yeah, I do. Yeah. So, we're riding on board with the T3 Esports beta car, the 71 car, following the 66 Sims Esports. There we go. Finally got myself ready to go. Need another coffee. Here we go. The 71 machine of Bastian Dobitz looking up the inside. Looks like he can make a move here. Heading into turn 1 they go. And he gets the corner done. Tucks it in tight to the wall. Good line there. And Bastian Dobitz moves up to 3rd position. Great clean move there, guys.
All boiled down to Sunset Bend there as well. A little bit wide from Lewis Goodway, then tighter line from Bastian Dobitz. He picked up the throttle earlier. He had the good run down the pit straight. And that's when he grabbed 3rd place. It all started just with the line and how much speed they carried into Sunset Bend.
Yeah, and also I think there's good cohesion between both drivers, because Bastian just blinked the headlights, just saying, all right, I'm going to have this inside line, you're probably going to have the outside, we can negotiate something over here, and that's what happened. I think Lewis didn't put too much of a fight in comparison to what we would normally do at the end of the race. So good awareness from Lewis Goodway to not try to fight. Maybe you can save fuel at the process and see if you can actually keep up with the pace and not let Andre come around, because the difference right now has shortened from 1.3 to basically half of it, 0.7.
Yeah, and Lewis Goodway in that Sims Esports car, of course, came 3rd in the GT3 category at the Daytona 24 Hours here on iRacing, all the way back in January, which seems like another lifetime ago since Daytona. In fact, it won't be long till it's Daytona time once again for the Rolex 24 at the end of January. And I, for one, am very excited for that indeed. You see a little bit of position swapping here with Race Union of Marvin Otterbach and RSR Abruzzi Ferrari. So a little bit of the Ferrari starting to break the Audi stronghold ever so slightly. The RSR Abruzzi car moves over squeeze. Oh, any further and that would have been a big squeeze there from the RSR Abruzzi. These guys are they're not leaving anything on the table here.
It's Ferrari time. They're getting amongst it, aren't they? That's going to see the number boards update there, up into 7th place now for our Ferrari challenge leader, if we're going to keep saying that. But hey, it's not over yet. The other Ferrari wants to stick with it, and I think he's going to get waved on through here. No?
It looked like that might have been the case, then maybe just decided against it at the end. Is going to shut the door straight away. Well, That is a fierce move indeed. Of course, Ferrari, well, they have quite a history here at the 12 Hours of Sebring. The only second to Porsche in overall manufacturer victories. And of course, won here 3 times with my favourite car. I think my favourite car of all time, the Ferrari 333 SP.
Did someone not modify one of those to put a non-Ferrari engine in the back of it at some point as well?
I think so. I can't remember, but yeah.
I think someone put a Judd V10 in one as well. They had quite a long life. The 333 SP. Still raced almost 10 years after the first ones hit the track. In maybe some lower and some more club level series, but they had quite a long life. So Dallara built chassis, I think.
It was, yeah. For many, one of the greatest Ferraris ever made, actually, in terms of those that drove it. They said it was just amazing. Derek Bell said it's absolutely extraordinary car to drive. And interesting, we mentioned Penos and the front engine Penos, and I love the anecdote of arriving at the very first Petit Le Mans. And of course, Penos had their car there, and Wayne Taylor was racing for Momo Rizzi in his Ferrari 333. And of course, the Ferrari had the engine in the back, and the Panos had the engine in the front, and they were arguing over where. And Dr. Don Penos said, he says, "Oh, you've got the engine in the wrong place. You need it in the front." And he says, "Oh, well, we'll see after the race. We'll see who has the quicker car." And of course, Wayne Taylor did go on to win the first Petit Le Mans in that mid-engine Ferrari 333.
And then what happened to the rest of Wayne Taylor's career in motor race? I think everything else is history. Just building probably, I would say, aside Penske, probably the most I'm not going to say the most successful prototype team in IMSA, probably in the last 10-15 years. And we have another one of the Viper Niza cars spun around just before Tower Bend.
65.
But the 65 car, okay. That's
17.
Well,
17,
no,
okay.
It's called the Viper Niza E-Racing 65, but it's actually the number 17 for
Oh god, that's
some reason there.
Realize that.
that is designed to catch us out, isn't it? That was Douglas Coe again, the man born in the same year that Jim Clark won the Indianapolis 500 and the Formula One World Championship in the same year. Can you tell me what year that is, gents?
65?
No.
60. Yes, Lorenzo. I knew you'd get it, Lorenzo. Smarty pants of the commentary box.
Thank you.
Soft ripple of applause there for Lorenzo. Fantastic. So now looking at the Ferry Monster Ferrari. This is a Dutch team trying to make their way up into 8th spot. They're trying to get past the Audi of Marvin Otterbach, determined not to let the leader in Ferrari challenge the Red Camel. Sorry, my apologies. Yes, no, the RSR Abruzzi. Goodness me, I'm having a good morning. The RSR Abruzzi Ferrari, which is just up ahead.
And just to mention, they're both getting closer and a little bit closer, and not by much. It is just climbing lap after lap after lap due to traffic a little bit as well. But you can see that RSR Abruzzi, that what the difference was at 2.4 between him and Red Camel. Right now it got a little bit closer, 2.8. But the problem now for Roseboro, he has a Porsche 911 Cup just at the exit of turn number 5, and he's not going to be happy with that Porsche 911 Cup getting in the way of him.
Definitely not. Definitely not. We're looking at the SERIES Esports car of Lewis Goodway in this orange and white machine with the VRS satellite racing machine of Enric Andre up behind. Now can Enric make the way through? A nice simple livery there with the blue, the pink and white on that Audi. Of course, the Audi R8, I love this, the side blades that you get on the Audi R8 road car as well. As oh, this is getting spicy now. This is the battle for the outright lead between Jamie Fluke and Hayden Burns. the Australian in the lead of the race from Australia, with Jamie Fluke trying to get by. Oh, he's going to go for the cutback, the typical Sunset Bend cutback. Can he get it turned in on the power early? Jamie Fluke, the Northern Irishman, right on the gearbox then of Hayden Burns. They rush down over the start-finish line towards turn 1. Can Jamie Fluke make the move stick? No, Hayden Burns covers the defensive line there. Brilliant cover move, and they've got a 911 Cup car. That's the Lorient Racing car up ahead that could throw a spanner in the works here, but good defence once again, David Haynes, from your countryman.
I am beyond proud of him, but that was a bit of a tense moment there. You know, we haven't seen Jamie Fluke get that aggressive in a little while. We hadn't seen Hayden Burns need to defend so hard, you know, half of the wheels across the white line on the Ullman Straight, and now he's got to pick and choose his timing, and he eventually decides he can't wait and has to jump down the inside of the 4th place 991 class car, and that actually helps Hayden Burns scamper away a little bit, make his lead 0.6 of a second instead of it being 0.2 of a second, 0.1 of a second, almost gone like it was around about the start-finish line.
Yep,
I wonder if they want to be the one who's in front come pit stop time. That might be what's going on. You know, happy to wait for 50 minutes, but then when it's about to be time for the pit stop, they want first call, first dibs, and not have to react to what their competition is doing.
Yeah.
Good point. Yeah, indeed. What do you reckon, Lorenzo?
No, I was gonna say, because normally that is Jamie's driving style of sorts. We've seen him on the Porsche Esports Super Cup not being the most aggressive driver. I think he's a very calculating driver. He kind of sees the opportunity, and whenever he sees the opportunity, perfect opportunity to strike, he will strike it down and try to get a few places. Not just. If I recall, I think he won even one of the batteries in one of the races in the Porsche Esports Super Cup. If you guys can correct me about that, but it just shows how much of a high quality driver is Jamie Fluke, just being for the perfect time to strike. I was going to mention P3 battle, also really good battle between. I was going to say P3, but that is P4. Anric just trying to find the perfect opportunity to strike down on Lewis Goodway. I think that might be it, because there is a GT4 right on the exit of Sunset, but it's not going to be enough for Anric to make any moves.
Oh, it's Enric Andre really laying the pressure down here as they go past the GT4 BMW there, coming down into turn 1. And they're just getting in just a couple more laps, and we should start to see some GT3 cars coming into pit lane to take their first pit stop. And as you guys mentioned, you've got to try and get over that 60-minute gap if you can, launching over the curbs, big style there, and getting a little bit of a wobble on as they head down towards the hairpin.
We have our very first pit stop of the race, because right as you were calling it, number 27, Atlantis Racing Team, Miroslav Matulchik is going to jump on down onto pit lane, but that means that the race is still on. First and second, fourth and fifth, side by side on your screen for those two battles, and we might expect to see some of these guys have to pit at the end of this lap or at the end of next.
Yeah, it looks like it. Now we've got our first pit stop, our first taker on pit lane. Now, what I want to see, guys, is if they throw tires at this.
No, they're not for Atlantis Racing Team. Fuel only 41 seconds, and away he goes.
Okay.
Chick still behind the wheel.
Okay, that's interesting. So I wonder, and I suspect if that's the case, then I wonder if either of these guys will. I want to guess that they might not, as Hayden Burns goes into pit lane. Oh, that is interesting, from the lead, and Jamie Fluke goes around. The first interesting bit of strategy here. So Hayden Burns not making it to the end of the magic hour. Jamie Fluke goes around for another 2 minutes or so. Ooh, this is interesting indeed. Of course, Jamie Fluke will have a spotter on board telling him what Hayden Burns is doing. Now, does Hayden Burns go up on the jacks?
You have to wait till the fuel's done before we know.
Okay, we've got a couple of drivers up on the jacks. Let's see, does Hayden Burns pop up? Because if we see the car go up on the jacks, that means he is taking tyres, which of course takes an additional amount of time. It's not like in IMSA where you can do the two at once, and it's basically limited by the amount of fueling time. So it's a big old tank in one of these GT3 machines, so it takes a bit of filling. It's a driver change for the Red Camel Esports car. That is now Jorn Juttekau on board that car, and no tyres for Hayden Burns.
So just 120 litres of race fuel goes in, and he's back out, and we are going to see probably then the end of this lap his competitor.
Did I just see a pit lane exit infraction there?
No, I think he's fine.
He's okay.
So he didn't hit any of the cones.
Okay. My apologies, because of course
it's because here's the thing. Sorry, Peter. If there are some leagues actually watch that double stack line you try to get on the exit, but I don't believe here in the virtual 24-hour series that is actually overlooked. So I think he might get away with that one.
Okay, well, that was of course a couple of months ago. We had that another race here at Sebring, where that was very much the order of the day. Some very high-profile drivers being caught out. Now, does Jamie Fluke go into pit lane? It looks like he's going to. God, he's flat out right to the very last moment. Into pit lane he goes, and we're now, by the time he comes out of pit lane, we will be after that magic hour. So Jamie Fluke, of course, remember, he has spent the entire first hour basically in the shadow of Hayden Burns, and that maybe could have just made that tiny little difference that's allowed him to get over that hour mark.
Critically, T3 Esports Beta and Sims Esports GT3 have also managed to go an extra lap and are now pitting on the same lap as Jamie Fluke. Atlanta's racing team number 30 as well. So we've got four GT3s who followed the same strategy as Jamie Fluke. Everyone else falling just a little short of the hour. So that's the ones to keep your eyes on then. The 16, 66 and 71.
And I probably see, I might be wrong over here, but I think I just saw a problem with the Modena Motorsports 2 car, the Ferrari, because I just saw Rigodon come out of the pit lane not long ago whenever he did his pit stop, and something might have happened to the Ferrari. I'm just trying to look at that on the replay.
And look at this, we've got a huge jump here from Jamie Fluke, from Hayden Burns. Look at that. That is an absolutely massive difference between these guys from the pit stops. Remember, Jamie Fluke was behind Hayden Burns when he came into pit lane. So it's been about a 4-second switch around there.
Yeah, it has. When you're not taking tyres, you're going fuel only, then the overcut comes into play where, you know, Hayden Burns pits, fills the car up with fuel. He's out there on old tyres and a big heavy fuel tank. Well, that's his outlap. At the same time, the inlap for Jamie Fluke. The car's at the best it's ever going to be. Very, very light on fuel. 120 litre tanks in these Audi R8s. And also just a little bit of cloud cover out there. Actually cooled the track right at the end of the stint as well. So that probably allowed Jamie Fluke to really push on his inlap. And like we saw, he really pushed the way into the pit lane as well.
Yeah, his lane time, interestingly. So Jamie Fluke spent 1 minute and 1 minute 3.4 in the lane and 105.9 for Hayden Burns. The stop, Jamie Fluke 39.9 and Hayden Burns 42.2. So obviously Hayden Burns having to take a little bit of fuel on board, and that has just been the difference. So now we're going to see the difference if Jamie Fluke can pull away from Hayden Burns, or if Hayden Burns can get in about Jamie Fluke and slow him down a little bit. So it's a fascinating battle between these two lead cars. There's the 911 GT3 Cup runners, both of them taking tyres at their first stop.
Yeah, also race unit coming into the pits as we speak. Also driver swap for them Muna Motorsports and Racing Blue. Kevin Hilgenhovel coming into the car right now for Alexander De Jaco. So it's going to be really interesting how this new driver will fare into this race. Stefan Herman also taking over from Rene Osterkamp on the Duvel by Sim RC Cup 2 car. So driver swaps already starting at the very early first hour of this race for the 911 Club cars.
Yep, so Stefan Herman on board the Duo machine now. A man with over 200 official race wins on the iRacing service. Quite an impressive record indeed. And these cars, they do demand they demand a top driver to get the very best out of them. They are fickle machines, and very much the car in focus in the sim racing world at the moment, guys. Of course, with the Tagore Esports Super Cup qualifiers going on at the moment.
Yeah, indeed, vehicle of that Porsche Tagore Esports Super Cup, and then very popular in the Porsche iRacing Cup as well. And will be another 20 drivers hoping that they qualify themselves onto the grid for that very rich prize pool and prestigious competition, kicking off again in January or so. So quick fire back into the next season, Season 3 of the championship.
Yeah, only 5 qualifier rounds for the Porsche Esports Super Cup Tagore Esports Super Cup qualifier. The second, I was going to say second one, but the third one being already in a few hours. So it's going to be really interesting who's going to make into the top 20, top 30 Super Qualifier. And I was going to say as well, for the Race Union 12-hour car, Alex Alton taking over from Mark Henrici. So another driver taking over the reins of a 911 Cup car.
Indeed. So Alex Alton, Race Union number 987.
I was casting my eyes down the entry list. I saw Alex Autumn, and I think we absolutely need to get him in the same car, sharing a seat with Mark Winterbottom and Charlie Summers.
Yeah, are you sure that wouldn't make him fall down the order?
Oh, man,
you know,
I
4
just
seasons
realized
in one day, that's for sure.
I just realized the palm.
Well, Alex Autumn, he actually does have quite a bit of real-world racing experience in this very car. He actually won at Mugello in the 24H series in the 991 class. I could imagine driving one of these things around Mugello must be heaven on earth, I would imagine.
The poor front tyres through all of those loaded corners. I mean, it's a car that you've really got to ride the brakes, a bit of trail braking to make it want to turn through those, you know, fast and medium speed corners. And that's all Mugello seems like it is. So, you know, a good car, a good driver, it would be a delight. But if it wasn't going your way, it'd, wow, yeah, the poor front tyres.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, they would take a bit of a battering, the poor old Michelin man. And well, actually, I do have an anecdote I read just yesterday about the Michelin man and a certain Roger Penske. Of course, Roger Penske, owner of the IndyCar series, owner of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and of course, the most successful owner in Indianapolis 500 history, amongst many other accomplishments. And it was quite funny. So when in the time of the RS Spider program, the Porsche RS Spider program back in 2007, Roger Penske was very pumped up because he's like, this is the day that we go and beat the LMP1 machines of Audi. And the team had basically a tyre technician from Michelin seconded to the team full time, and the Roger Penske, of course, being the team owner, he likes to get really involved with the nuts and bolts of the team. And he thought, well, I need to I want to make sure the tyre pressures are correct. And he found a junior mechanic who was sort of standing beside the car, and he goes, where's the Michelin man? And the mechanic just panicked at this. Obviously, he's got quite a lot of presence, has Roger Penske, and he pointed to a man in the Michelin man costume and said, look there, he's behind you. He's like, no, not that Michelin man, you idiot.
Monsieur Bibendum.
Bibendum, exactly. But I have to say, if it were up to me, I wouldn't. I'd be putting Hankook tyres on my car if it was my choice.
I have to agree with you. I do sure love some Hankook racing tyres. They love supporting a whole range of different motorsports, including, you know, Formula 3 and sports car racing as well.
And of course, the Cooper tyres as well, quite big in the rallycross game as well, of course, part of the
And on road to Indy.
Indeed, yeah. So very cool.
And now we have over here a battle for P12 between Viper Niza 56 and DMC by HPSR Blue between Dominic. It's a battle of Dominics. I just realized that Dominic Spica and also Dominic Ang. So with really good battle between a Ferrari and a Audi. I had something on my mind, but I completely drew myself. All right, I have a question though. It's really an interesting question. I really want to pull to both of you. But we're talking about Roger Penske. I know Penske basically owns. I was gonna say jokingly, he owns everything nowadays. Do you guys see him being a part-time owner of F1, despite being the owner of Indy cars?
David?
What was the question?
Uh,
Do you see Roger Penske being somewhere in the future because he owned the GHR in supercars? Oh, then you know what the success they had. They have Team Penske. They have the Penske and IMSA. Do you see a Penske team in F1 anytime? I'm not gonna say soon, but someday. Sometime for
No, Roger would go one bigger. Roger would just go and buy F1. He's got IndyCar now. He can complete the whole set if he just goes and buys the championship. No, I don't. I don't see him going for an F1 team.
I don't either. I think there's a reason why he's a multi-billionaire, and he's made his money in a few different things. But it's all been in the automotive industry and in racing too. So yeah, I wouldn't say so. I think his next big thing is Le Mans. That's the one big thing missing off the list for him. Sports car racing is a big passion. Of course, Roger Penske did win here. He won here in a Porsche. Back in the early 60s in the original 718 RSK. So yeah, I think that the next big thing is outright victory at Le Mans, and I think that will be with Porsche as well.
How do you like a multi-class racing here? Dominic Ang has to breathe out of the throttle a little bit. So he was going to go past the Porsche Cup car, but then the Porsche Cup car was going past the GT4, and now Dominic Ang dives down the inside of Sunset Bend using the more downforce, more ABS, more grip that the GT3 has. In the straight line there, they're about to go 3 wide, and kind of put a little bit more air between our Dominics.
Indeed, it just showed you there a great example of how these cars make their lap time up in a different way. Of course, the 911 GT3 Cup car is an absolute rocket in a straight line, but you just saw the braking performance of the GT3 Audi there. Now, don't be confused by the GT3. It is confusing, but the 911 Cup car, I wouldn't call it to abbreviate that. It does have GT3 thrown into its name, even though it's not a GT3 specification car. If you still follow me, but yes, you see the Audi R8 LMS GT3. The difference in braking performance there is massive.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you really want to see the straight line speed difference, I think the best example for you to see the difference between the 911 Cup car and any GT3 car of any kind is them put them side to side at the Dodingahoa section in the Nürburgring 24. Basically, the 911 Cup car actually has a slight top speed advantage in comparison to the GT3 cars. It isn't by much. I think it is by a 5-kilometer gap, but if you put them in a straight line in the same exit speed and everything, there's a good chance that Porsche might beat a GT3 car just in the top speed line.
Yeah, they are. It just shows you there's lots of ways to skin a cat, as we say here in the UK. So Red Camel Esports now in the Audi, Jorn Zutekau on board that machine, trying to get past Miroslav Nastalašik. So now 2 nice and easy names to pronounce there. It's going past the Ferrari, sticks it up the inside at Tower Bend onto the Flying Fortress Straight, side by side down towards Olivier Gendebien Bend. Oh, this is going to be tight. Past the crazy party zone there. and just about gets it done does the Red Camel Esports machine, and gets the move sewn up.
And in the meanwhile, I think one gap we should be looking for in the next few laps, if it keeps going like this. Oh, Brendan Roseborough having some kind of a trouble
in the Ferrari challenge.
Yeah, the Ferrari challenge.
I like how that's sticking. It's good. Yeah. So Ferrari Monster Red, Robin Monster going ahead. Brandon Roseborough, what's happened to him? Has he made a little mistake somewhere?
Yeah, like it was just on Sunset Bend. I was about to call him out and see the gap, and as you can see on the entry, the car just gets really loose, and with the bumps and everything, it can get complicated. I think the car just carried way too much speed, and Roseborough had to dive deep into the braking zone. Luckily for him, he was just wide into the corner, so no cars coming into that could offer any danger. The problem is you just lose a whole lot of time, and you lose rubber, and you also let Maciej Milnek to come into that fray and try to steal away P7 out of the RSR Brizzy car, and also P1 in the Ferrari challenge. Sorry, P2, the Ferrari challenge.
He's now sitting P2 in Ferrari challenge. Yep, and tell you what, if he'd had Hankook tyres fitted on there, that car would have hung on there. He would have had enough grip.
So I might have to walk back my earlier comments about the Ferrari becoming a little more understeery as the stint goes on the tyres, because it was fuel only at the last pit stop, both of these cars, and now it would seem that at least coming across some of the bumps in some situations, the rear can get a little bit taily. Now, we don't know, is the driver moving the brake bias a little bit further rearwards to make the car rotate through that corner, maybe a little bit further than they should have, but certainly did seem the rear across some of the bumps there just didn't quite want to stick like it wants to on a brand new set of tyres. And here you see that straight line speed for these 991 class cars. On the brakes though, our two Ferrari GT3s much quicker.
I honestly thought that the Milnek could have gone for a move just before the Sunset Bend, and maybe just for the enjoyment and the light of the fans that are watching us right now, go 3 wide at the entry of Sunset Bend, and then the Porsche had to back out, and something could have happened in between the drivers. But I think they just played it safe. Now Milnek, I think, has a golden position to try to save a little bit of fuel. Let's not forget, he was one of those drivers that actually went an extra lap in the same time that Fluke went into the pit lane. So it's going to be really interesting how Milnek plays this one out, because for the first time in a long time, he has a GT3 car to play with and try to save fuel and try to get closer and maybe work it out and see if they can close down the gap on the Ferrari Monster Esports Red from Robin Monster, and then have a 3-way battle for the Ferrari Challenge lead.
You're really picking up and running with that. It's brilliant. I love it. Ferrari Challenge. That next time in the 12H series, we've got GT3 and we've got Ferrari Challenge as well. Fantastic. I have to say that, isn't it? Of course, that has been a new addition to the iRacing official series. The short, I think they're 15 minutes. The races, fixed setup. They brought it back. That's correct. Yes, absolutely. Ferrari GT3 fixed setup, 15 minutes. It's, I think, an excellent addition to the service.
It's a little bit of an introduction into the GT3 world. That is, we nowadays have more GTE cars in battles than GT3. Oh, all right. Now we're seeing that Red Camel car just coming into the fray as well. That the new tires coming into effect for Jon Josteku. So it's gonna be really cool to see how the RA car will do in comparison to the Ferraris that have more than 1 hour tires. Oh, that's tricky.
Oof. Look how that Audi can turn. It just holds such a tight line and then gets on the gas. Big traction. You can actually visibly see how quick that Red Camel Esports car of Jon Josteku. Down into turn 1 they go. Big dive up the inside, turns it in tight, gets the move done, and just about gets it done. Wow, that Audi, the turning capability of it is absolutely fantastic.
As mentioned, he is on those newer tyres against the Ferraris he's racing against. 2 laps in a row, he's been about 2 seconds a lap faster than the battling Ferraris. So Dice has passed one easily. RSR by Abruzzi are up next, and I think Red Camel can be able to make that move stick as well.
Yeah, so next up, will be the next Ferrari along, RSR Abruzzi machine. Now back in the lead, let's have a look at where we are there. At the moment, that gap has stayed pretty steady, about 4.4 seconds between Jamie Fluke and Hayden Burns, so no real change in terms of the gap. Jamie Fluke has definitely not pulled any more of an advantage, maybe certainly less than a second over the stint over the last 20 minutes or so. So both drivers are looking pretty comfortable right now, but it's still very, very evenly matched on pace. And actually the outright quickest lap is from Hayden Burns, a 2-minute flat .295. Jamie Fluke's best, a 2-minute flat .477.
Yeah, but I had to mention over here that the last lap from Burns was a 2:03 in comparison to a 2:01 from Fluke. So the gap was around 3.5 seconds and fluctuating, but now it is over 5 seconds. But it still fluctuates in between, and now you're going to see the Red Camel making a move on Sunset.
Three wide, how do you like it?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, that's just, this is interesting how this is going to play out over the whole day, because the Red Camel Esports car showing just how that tyre performance, and I think the Audi definitely has a manoeuvrability advantage, but those tyres, look at that, it's like he's in a slot car in comparison to the Ferrari, the RSR car. So it's Red Camel Esports on a charge on those new boots. They must be Hancooks.
Yeah, that Roseborough's cars looks very twitchy during corner entry. He had to kind of duck himself in under braking and avoid contact with the Red Camel car, and that's what brought Munich once again into the picture. Now they can go past I think that's the Tibet Sports M4 as they go into the hairpin, and the problem for Munich, he just stays right behind that M4. That's the one thing you really don't want.
So why don't we have a look at our TCR runner, the duo by Sim RC of Jürgen Frank, who's holding a very, very strong lead at the moment in class, the TCR class. And the one thing with these cars is the front tyres, they put a lot of stress through the front tyres, and of course with an hour and a half stint, they're not long, about 10 minutes we'll see them coming into pit lane to get their first splash of fuel. And I would think that this will be a pretty simple equation. Oh, huge accident in the GT3s. Oh, we'll have to cut
racing
to that.
There. On their lid, they were getting lapped by a few other cars in class, including the Atlantis Racing team, and the two have come together, Peter.
Oh my word, that's a big accident. So that's about, yes, it's at Gendebian Bend. Right, so the Atlantis Ferrari on the right-hand side, trying to come around the Audi. Oh, very tight, and doesn't... How do you guys see that one? Lorenzo, how do you see that one?
It's a tricky one. Just on the left-hand kink of Bishop. I really want to see that again on the replay as we're looking on the authentic car on the outside. It's a tricky one. I am really conflicted over here. I don't know if the Audi actually could have merged into the lane of the Ferrari. Now we're going to have here a better look. Yeah, the Audi just comes into the Ferrari line, and the Ferrari just had nothing to do but get into contact. Unfortunately for that last strip car, just getting spun around and then hitting hard the tire bearing and then getting flipped. And the tire's still running.
Still going, yeah. I wonder if maybe the Audi just hit a little bit of a bump on the inside there, and it just unsettled the car, and yeah, that just gave a really unfortunate incident all round there. So our first big incident of the day here at Sebring. Why don't we have a run through how they sit in the GT3 class as it stands? Let's see where our top 8 are looking at the moment. Modern Motorsports, Jamie Fluke on board that car, leading by 4.6 seconds from Hayden Burns for Duo by SimRC. T3 Esports of Bastian Dobitz is in 3rd place. VRS Satellite Racing are in 4th. Eric Andre still on board that machine. Sims Esports, Lewis Goodway are in 5th, with Very Monster Esports the first in Ferrari Challenge. Robert Monster in 6th spot. Red Camel Esports are 7th in their Audi as the RSR Abruzzi Esports car goes off in there for that machine. The second incident for that car in as many laps. So not good news for Brandon Roseborough in the 55 Ferrari there in GT3. Looking at the 991 Cup class, it's domination at the moment from Milner Motorsport. They're 16 seconds to the good over the Duo by SimRC team. Race Union Cup are in 3rd with Porsche Lorient 2 laps down for the French Porsche dealer team there. In GT4, the leader at the moment, Duo by SimRC, Matthias Schoger in that machine, with just the Simsa Esports car of Temo Toika just 7 seconds behind. Then you've got to go over a minute back to Tibbet Racing in 3rd and Milner Motorsport in 4th. Team RSL, Radio Show Limited, powered by Mofo, the 462 car. Darren Wood on board that car in 5th, and Lyport Esports are in 6th. And finally in TCR, our touring car class, Duo by SimRC dominating at the moment by 41 seconds from T3 Esports, with Very Monster in 3rd and AC Simsport 7 laps down as it stands. We're going to go to a Race Spot fan immersion right now, where we're going to ride on board with our Ferrari Challenge leader, the number 20 Very Monster Esports red car of Robin Monster. We're going to take an ever so short break, and you're going to get a few laps on board with Robin Monster, and we'll be right back with you. Welcome back to Sebring International Raceway. We hope you enjoyed a few laps on board with Robin Monster in the beautiful Ferrari 488 GT3 machine. Winner of the recent Petit Le Mans race at Road Atlanta a few weeks ago in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship. Can they repeat that success at Sebring for the 12 Hours of Sebring next week? We shall see. And also bringing you guys back in now, David, it's very exciting that Creventic, who organised the 12H series, they've organised a 24-hour race here at Sebring for next year, which is going to be very exciting indeed.
Yeah, I'm a big admirer of just the slow but steady growth of the Creventic 24-hour series. They started off with a few events, and now it's a global phenomenon of sports car racing, gentleman drivers, and other involvement across multiple continents. Still very popular in Europe, but then also reaching out across continents and new markets, and great racing and events they have. 24 Hours of Kota, Sebring, Monza, and all that like. So great that they have an announcement that they're very delighted about. And Peter, don't get too confused here as you see two orange Audis next to each other on track.
This is going to give me nightmares for weeks now, yes. Of course, as soon as I see an orange car, I think it's got to be a Dutch car. So, of course, I tell you what, Jorn Zottekau, he is on a charge right now, is the Dutchman in the red Camel Esports machine, coming through Sunset Bend, moving up into 5th place, or trying to. Can he seal the move up? Lewis Goodway in the Sims Esports car goes back to the inside, and he's going to take it back, is he? Wow, goodness me, big bravery there around the outside from the red Camel Esports machine of Jorn Zottekau, and moves up to 5th place. An excellent move. And yeah, just coming back, speaking of Dutch teams, of course, Creventic based in Holland, and their office is actually just outside a place called Nijmegen, which I'm quite familiar with. It's in my previous life as a whiskey salesman. There was actually a whiskey festival in Nijmegen, in the woods there, called, and I kid you not, called Maltstock. And that was based in Nijmegen. So you've got all the vices in Nijmegen. You've got racing cars, and you've got Scotch whisky as well.
Sounds beautiful. Just don't mix the two at the same time. I think the recommended order is race cars first.
Yes, always race cars first. I think that's the order that really that fits for anything, I think.
Can't disagree there. But you guys forgot that they one thing about Creventic in the 24-hour series, they actually open up the racing calendar. So if you guys are aware, people say that the 24 hours, the Rolex 24 hours of Daytona might be the first endurance event. People are wrong. The first endurance event is the 24 hours of Dubai. That is actually for the Hankook 24-hour series, in one of the tracks that I love the most, one of the most underrated tracks in the whole world, in my opinion.
And what an exciting race it was this year. I caught quite a bit of it. And I don't know, maybe that's when we should have realised that this year wasn't going to plan, is when the 24 hours of Dubai got flooded. That probably wasn't a good sign for what was to come. But it was entertaining, the racing that we did have there.
Go on.
By the way, can I say a story? It's a fun story about this. I think I said this on the previous broadcast, on the Spa broadcast for the HNR 24 Hours of Spa, that I kind of know Dennis Lin. I know him from the racing stuff. Hugo, even our producer over here, is Dennis' former teammate back in some other sims. But talking about Dennis, it's funny that he sent us pictures from people just playing surf around the Spa 24-hour pit lane, and some other pictures and all the kind of stuff. He was telling the stories from the unlikelihood of seeing the racetrack being flooded by water right in the middle of January in the very unlikely weather of Dubai in that on that summer sun. I had some other words, but in my English sometimes play me tricks.
No problem. Yeah, it's a good friend of mine, Rory Butcher, who races in the British Touring Car Championship and during the season, but does do a little bit of GT stuff. He started off really in the big scale in GTs and European Le Mans Series, etc. And he was due to go out and race in a BMW GT4 at that Dubai 24 Hours, and he didn't even get to the race because his flight was actually turned around mid-air because there was airstrikes going on in the Middle East, and they had to come back, and he got stuck at Istanbul airport for nearly a day and ended up not getting to the race at all. So it was, yeah, like you said, David, you make an excellent point. We should have known that this was just going to be a year that was you just don't know where it's going to end.
No one had the right bingo card for this one.
It would need to be the size of a flag. Yeah. It would.
The only thing that is certain about bingo cards is the Race Pop bingo card, which will have it available in 2021 for the special events. That is for sure.
Oh, that's a great. Now, what are for, of course, for our viewers watching, what are some of the entrants that we could have on our bingo cards? Do we think
there will be more than 300 cone deaths in 24 hours?
300. Oh, the good one. Yeah, that's a good one. David, any particular additions?
Whether it's a race bingo card or a broadcast bingo card, it's a broadcast bingo card. You're not going to get very far into the broadcast before you tick off someone saying, to say the least, twice in one sentence. We love doing that at Race Spot. Maybe not me, maybe some other people. Is fan immersion going to be on the bingo card? That'd have to be the free square.
It will be.
Yeah, I think that's got to be one. I think it's whenever I mention Corvette.
Sure. Hey, I want to say, we saw most of the top teams in GT3 double stint their tyres, right? The two ones to keep your eye on here, I guess, have been the outliers. So Red Camel Esports, we've seen them cutting through, making up some positions, and they're currently the fastest car on track with their newer tyres. The other one within our top 10 who took tyres is the Race Union 12-hour Audi here, and now they're starting to pile some pressure on Atlantis Racing Team, who've just been balked on the outside of my favourite corner, Tower, by one of the TCR cars, and this is an opportunity for Race Union to use the 4 new tyres underneath their Audi.
Yeah, and we've seen, of course, in the hands of Jorn Zottikau, the Red Camel Esports Audi, with new tyres on board, that Ingolstadt machine is an absolute rocket ship. I have to say, a couple of years ago, I had the great fortune of owning a Audi RS3 for a year, and what my favourite part about it was that it's not built in the same factory as the normal Audi road cars. It's built at Audi Sport, so it's got the little kind of manufacturer number, and it's got built Ingolstadt, Germany, and of course that's where all the race cars are built. I have to say that gave me an incredibly geeky but a great pleasure seeing that. As we see, there you go then, the number 87 Race Union car using those fresh boots and straight up the inside.
And let me just say, I don't know if you guys see this as a struggle, probably early race strategy, but that Atlantis car, that is right now, he's the leader of the GT3 field in the standings as we speak. He has 36 points. The T3 Esports Beta is in second with 33. So there is still a very open, wide field for the battle of the GT3 category, because Team ABBA is not over here. Unfortunately, it was a P3. Gas X Racing not all over here as well. Esports not being here as well, so it opens up for these teams like Modena to take the top spotting depending on circumstances and how well they do. And for a team that has been very constant in this championship, not getting within the top 5, it can be good for them.
Well, it's a shame we don't have the Team ABBA car here, because, well, the list of song name puns to fit in there are almost endless, which is a pity, indeed. I tell you what, it's a shame we've not got any Mercedes out there as well. We've not got any rumbling AMG GT3s. It's not been the car of favour over the last little while in the GT3 category.
I think it's maybe a couple of months ago it was a little more out of fashion than it is right now. That is GT racing. Bop comes and goes. I think some cars have their time in the sun, but it can't be forever. But I don't think across some of the other championships I've seen that in endurance racing the AMG GT is done on iRacing. I think it has some tracks that suit it a little better than others, but can definitely be competitive now against most other classes, most other cars in class.
Indeed, and of course it did win here in the real world in the Sebring 12 Hour back in 2017. And the Ferrari winning in 2016 as well. This car has actually been around for quite a while now, the 488 GT3, and it's interesting to see what they will well, I think we're still a long way off a replacement for this car as well, because there's not really much in the kind of Ferrari lineup right now where you could sort of transfer it across, so they've just kept adding evolutions to it, and I mean, it's still a good package. We saw it nearly win at something to be honest I thought I'd never see, the Ferrari nearly winning it at Spa a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, it's a very interesting car, you know, that for Ferrari, they're probably not going to have another instance, I think, in terms of GT3 cars. I would say that the 488 is probably the most balanced version that you probably had of a GT3 car of any. I'm not going to say any category. Any of the cars they had in the previous iterations, in the 458 and the 430 GT. So it's a very good car. It has very good acceleration, top speed. It handles quite well. It doesn't waste a lot of rubber in comparison to the 458 used to do back in the day, and also the 430 was a tire killer, kind of known as a tire killer in some of the tracks. So it's good to see this car being very good and, like you mentioned, nearly winning the spot 24 hours last week. Not a long ago.
Exactly, yeah, not long ago at all. As we see, there's a little bit of a traffic jam appearing here. We've got Dominic Ang in the middle here. He is a lap down on the pink and blue car, the VRS Satellite Racing of Enric Andre. He's at the back there in the Audi. He's sitting in 4th place, and is Dominic Ang going to move across and let him go? Possibly. Not making it entirely easy for him, but of course the 12th place DMC by HSPR Blue of Dominic Spicker as Dominic Ang goes off just a little bit, lost it on the brakes there. Maybe just a little bit unsighted with the other drivers coming through, but VRS Satellite Racing and Red Camel Esports get through cleanly, sort of. Let's see what happens here. Does he get pushed or does he lose it on the brakes? Yeah, he just loses his braking point slightly. Easy to do when the cars are coming through at pace.
Pace is Red Camel Esports, who've now gotten their nose ahead of VRS Satellite Racing for 4th. So while I thought that double stinting the tyres was probably going to be the way to go, Red Camel Esports have bucked the trend and are making the most of a new set.
They have, but they've really had to make the moves, haven't they? It's, of course, it's all very well having the speed, but you've got to make the overtaking manoeuvres to keep getting clean track. And tell you what, it's been an amazing stint from Jorn Zotterkau, my driver of the day so far, I would say. Apart from the Australian Hayden Burns, of course, David.
Yeah, from Australia. I think you can't underestimate what he's done as well here, where he was very, very patient in the first stint. He's gotten to the lead. He's been consistent and pulled out the lead. I mean, Red Camel Esports, we've seen them go from, 8th to 7th to 6th, leapfrogging their way up to 4th. But even now in 4th place, they're 50 seconds away from the lead of the race. So I think double stinting the tyres has worked for your top two of Modena and Duo by SimRC GT3. It's some of these other teams where maybe their driving style early didn't suit it, maybe their car setup doesn't suit it. So amongst, 3rd through to 10th, it seems like Red Camel are doing very well, but their strategy isn't enough to topple our front row from the grid.
Yeah, and I was
sorry, go on, Lorenzo.
I was gonna say we should keep an eye on that as well, because Jorn is about 5 seconds away from Boston Dolbit, so there is still a few more laps. So say roughly 4 or 5 more laps for Jorn to actually handle that car, as he just goes by the Ferrari of the DMC by HPSR Blue in the speaker. So it's gonna be really interesting how hard is Jorn willing to push that Audi R8 and try to get P3 right before he comes into the pit lane for his pit service.
Seems like it's Jamie Fluke and Hayden Burns, the 16 car and the 76 car. They are in a little bit of their own division right now. There's Hayden Burns about 8 seconds behind Jamie Fluke, so he's been able to just stretch that. Jamie Fluke's been able to just stretch that lead a little bit more in the second half of the stint. But the third place car, Bastian Dobitz, 43 seconds off the leader. So it's it's quite quite a gap. So we'll need to see how that develops over the race. Indeed, but of course, Modena Motorsports and Duo by SimRC, they did not take tyres at the pit stop, and I tell you what, for them still, they're lapping still 2:01.3 from Jamie Fluke last time around on tyres which are nearly 2 hours old. That's impressive.
Yeah, I wanted to mention this, to be very honest. You know, the pace that Fluke, Burns, and also Dobitz were able to put with these worn out tires, being highly consistent within the 201s. Of course, the car is light. Don't get us wrong. The car is much lighter than they actually had when they come out of the pits. So eventually, it would be faster. It would come down from that 202, 203 margin they were putting in when they started their second stint. But it's still impressive, nevertheless, how fast they have been, and how effective they have been in traffic and not lose a lot of time in the process, especially Fluke, because he's been constantly within those 201s. He hasn't broken the 202 for the past 20 laps. The last time he actually was on the 202 was on lap 32 with the 202.30, 030. Anything else was just between the 201 mid-high range. So really good drive from the Modena Motorsports car, and also from the prorated licensed driver of the United Kingdom.
Yeah, Jamie Fluke, the Northern Irishman, the man from Armagh, a part of the world where there's quite amazing culture for motorcycle road racing as well. Some of the biggest names in that sport come from around that part of the world. So we see the 5th place car here of Eric Andre. Now I think we should see quite a few driver changes coming up at the next round of pit stops, which anytime in the next 10 minutes we should see the GT3 runners coming in for their stops, and we'll see who's going to hand over. I would think after 2 hours would probably be about on cue, do you think, guys, for handing over?
I think it especially pairs up well with some of the GT3 cars that have been double stinting the tyres. I mean, you don't really want to change driver when you're not changing tyres, so then when you do come around to changing tyres, that is the right opportunity for a driver swap. You do see a lot of 2-hour drive time stints for GT3, both in the real world and in these endurance sim racing events on iRacing, which is all sort of lines up neatly to structure your driver schedule and your tyre schedule to match up like that. So I had a peek for our race leader. They've got Kevin Ellis Jr. on standby to potentially take over from that one. Who did I just hear coming together out on track though?
We've got a Viper Nisa Racing car off. The number 17 of Douglas Coe. He's not had an easy day of it. He's got a TCR car behind him, and he get ploughed by the TCR car. I don't think the TCR car was quite expecting that, and poor old Douglas Coe, he's having a difficult day out there in the R8 GT3, so he'll probably handing the car over shortly. But yeah, just coming back to Kevin Ellis Jr., fellow Scotsman from over in Glasgow, and of course very much a front runner in the Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup for Apex Racing Team, and actually tied on points with Max Benecke in the series this year. So he had a really strong season indeed. Now I noticed you mentioned off the air, David, you were having an ice cream. What particular flavour of ice cream did you have in our little immersion break there?
Well, I tagged you on Twitter if you want to take a delicious look at it, but it's an ice cream on a stick that was in my freezer, and without naming brands, and it'd probably be useless for me to do it anyway because you might even not have this one in other places, but it's a very thick dark chocolate coating around chocolate and blood orange ice cream. So it's like a chocolate and orange ice cream stick, and it was fantastic.
It sounds fantastic. That is, I'm going to go and raid my freezer straight after this and go for that, even though it's just before 1 o'clock here in the United Kingdom, but that is very much ice cream time.
Wanted to take a look at it, which I'm sure they do, then they'd get on Twitter and they'd look at hashtag 24-hour series, where there's some even more sensible posts about the racing and such, and you can join the discussion, and we'd love to hear from you as well as on the YouTube comments as well.
Indeed. Yep. Lorenzo, what was your refreshment of choice in our immersion break?
I got myself a little bit of coconut water. I like coconut water because, well, that's the thing about being Brazilian, the tropical things. You got coconut water. People might not like it. It's understandable. I like it because it is refreshing. It has a lot of, you know, I was going to say proteins and things like that. So it's kind of excel as well as something that can be vitalized in these early hours in the morning because I had to wake up at 6 a.m. So I'm feeling what David feels whenever he actually commentates on the 60 Plus series. So it's a really interesting feel. But I have also cheese ball bread getting ready on the oven as we speak. But let's get back into the action because, as I mentioned, Red Camel, like I mentioned, is on the back bumper shortly of that T3 Esports beta car and watching opens.
Indeed, yeah. This has been I think this is going to be a stint that team look back on as a critical one. This is Nick Tandy in the night in 2015 at Le Mans-esque. He's charged through the pack and made the thing is it's all very well putting on those new tyres, but you've really got to work hard to get the best use out of them and make that get that return on the investment in time that you made putting them on in the first place. And Jorn Zutikow, well, doing a brilliant job. It would be interesting to see whether he does another stint on these tyres or whether he stays in the car and puts another set on. I mean, for these guys, I think this would be a great strategy to work all the way through. They know that their car is super quick on fresh tyres, and maybe that's going to be their strategy. Just throw them on at every stop and circle the drivers through and go from there.
This for the moment, that could work, because obviously all the cars that are around them right now that are double stinted are going to be changing tyres at this stop. So if Red Camel change tyres at this stop, they'd still be in third or fourth, wherever it is they are when they come into the lane shortly. So they had a bit of a moment trying to turn in. You had the rear, almost wanted to step out on Jorn Zutikow for a second there. But yeah, certainly, I mean, at least so long as the track doesn't cool off drastically and, you know, help the tyre life of their competitors. I think changing tyres every stint, so long as they're going to, you know, go out there and find the pace, could work for them if they're angling for a podium.
I agree 100%. By the way, we have one of the first cars coming into the pit lane from the GT3 once again in the DMC by HPSR Blue. Dominic Speaker's doing the car.
Modena Motorsports in as well, a little earlier than anticipated.
That's very early.
Fluke.
Yeah.
That's very early indeed from Jamie Fluke. Now, here's a question for you guys. Did he then, with this, did you think he maybe just short-filled a couple of seconds in his last stop to be able to get the track position to then open up the gap? Do you think there's any maybe truth in that?
I had heard that suggested, so it actually would check out with what we're seeing right now, which is Fluke getting out, Kevin Ellis Jr. getting in, and a couple laps earlier than some of their other competitors. Red Camel are going to join them as well now, so they weren't quite able to grab that third place and lock it away before their pit stops came around. They're going to be joined by VRS Satellite Racing in the background as well.
Yeah, and I think someone suggested on the over here on the 24 Hours series chat that Fluke actually short fueled by 2 laps when they came into the pit lane. So it's an interesting call. You can see the car up in the jacks with Calvin Ellis Jr., another, as you mentioned, Peter, pro-rated driver into the car. This is going to be interesting how Kevin will do in comparison to his teammate. Whereas Burns still just past our turn will come to the pit lane anytime soon.
Yeah, so this is going to play out all the way through. So Kevin Ellis Jr., the Flying Scotsman behind the wheel of that Modena Motorsports Audi, another Apex Racing team driver. Him and Jamie Fluke on a weekend off, it would appear. Having a go at some GT3 racing in the off-season from the Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. So let's see what the this Audi of Hayden Burns decides to do, the duo by Sim RC machine, and he drops into pit lane now as well. So is that the Sims that came in? Tim Graven's had a crash. Oh, stay there. Oh, yeah. Well done with the BMW to avoid that there. That's huge for the lead in GT4.
Yeah, we're looking over here on the replay as he comes into Sunset Bend. Team Greven, a very well-known driver from the Netherlands. You're going to see right now he comes into the Sunset. Everything seems to be just fine with that 718 Cayman Club Sport GT4. Now the car gets a little bit loose on the exit, and let's see if he clips the grass. Yeah, he clips the grass right on the exit and bangs on into the outside part of the wall on the start-finish line. Luckily for one Team Graven, he knows that the Porsche is not a front-engine car; it is a mid-engine car. So the thing that might happen is him losing a little bit of top speed.
Well, the thing is there, he's agonizingly just past the entry to pit lane, so he couldn't go in, and he's got to go do a whole lap to go around and then get the car repaired. Oh, really, really unfortunate indeed. Well, gentlemen, it's unfortunately the time has come for me to bid you adieu, at least for the next 3 hours. I will be back at 4 p.m. GMT, and I'll hand over to the ever-capable ice-cream-fueled David Haynes. Gentlemen, have fun, and I'll see you in a few hours' time.
Behave.
I'll try.
Maybe that was an instruction for me as well. See you, Peter. Coverage continues from Race Sport TV of Virtual 24-Hour Series 12 hours from Sebring, and we're right in the middle of the pit stop window. We're almost at the end of it for GT3. Some have carried on are yet to pit. Same two for T3 Esports Beta and Atlantis Racing Team. Both did that last stint. We've seen earlier stops from Modena Motorsports, who were in the lead. Now Kevin Ellis Jr. driving for them. And you see the gap between themselves and the Duvo car.
He had a little bit of an increase, if I recall that correctly, because I think the pit lane was longer for Kevin Ellis Jr., but for the runoff from start to finish, I think it was faster for Kevin Ellis. I can see 131.5 for Modena and 134 total for Duvo. I don't know if you get that, if you had this information as I do.
So what was very, very close in the first stint after the first pit stop where they both went fuel only, then became about 5 seconds, now becomes closer to 10, 15 seconds. It's looking pretty good for Modena Motorsports, and they've also got Benny Simonson, who might drive that car a little bit later. The teams that I've got my eyes on, though, the teams that are making it all the way to the top of the hour and might be able to cut out a pit stop compared to some of the other teams. T3 Esports Beta number 71 and Atlantis Racing Team have both just come in. They'll exit pit lane after the top of the hour. Simsa Esports GT3 somehow have kept going yet another lap. Someone better check the fuel cell in that car after the race, but they're clearly going for a fuel conservation and tyre conservation strategy here to try to make sure that they can get the podium in their little battle that we saw. It's getting very close between them and Red Camel.
Yeah, interesting call from the Sims garage, leaving Lewis Goodway one more lap, 29 laps on the stint of the driver from the UK. So really good, really interesting call from the team. I don't know how fast he's going to be because he might have to short shift a few turns. I can see the car short shifting in a few of the turns, trying to save as much fuel as he can possibly save as he goes into tower. Obviously, he's not going to come in front out of the any of the cars that are in the lead of Modern and Duvo, but there's a good chance, and I mean really good chance, he might be within the fray of the T3 car if everything's played out into his favor.
Other thing is Red Camel Esports, after taking tyres at their first stop, have come back out not taking tyres. Jon Zutukau waits, so might be shoe on the other foot here. Simza pitting after this stop with a new set of tyres, having to hunt down about 20 seconds on track to Red Camel. They've ended up on opposing stint schedules there on the tyres between the two cars that we think at the moment are the best bet for the podium. So let's look what Lewis Goodway and Simza Esports GT3 go for. I have to imagine, Lorenzo, there's probably another driver prepped waiting to get in this one.
Yeah, I saw there might be the possibility of, I saw Scott Brazier, Augusta Greenberg, as you can see my alarm going off for the cheese bread. My apologies. But let's see who's going to come in as we're looking right now. Augustus Greenberg is going to take the car from Lewis Goodway, so the Lithuanian driver will take the reins out of that car.
Glad you said it. I was nearly about to say Estonian, and that would have been wrong. I would have been from the right region of Europe, but the wrong nationality. So, driver swap, as you say. Gustas Grinbergus is going to get in, and of course that is going to go along with a tyre change. Fuel nearly done. And then they get up on the jacks. They'll get back out. Red Camel have already come through into third place, though. Where's Simza going to come out near? Probably near T3 Esports Beta, you would think. Cars up on the jacks there. The third down the pit lane, because well, they qualified third, and that's how the pit box assignments have been done. Look, he's got the car in first gear. He's got the steering wheel turned to get out of the box and around the pace car. He's just waiting on them to pull out the air jacks. Gustas Grinberg, as he drops, he revs. And he's going to try to come out of the pit lane and see what Simza Esports can do. He has been jumped by T3 Esports Beta. And then also ahead of there in third and fourth is Red Camel Esports and Race Union 12 hours on used tyres. So critical stint where they've got to use the grip of the new tyres. Here is Race Union 12 hours in fourth, being pursued by T3 Esports Beta, who have just put on their new set of tyres. So this is one you really expect T3 Esports and Jens Hammann going to try to grab that position soon. They've also got blue flags waving in front of that for the number 56 car, Freddie Ang, in that Viper Niza iRacing Audi. Easy to spot in resplendent green. Headlights are going to flash both ways there. Watch how this one goes. Viper Niza GT3 catching the Milner Motorsports GT4, in turn being caught by Race Union, in turn being caught by T3 Esports Beta. This is an exciting little part of the racetrack at the moment. Race Union, Florian Baden, does not want to be held up trying to lap a car of the same class down the Ullman Straight. Lorenzo, Race Union are going to get through very cleanly. T3 Esports are also signalling their intent to dive down the inside at sunset.
Yeah, just diving down that number 56 car out of the Viper Niza of Freddie Ang. So Buckley making clean work, and now Jens Holman just on the backside of that Audi R8 from Race Union, which is going to be interesting because T3 now having the better tire in comparison to Race Union. Florian Baudin now is a fast GT3 driver. I see him in a few occasions, but I don't think it's going to be enough for the French driver to hold off Jens Holman and the better tires out of the Audi R8 from the number 71.
So at this point in the race, 2 hours in, we've seen pit stops from everyone in every class. A reminder, the 4 classes we're racing with here on iRacing. It's GT3 out front, then it's the 991 class made up of Porsche Cup vehicles, then it's GT4, then it's TCR. So, the overall leader at the moment, Modena Motorsports in the Audi R8, Duvo by Sim RC in second. Hayden Burns made way out of that car. Third, Red Camel Esports. Fourth, Race Union 12 hour, the car we're currently got our eyes on, as they've got to go lap their teammate in the 991 class. And T3 Esports Beta in 5th, as you can see, just a couple tenths of a second behind, trying to get past. VRS Satellite Racing in 6th, Sims Esports GT3 in 7th, and 8th place, Ferry Monster Esports Red Ferrari in the GT3 class. So the next class, as we said, 991, made up of these Porsche Cup vehicles. They are being led very handily by Duvo by SimRC Cup 2, the 976 on your screen in white, blue, red, and some splashes of black, particularly on the rear of the vehicle. So they are a minute 20 seconds, but not a full lap ahead of Mulner Motorsport Sim Racing Blue, who led early. That might actually all switch up, though, as it's pit stop time in that class. Still, you can see 3rd and 4th there. GT4, where we've got 6 cars made up of Cayman GT4s and BMW M4 GT4s. The lead, again, Duvo by SimRC GT4 in their Cayman, head of Tibet Racing at the moment. Right behind them is Mulner Motorsport Sim Racing Pro. Your Team RSL powered by Mofo just off the lead lap in 4th. Another lap back to Sims Esports GT4. We saw a big incident coming through Sunset Bend for them, where they tagged just a little bit of the grass, spun heavily into the pit wall. Let's see if they can hold on to 5th, because Lipa Esport Black in 6th place in class are out on track circulating as well. And then TCR, where we've got 4 Audi RS3 LMS cars. Once again, it's Duvo by SimRC out front in this class. T3 Esports Alpha are in 2nd, Ferry Monster Esport Grey in 3rd, and AC Sim Motorsport. Lorenzo, I think you actually got some news from them, didn't you?
Yeah, I actually had it from the Lippert
Oh, it was a different team.
Yeah, sorry, not the Lippert, from the Modena Motorsports 2 car. I got from the Pierre. I got from one of the drivers, which was, I think, Pierre. I'm just gonna get the name here correctly. Is Pierre Rigaudon that sent me that they have internet issues. They are in China right now. It cut 2 times, and they were already far down, so they decided to kind of retire the car of sorts. I saw it on the pit lane as I spoke. It is still on the pit lane. 59 minutes for Pekka Saarinen, so they still have issues about that, and they're gonna just support their leading car in Kevin Ellis Jr. in that Audi R8 of the number 16 car.
So in this virtual 24-hour series event, we have less mechanical issues and more telecommunications issues, but the majority of our field, all bar 2 cars, are still running. Now we're 2 hours into this race, and the action is around 4th and 5th, where our different tyre strategies are playing out. Race Union double stinted those tyres. That's given them the track position into 4th. T3 Esports Beta in their Audi R8, looking like they're just a little bit quicker, but not able to find a way around just yet. Track position versus lap speed, and track position's winning at the moment.
Yeah, track position winning at the moment. You can see Ian's looking for that inside move on the hairpin. Is not going to have any or enough room to make that work as they go into the hairpin, get out of it. They're going now into Fangio, which is turn 8 and 9. And let's see if Holman is going to have that overlap to work with as they come into Cunningham. It's not going to be enough. Still keeping within the toe of the Race Union cars. And this is one of the interesting things right now, David, because we are looking at Race Union P4. This is the best place they've been so far into this race. Started 7th position. They stayed within that range, P7, P6, and now they're P4 due to tires pit strategies. So you can see already early in the race these very, very interesting calls from this team to try to look for podium spots. But we still can make a very, very early call on who's going to be the early podium. But interesting call so far.
Yep, and if you've got a favourite driver, a favourite team that you want to follow along with, head to racebot.tv/endurance, where we have live timing available, and you'd be able to see the difference in the pit stop times from the tyre change versus no tyre change between these 2 cars, as well as across all of the classes. So if you've got team you're supporting, you've got some friends in one of the car, And we're not showing them at the moment. You can keep tabs on their progress there with that live timing. What I've noticed here in this battle is that the T3 Esports beta car sometimes a bit deeper on the brakes, carries a bit more speed on the entry to the corners, but that's not enough to help them get past. They need to be faster on the exit of the corners to then carry more speed down a straight, put themselves in a position to try to get down the inside at one of the few overtaking opportunities here. You can go down the inside at Sunset. Hairpin, they're approaching, also a big popular braking zone. 5/10 back, you don't think they're close enough to dive down this time?
No, I think that is not going to be enough. I think another thing that we could be talking about is the fact that Holman might be a little bit more safer on the car, trying to take care of more of the tires in comparison to what Florian Bodon is actually doing. He has the last rubber, so he wants to be more aggressive and not let the car out of the T3 car to get anywhere closer and make the move. So it's those mindset or early stints calls that you can make and then see who works out best. But you can see Bolden is struggling a little bit mid-corner. He managed to keep the car within the trap, but you can see the Audi, it's getting a little bit twitchy, so I don't know how that will affect the mid-stint, maybe the later part of the stint, where the tires are going to be more worn and the car is going to be more light.
Got a replay here, and this is yet more problems, unfortunately, for Leicester Racing Team. The second time they've caught the tyre barriers and ended up on their lid. There was unfortunately already a bit of damage on that car. I'm sure you're shocked there, Lorenzo, to see that once again managed to flip their car onto its roof. That's a kind of a rare accident to see. It's rare to see it happen twice to the same team, even so early in this race.
Yeah, normally said that lightning doesn't strike twice. Of course, it isn't at the same spot. They were turning around at Bishop, but still being flipped around by tire barriers. Can we say it did strike twice, just different places, but by the same individual?
I don't know precisely how the saying goes, but still odd to see, and unfortunate for them because they were well delayed from the first time the car had to be righted and repaired. Since we get close at the hairpin.
It's going to be really interesting. I think Holman is just trying to save much fuel. I think we can see clear as day. He's not being overly aggressive. I think the time he wants to be more aggressive is during the mid portion of the stint, where he knows that his car is going to be much more effective in comparison to the race union car. But then again, it's one of those decisions in how much time are you willing to lose in comparison to the other cars in the field. And if he knows that Nick Rowland, which is in the VRS satellite car, is not being anywhere faster in comparison to Holman's car.
Yeah, so two-car battle here for 4th and 5th. Also two-car battle in class, not far behind 6th and 7th. That's where Simsa Esports GT3 and Gustav Skrimbergus re-emerged. I do love this camera angle on the door though, where you get to see the driver's hands, the steering wheel position, the shift lights. And that helps you know a little bit more about, is the car on the limit? Is the driver really, wrangling everything out of it? Or are they just conserving fuel, conserving tyres? And it is pretty smooth inputs at the moment on board with the 71.
Yeah, normally we see a little bit of counter steering during these concrete portions of the track where it is more bumpy, and you can see the patches of, I would say this, the thing that kind of glues the concrete itself together on the track. You can see there is a little bit of counter steering during the exit over here on turn number 5 and 6. They go into the big loop, and now they're going to set themselves up for the hairpin once again.
Certainly, Race Union got held up just a little bit behind one of the TCR cars there. T3 Esports got closer, had to think about it. That was the sort of moment I think they needed to seize there if they wanted to get past, and they were going to get past. It definitely hurt the run from Race Union 12-hour GT3 through Big Bend and towards the hairpin, but the car we ride on board with just was not quite close enough.
No, it wasn't, and I'm looking over here at the battle between the VRS Satellite and also Simsa. And Greensburg is a little bit taking the same strategy as Homan is taking, so saving a little bit of fuel. But he needs to know that Homan is doing better on the scene in comparison to Roland, so he can afford to lose a lot of time in comparison to the number 71 car if he really wants to try to make any moves and trying to climb up a few spots before he comes into the pit lane.
A little bit more traffic for them, that being the previously quite damaged Simsa GT4 Porsche Cayman. It's been repaired, it's back out there, but it still doesn't look perfect, so I wonder what's possible for them. Oh no, more problems in the background there for the white Audi of Lestrop Racing Team. Kept it off the wall this time, but I think they found a little bit of grass, or maybe the steering has been damaged, isn't straight on that car. The rear of it at a minimum is a bit sad looking. But the action, 6th and 7th. VRS Satellite Racing, Nick Rowland versus SERIES Esports GT3, Gustas Grinbergus. I think both of these drivers are only just settling into the car after the driver change about 15 minutes ago, about 6 or 7 laps ago when you look at the lap times around this place. And decisive move from Nick Rowland to get down the inside of the Duvo SimRC TCR. Grinbergus had to wait a little moment longer and then jumped on through.
Yeah, not a whole lot of time lost. About 0.2 of a second roughly lost for Greenbergus in comparison to Roland. But you can see the lines. Yeah. Deep braking line.
Not enough for Grinbergus to strike, but you did see Nick Rowland come in a little bit deep there, miss the apex, and we saw someone else at that corner. Maybe locking up the rears a little bit. Very long braking zone from 6th gear all the way down to 2nd. Hardest stop on the circuit. So it does seem like across, and there's, this as well as I, Lorenzo, quite a lot of bumps in the concrete there. Even if you make a straight line of your braking zone, the rear tyres might want to lock up, the car might want to pitch sideways if you just have too much braking pressure and you catch one of the bumps wrong. And that changes every single lap, you catch the bumps differently.
Yeah, it's a very tricky corner. It's a very tricky track as well. For the hairpin, it is probably one of the easiest corners you can basically overshot yourself, even if you are under clean air, because you don't get those 100, 200, 100, and 550 meter boards. You basically get the normal American style boarding of you to go into your braking zone, which is the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And even at that, it can still easily overshot the turn, depending on how hard and how much speed you're trying to carry and how hard you're trying to brake, and the car doesn't want to brake and even work. So it is tricky, and it is not just that corner. Even at Cunningham at some points, or even Tower at some points, it is easy for you to overshot if you're not paying proper attention.
Missed it while we were looking at this. No, Race Union still ahead of T3 Esports Beta. Never mind. We can keep watching this great battle because Nick Rowland, again, the rear tyres, I think, is where the grit is going away on the VRS Satellite Racing car. He had a wiggle through turn 1. He had maybe a bit of a wiggle on the brakes down here at the hairpin a lap ago, and he thought about defending from Grinbergus into the hairpin on this lap. In the end, didn't really need to. He breezed back across onto the normal racing line. But out of Big Bend on the way down towards the braking zone, definitely left the option open to defend the inside line or hold the middle of the track, whatever he wanted to do. So Grinbergus has been here behind a lap or two now and hasn't been able to attack just yet, but definitely seems a little more confident and a little faster.
He does, and the problem for him is when does he want to strike? Because he is, if you look on the laps he has done so far, 201, 202, 201, 202, so he's been in the 202 and 201 range Only this lap he was slightly slower due to traffic, but he has a pace to match the T3 cars in the Race Union ones. The problem is he's just dialing back bit by bit. It was 12 seconds when I first reported it. It's now nearly 14 seconds, the gap between VRS Satellite and the Simsa. So you can see now Gus is being slightly more aggressive as they come into sunset.
He absolutely is right up underneath the rear diffuser. Audi versus Audi. The difference is in setup here, but when it comes to one of the other things between the models of the car, they're obviously homologated identically. So the differences to driving style, differences to setup, differences to things you can change during the race, like ABS, traction control, and brake bias, a very, very important tool. But when it is, same horsepower, very similar drag versus each other, then it's difficult to make a move unless the driver in front has a big mistake.
Yeah, and it's not easy for you to find the perfect setup that can kind of, find great performance or top-notch performance in both, I would say, weathers. Because at the very start of the race, you have kind of a hot weather between 31 to 33 degrees. Now climb a little bit down. It is 29 degrees. Celsius is staying right there for the past hour or so, as we're still seeing this battle, and it will continue to come down eventually as the hours go on by on the North American track. So finding that right setup that can give you performance all around without making too much tweaks is very hard. But that's what engineers are there for, to make the right adjustments.
Precisely. Great angle from the roof cam with Grimbergus, and it's another one of these little complex corners where one feeds into the other, and you see some differences of lines as Grimbergus opened up the entry of the corner, tightened up the exits because he's so desperately trying to get a strong run onto the Ullman straight here. And Nick Rowland might have been distracted adjusting something there because he saw he put the outside tyres on the grass for a minute. It did not hurt him here. Again, a wider entry, tighter at the apex, trying to carry more speed off the corner to put Nick Rowland under pressure.
Yeah, and Greenberg is now going to be again just driving on the back bumper and the back wing of that Audi R8 of VRS Satellite. But you can see he's putting the effort. He's not going overly aggressive, but he's still putting that effort. Trying to get closer. He's just not having the perfect run. But I think we can see the Tibbet M4 car just right ahead of him. That could work wonders right now if placed on the good spot for Greenberg. Is unfortunately just around the big bend, so it's not going to work any bit for the driver out of the 66 car.
Yeah, the GT4 BMW doesn't want to get in the way of a battle like this. They've got a very clean looking car and they probably want to keep it that way, and of course blue flags would be waving as well. And in the end, didn't quite do anything to change this battle, didn't disadvantage Nick Rowland, didn't help Gustas Grimbergus, or vice versa. Sometimes the traffic will slot between the two cars and open the gap up from 3/10 out to 6, 7 or 8/10. Now Grimbergus has found the headlight flasher button as well. He is doesn't look from that behavior like he wants to stay behind.
No, he doesn't. You can see he's trying to play a little bit more aggressive than usual. By the way, I'm seeing the Viper Niza car in the 56 onto pit lane. James Russell taking over from Freddie Young, and unfortunately for Freddie, not a very long stint. Only, I would say, 14 laps out of the 12 laps. Not much. Basically, that's even below half a stint for that Audi R8, who's just been plagued with troubles throughout this race so far.
More TCR traffic on the way into sunset. GT3 should have a lot more grip, a lot more speed through here. Burgess does dive down the inside quite easily to the inside of the TCR car. He's flashing his headlights at traffic, and now he's flashing his headlights at his competitor in class as well. So for a couple laps here, we are going to ride on board with SERIES Esports GT3 and Gustas Grinbergus. So enjoy this trip on board the Audi R8 LMS GT3. Couple hot moments for Gustas Grinbergus riding on board with the SERIES Esports Audi R8 GT3 there. Off on the grass, the exit of Le Mans also had maybe a bit of a moment at turn 1 as well. He's pushing on, does not want to continue to be stuck behind VRS Satellite Racing, but unfortunately he's just not able to find enough of a speed advantage or able to find himself placed in the right time when traffic slows down his competitor.
Yeah, but luckily for them, if we are to look over here, David, both drivers have been slowly catching up to Jens Holman. So unfortunately for Jens, doing 2:04 on the last lap, so 2 seconds taken away from the T7 from the 71 car. So they are within the realm of possibilities. Who knows if they work themselves off? Like Greensburg is actually getting held back by a Porsche just after the Cunningham section, so losing a lot of time. The driver of the Sims vehicle, and that's the one thing he really doesn't want. But traffic take it, traffic give it, traffic shall take it.
Precisely, it shall. We had our rundown earlier of where everyone runs, and I'm able to grab an Eric Andre from the SERIES Satellite Racing 67 he is. And Eric, what's your feeling about the race? I mean, first and second have kind of, or at least first has kind of bolted away, but it does seem pretty close in GT3 between about 3rd place and 10th place.
I mean, the race is okay considering we used to drive the Ferrari, and actually it seems like the website reached out when we signed up. So we had to drive the Audi without any practice or setup in the car. So it was kind of a nightmare for me to adapt, and yeah, I think we're currently P6, and as long as we're finishing the race without any major incident, I will be happy.
Yeah, exactly. You're in a little bit of a battle here against SERIES Esports GT3. Same tyres between you and them. What are you telling Nick Rowland about how to keep them behind?
It seems like they are actually faster. I think they're just lifting behind us, and they will probably want to overcut us in the pits. But I do know it seems like Nick is doing a great job. He's just trying to be consistent and see what we can do after the couple of hours.
Yeah, it's working so far to hold on to that position. What about the pit strategy? We obviously saw Simza going very long, trying to make sure they do at least 60 minutes to every stint. Not everyone's doing the same. What's that going to mean later in the race?
That means that they probably won't have to do a splash and dash in the end. So basically we're probably going to lose like 25 seconds to pits, plus maybe 5 or 10 seconds for the splash and dash. So if you actually are doing a splash and dash, you need to be sure to have at least like 25-40 seconds of a gap with the cars behind you.
What about the other big element of strategy, the round rubber things that go on the wheels? It's been very, I think, mild air and track temperatures, not so cold, not so hot, Goldilocks. What have you been thinking about double stinting the tyres? Some people are doing it, some people aren't.
For now, we are doing it. We are double stinting the tyres, and I think the temps won't rise that much because it's already in sim. So now the track will just become colder and colder. So I think everyone should double stint from now on.
What about the series as a whole, virtual 24-hour series? A big mixture of real-world teams, real-world drivers, sim teams, sim drivers, all together. How's it been for you guys?
Not very lucky. We made a mistake at Spa for the first round, and we're kind of unlucky in the second round with a big crash during the start of the race. So yeah, no, the main thing is we just wanted to finish the series with a clean race. So that's why for us finishing the race is the most important, and as it's my last race for Satellite, we'll be really happy if we can grab a good result here.
Well, thank you so much for being very generous with your time, giving us a bit of insight about the battle we've been watching on screen. You've already said, I guess, thank you to Satellite Racing. And anything else you want to say?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for your sponsor, also Track Racer, VRS, and HyperX. And thank you also to you guys for commentating this race. And to Nilekens also, who is doing a wonderful job for this series.
Thank you, and Eric Andre, VRS Satellite Racing, for the moment. Maybe not going forwards, so he says. But it was good to... Well, Lorenzo, it's always good to just get a little bit of insight from the people on the ground, because we can, you know, sit up here, watch the television cameras, read the timing screen, and try to say what's going on. But the drivers know how it really feels and what their strategy and their battle is.
Yeah, it's a very interesting talk with Anrik. Anrik usually one of the fastest guys. Normally, he's an LMP driver instead of the GT3 driver. Let's not take away the fact that he's highly capable of driving the GT3s. But it's a very interesting fact, you know, that you can pick their brains, see their double stint. I wanted to see if there's a realm of possibility, maybe down into the later hours, maybe, which we're not going to be covering it, unfortunately, David. But in
Race
the night
Spot will be.
hours,
We're personally not going to be able to.
yeah. Sorry.
On the 24-hour
Wrong wording.
series YouTube, there will be coverage lights to flag.
Yeah, so with that correction made, thank you, by the way, David, for that correction. Didn't say it on my part. It's gonna be interesting if there's the realm of triple stint during the night. If the weather it's actually cold, or if it goes right around 19, 18 degrees, maybe 20, we can still see maybe a possibility of a team trying to risk for a triple stint and see if they can get the performance out of the car very well in comparison to the other teams with better rubber.
Yeah, and I've just been thinking, now we're riding on board still with SERIES Esports GT3, is you mentioned, and Eric Andre, quite a fan of prototype driving. So too, Gustav Skrimbergus, who I think might be the youngest ever Asian Le Mans Series race winner in an LMP3 car. It's something like that. He has some very interesting, probably an interesting future ahead of him for a young driver already so accomplished. He's been struggling with this, maybe with the setup on this Audi R8 GT3, but when he's not behind the sim, he's also, I think, one to watch.
Yeah, he should be the one of the guys to watch. I'm just trying to grab the team he actually drives LMP3 for nowadays. He drives for the DHK Motorsport in the Ligier JS P320 car. A very interesting Ligier. I've always have this very interesting look on the LMP3 cars, which is a car that is not as fast as a GT3 car. It has kind of like the same power, but it has a little bit of better. It's funny. This is one of the things. It performs aerodynamically better because it is a lighter car and can go faster on the corners. But on the straight line speed, actually the GT3 has just as much as power as the LMP3 car. This is an interesting fact if you look at the Portimao race.
Okay, so it's similar speed though between LMP3, GT3, and the LMP3 cars are a lot cheaper, actually. So maybe that's the future of some other motorsports, but the manufacturer interest and support for GT3 is one of the big things that makes it popular globally around the world. All of the places that 24-hour series race, and segue time, I've just pulled up the 2021 calendar that was announced maybe not so long ago. I mean, Dubai, Mugello, Spa-Francorchamps, Hockenheimring, Portimao, Barcelona, Sicily, Sebring, and Abu Dhabi. So that is continents of the world, and some fantastic racetracks as well.
Yeah, fantastic racetrack as well. I really wanted to see, if I recall correctly, they just did the Coppa Florio and then Apergusa, which is a very underrated track. It was used back in the GT1 and GT2 days in the FIA GT Championship, and it's a very fast track with very few areas where you can make a mistake. So it's a track that isn't highly explored. I really want to see more tracks being used. Probably use Bern-Birno, which is the tech track, which is a very good track. You can see that in MotoGP. Maybe they will come down there eventually in the near future. But nevertheless, a very good lineup for the next season of the Hankook 24-hour series. As now we're looking again between this battle of Race Union and T3 Esports Beta, which seems to have reignited a little bit.
Yeah, and look at that with your 991 class leader splitting them in the middle at the moment. No, forgive me, they're actually second place at the moment. The Duvo by SimRC Cup car. Mulder Motorsports are leading at the moment, but only by a couple seconds. Now the GT3 cars flex their muscle, and T3 Esports might be able to close it up. So GT3 cars do make up more than over half of our grid in this race, but doesn't mean that there's no love for the other classes. Your leader in 991 class is Mulner Motorsports at the moment in their very striking, easy to spot blue and black car. The GT4 leader is Duvo by SimRC GT4, Matthias Schoger at the moment, and your TCR leader is, as I scroll down to make sure I pick up that one, also Duvo by SimRC in TCR. So they're not clean sweeping all of the lower classes at the moment, Duvo by SimRC, but they're close in the 991 class, and they've got GT4 and TCR not locked up at the moment. I'm going to say just lightly gift wrapped.
Yeah, I would say GT4, it's kind of like you have one hand at the trophy, where we normally say. My dog agrees with this statement, by the way. Apologies, but as I was going to say, there's a good chance that we can see SimRC. And again, SimRC, that was one of the teams that in the 24 hours E-Series that we covered over here on RaceSpot, are highly capable in the TCRs, highly capable in the GT4s, have a good team in the GT3s. Again, being that the team that leads the pack once again, and showing how much of a good team they have, and especially with the driver, he's not here, he's doing the Super Cup session, Super Qualify session in and I was going to say Charlie Summers, but his dad is actually Charlie Collins.
Okay. So your leader at the moment in the 176, trying to put a lap on third place, Ferry Monster 120. They're almost, well, looks like they're giving the appearance of defending for their lead lap, but in the end, I think they roll out of it as they went 3 wide down the straight towards the hairpin. GT3 Ferrari went all the way down the inside, and Philip Ludding in the 176 around the outside kept his foot in it when Tony Vischaft maybe rolled out of it a little bit to give that one away. Side by side, Duvo SimRC Dual Vision, as you can see their Porsche Cup car on the right hand side, running in second place.
David, let me bring up a question I really want to ask you, as we're still looking this battle between Race Union and T3 Esports Beta. We've been looking towards the future of supercars. I know you are, as an Aussie, you are kind of interested in the supercars, I believe, I hope. What do you make of the new Gen 3 supercars, and what do you think about the future of the series as a whole?
I mean, they certainly look interesting. It certainly tidy up some of the uglier looking cars in that championship. They've got to strike the balance, though, don't they, between manufacturer input and, you know, more affordable privateer and customer racing. A lot of championships have got to strike that same balance where they want to keep manufacturers involved, but they can't allow costs to, you know, spiral to the levels where gentleman drivers, independent teams, etc. can't compete and can't find the budget. So I think overall they're looking pretty good. They're looking like there's a few common sense changes that might help keep costs under control, but I don't think we're going to see those types of machines in the 24-hour series anytime soon. This traffic, though, your 991 class leader is backing up. The battle we keep our eyes on, T3 Esports and Race Union. Race Union haven't been able to get past easily, and that is often true. GT3 cars have got a lot more grip, but they're not that much faster in a straight line, so they need to set up a good exit. And here, towards Sunset Bend, I think they'll be able to get past the Mulner Motorsports Porsche H&R, or as everyone we interviewed last weekend pronounced it, H und R.
It
doesn't look like it affects this battle though. Oh, and don't want to keep count, but another issue there for Lestrip Racing team. Doesn't interfere with the leader in 991 or the great battle we're watching in GT3, where this is the one that surprises me, right? Is we were watching Satellite Racing versus Simza, and Simza couldn't quite get past. Okay, they were both on the same age tyres. This one here, where Race Union and Florian Bowden have, for so long now, 45 minutes almost, held off T3 Esports Beta, who are on newer tyres. That is a great effort from Race Union and Florian Bowden. That is the kind of thing that might see them still stand on the podium. A performance in this stint like this, where they hold their track position, even with the disadvantage of some older tyres.
I'll give major props to Florian Bowden. I'm looking at the laps here. He's ranging anywhere between the 201 highs to 203s, depending on traffic. So the French driver doing masterful work in that Audi R8 LMS. So keeping the Jens Homan car out of T3, kind of, I would say, humble, because he needs to push the car. Of course, he's saving a little bit of fuel and whenever he can from whenever he has the opportunity, but still, it's keeping Holman very, very honest, because he's making him push. If he doesn't push, you can see that Race Union car just drifting himself away. Of course, Race Union has a lighter car as we speak. They have to come down into pit lane anytime soon, the next 4 laps roughly. So it's gonna be, it is a very, very good stint so far from that 87 car. Retaining P4 so far. Of course, still far from P3, 40 seconds, but again, early strategies, we can call anything for the time being.
You know something I don't, if you're calling Florian Bowden Frenchman, it's iRacing Club DH, and
okay,
looking very German from everything I can find. That says he was the 2019 VLN Series Cup X class winner with a couple wins in a KTM crossbow, and it also has a German flag next to his name there. So success at the Nürburgring, is that going to translate to success at Sebring? They both end in bring.
Ring a ding. Make the,
not just ring, but bring.
Go. Maybe. But anyway, I stand corrected. Thank you, David.
It says German with the hometown of Heuchelheim, but doesn't say an age. It's doing very well here, continuing to keep a gap to T3 Esports Beta. I think looking after your tyres is probably a very valuable skill racing in VLN. All sorts of conditions, rain coming and going, drying tracks, maybe even snow sometimes. Looking after a set of tyres when you only get the opportunity to maybe pit and change them once every 12 minutes. When you go around a huge lap like that, it's very important.
Yeah, especially in a track called Nürburgring in Nordschleife, which only has around, how many kilometers, David?
26, 28, depends on the layout.
Yeah, like and the VLN is usually 26. It is a shorter one. They use the sprint. So, yeah, only 26 kilometers, not long of a lap.
In fact, it says last season he never finished off the podium in class. Every race he finished, which was all bar one, was first or second place. This, a little battle in GT4 though, which we love to see. BMW versus a Porsche. A little bit more diversity in the GT4 classes. Tibbet Racing, I think, get distracted by the GT3. Go very wide indeed, and that's going to let the Mullner Cayman through, I would think. You and I have experienced this before, Lorenzo. The BMW GT4, over a long stint, maybe just eats up the front tyres a little bit. The car doesn't want to turn quite so much. Other than that, great car, very well balanced, a lot of straight line speed, but that definitely looked like a mistake that's changed position in GT4 class, second versus third.
Yeah, just a lack of concentration for Simon Tibbet as they're going into the hairpin. You can see the deep braking zone for Tibbet right there as he's going to clinch that inside part of the turn. You can see the Muna Motorsport 911 Cup, the race leader in the category, just going by them making quick work out of this Tibbet car, and let's see if he goes by the Munir Pro as he makes clean work of their teammates and now leave both the BMW and the Porsche. A very German battle here at the North American track. Let them duke it out as they come into tower turn.
If you want less German cars racing at a North American track, you got to tell all those German marques to stop producing so many great customer racing cars for all of the classes like TCR, GT3, GT4. So
911 Cup.
Well, that's single make, obviously, but again,
So
very
German.
popular. Exactly. Exactly. Ooh, that's a little bit of grass on the exit there from the Cayman, and we know the BMW is strong in a straight line. The turbo engine across all of the rev range and higher in the rev range just pulls very strongly, and the BMW can't dive quite so deep into the corners without picking up some understeer like it looks like he's done again in Satellite Racing. Take advantage of that to jump down the inside. The battle that we see they continue to have against Simza as well. Satellite Racing trying not get held up in any traffic that'll let Gustav Skrinbergis get too close. Two great battles in two different classes all together here down into turn 1 at Sebring, but I think the trend definitely looks towards the 427 Michael Finkburner in the Mulner Motorsports Cayman, probably able to pull away from Simon Tibbet right at this phase in their stint.
Yeah, there's a good chance it might stretch away a little bit more because we're just seeing the Duvo by CMRC Cup just overlap them right about Big Bend. So gap is right now a little bit over a second between Tibbet and Shoga. Sorry, not Shoga, but Finkbona. So it is. You're gonna see Tibbet still making do work. He's going for deep braking. He's gonna try to clinch that gap a little bit, edge by edge. Bit by bit, but he's not making a whole lot of progress in that BMW M4, but he's making the work.
And this feels like a part of the track to me where the Cayman is a little stronger with the changes of direction, the slower and the medium speed corners. Just feels a little more nimble on its feet. And of course, GT3 cars resemble their road-going counterparts. GT4 cars even more closely related to the characteristics of their road-going version. Like I walked into my local Porsche dealership not long ago and they had one of the road-going Cayman GT4s on the floor, and almost every body panel except that rear wing looks very, very similar between the race car and the road-going one that you could walk in there, register and drive out onto the road in.
Yeah, the only difference is if you look towards the M4 as well, the only thing you got it's some fender flaps on the sides and the racing package where you take the weight out of the car, as we see Simon Tibbet come down into the pit lane. So that was a short-lived battle, but a good battle nevertheless between the Porsche and the BMW. As now it is all Michael Finkbona to try to distance himself away from the BMW off Tibbet's car, and I can totally see Tibbet going for a driver swap. He's been long into that car, and yeah, he is going to give way to another driver. That's Christopher Pice from Texas. So one more driver taking control out of the 451 car as he is up in the Jackson already.
Yeah, very clear sign that tyres are changing there. It's going to be a busy next couple 5-10 minutes on the pit lane because we're coming around to the second stop for GT4 cars. Coming around to the, pardon me, that might be the ice cream there, third stop for a lot of these GT3 cars, as evidenced by the leader coming into the lane, as evidenced by Satellite Racing, who are almost a lap down there, just leaving the lane to stay on the lead lap. Kevin Ellis Jr., he's done a good stint to manage the lead for that team. The car that they are most in competition with for the win is on the opposite side of your screen. And then third place overshoot their pit box a little bit. They've been going to the Lance Stroll school of pulling into your pit box, unfortunately. Kevin Ellis Jr., though, it's fuel only, so he was hoping that he managed the tyres in the first stint because he's now got to take them through this next stint here. Duvo by SimRC GT3, how much longer are they going to run in this stint? Can they get to the top of the hour? Because then if they can cut out a pit stop compared to Modena Motorsports, then maybe Duvo by SimRC GT3 can take the race win here in the GT3 class. Because what we've seen from the first set of drivers and the second set of drivers is that they just can't quite match the pace of the two World Championship sim racing black stripe drivers in Modena Motorsports.
Yeah, looking over here at Ellis Jr.'s lap in the later portion of the stint, anywhere between 2 high to 1, anywhere around 1 mid heights depending on traffic. Cedric Bolin just now he did his first 2:08 lap. So as the car is getting a little bit more lighter as he goes into Ullman Straight, should be coming down in pit lane anytime soon. Maybe not in this lap, but as you mentioned, if he can get 2 more laps, this one, maybe another one, that would be amazing, because from what it looks like, there's a good chance that Modena might go for a short fuel at the end of the stint, but it's not likely. Here comes Duvo for their pit service.
Yep, Cedric Bolin, the second driver in this car that jumped in at the last pit stop, likely to stay in at this one, but again, there's been a few strategies that have caught us unawares, so we've got to keep our eyes on it. Right hand side of your screen there is the leader coming through Sunset Bend. Looking like very handsomely they are going to regain the race lead, because there is no sign that that pit stop is close to done yet. Cedric Bolin, so Modena Motorsports. It's Jamie Fluke for the first 2 stints, now Kevin Ellis Jr. for the next 2, back in the lead. What was nose to tail for the lead, and then 4 seconds for the lead, and then 20 seconds for the lead. Looks like it might be closer to 30 seconds by the end of these pit stops. So it looks good for Modena, even though it seems like they've locked themselves into needing a splash and dash right at the end of this 12-hour race. They go Cedric Bolin after 42 seconds of fuel. T3 Esports Beta and Race Union on the lane together. Remember, they were battling against each other. They've pitted on the same lap. What's the strategy going to look like? Sims are yet to pit there, by the way, just in front of Duvo.
Yeah, I was gonna mention that, you know, as Duvo is trying to clear himself away from the Muna Motorsport 911 Cup. But yeah, you said it pretty much well. You know, Simsa still has to come down into pit lane just as Greenberg is still in that car, 27 laps within the stint. Only him or Cardius Neumann in the Atlantis Racing Team GT3, and the RSR by Abruzzi and Anthony Pisano, which are still due to come down into pit lane. So interesting call again from the Simsa crew. They're not going to be far ahead of the Duvo car. But Kevin Ellis Jr., what a pace of putting 35 seconds on Cedric Bolin in that Duvo car, and pretty much setting the tone for the GT3 class here, him and Jamie Fluke so far at the start of this race.
So the GT3 cars right now around the top of the hour cycling through the lane. We've seen first and second pit. We're still waiting on Simsa, Atlantis, and RSR by Abruzzi and their Ferrari on the lane at the moment as well. It's about to get past the top of the hour. No pit stop yet from Grinberger. So as far as strategy goes, making every stint go a full 60 minutes, looking good for Simsa. And remember some of the cars they were battling against: Red Camel, T3, Satellite Racing, Race Union, etc. We'd like to see some Ferraris still come back into this later on, as Grimbergus is going to go for another.
Interesting call, I would say. They managed to get over the top of the hour. We are already under 9 hours left into this race, David. So just looking over here at the Atlantis Racing Team GT3 and Arcadius Neumann to see if he's going to duck down into pit lane. Just done with sunset, and here comes the Ferrari into pit lane. So P4 for Atlantis now going to do his pit.
It's Arcadius Newman at the moment. That Ferrari Atlantis racing team. It's also one of the GT4 cars on the lane there, getting tyres and a driver swap as well. We mentioned that this pit stop phase for GT3 also coincides with the pit stop phase for GT4, and once it's all settled and dusted on that one, we'll update you about your top cars in each class. Patrick Young, good service there. I think the tyres were done before the fuel was, so that's a good sign for them in GT4, where it's a little confusing. Different classes have different pit stop rules on iRacing here. GT4 can do fuel and tyres at the same time. GT3 can't. TCR can. And the Cup cars can't, I think. But within each class, of course, the rules are consistent depending, whichever manufacturer you have in GT3, of course, the rules and the strategy are consistent.
Those, I was just trying to take a quick look. I'm going to see here on the replay, something has happened to the RSR Bruzy car.
Yes, this is a long pit stop right now for the 55. They've been getting repairs done for about 2.5 minutes. That would probably quite a bit of damage. What has happened to the Ferrari 55, Lorenzo? Do you know?
Yeah, I'm trying to take a quick look because both Anthony Pisano and Brendan Roseborough are not... Oh, okay. This is massive. The 55 just got in contact just before they went down in pit lane. They got in contact with the number 17 Viper Nizza car just around turn number 5, and then got clunked themselves away, trying to get back on track.
So cars that were battling for the lead have both made their pit stops, both gone on the same strategy, fuel only again, and there's 36 seconds between them. This car we look at in second, Kevin Ellis Jr. in first, where we spoke with one of the drivers. We'll bring that thought back because here's the replay of what's happened for RSR Abruzzi, just a little bit too close. Tagged and tangled with one of the 3 Viper Nizza GT3 Audi cars. From that angle, from that part of the replay, I didn't quite fully catch what was going on. Remember, we were talking with Satellite Racing, and Eric Andre very handily told us that he thinks it's about 40 seconds that you need to get in and make a splash and dash for fuel at the end of the race, if indeed that's what you got to do. Back to the replay here. There's a car on the right. It's very optimistic to try to lap someone in that part of the circuit. Now we know that maybe the RSR Ferrari has been quite a bit quicker, but I don't think the Viper Nizza driver was expecting it at that point, and that's caused the two to tangle. Obviously, blue flag's waving. You can't impede the cars that are trying to lap you, but I'm not sure the Viper Nizza driver did a whole lot wrong in that case, Lorenzo.
No, I think he just tried to kept his line and try to be safe as much as he could possibly be. The problem was whenever the RSR Abruzzi actually spun them around. I'm just trying to take a quick look. That is the Atlantis racing team that is right behind them, and there is contact here just as soon as Pisano spins his car around and probably hit the back right of the car, and probably gave him suspension damage and also some extensive mechanical damage up to the point they had to retire the car into pit lane and retire the car out of this race.
That is a real shame to see. We've had pit stops from all GT3 cars now. So Modena Motorsports leading 36 seconds. Then it's another about 30 seconds to Red Camel Esports in third, who are actually the fastest car out on the track right now. But again, that's because they do the alternate tyre strategy. So when everyone else is on old tyres, they're on new tyres, and everyone else is on new tyres. Red Camel are on old tyres. They're playing the Uno reverse card on that particular strategy. Then T3 Esports are in 4th, and it's SERIES Esports GT3 in 5th, and there's whole gaggle of congestion here. GT4 cars, 991 cars. There's your 991 leader in Mulner Motorsports. Alexander Dieko back behind the wheel of the 988. I think they've been taking tyres every stop in that car, and as they light up the rears, maybe for good reason, they've also been swapping drivers just about every stint. And then the GT4 cars there, well, we know still some damage on the Simza GT4 from when they went into the pit wall. They are 4th in class. At the pit lane for your leader, yep. So there's just 1 or 2 laps maybe more fuel for these 991 class single make races compared to the GT3 cars, but they are still pitting just about every hour and 5. And tyre wear must be kind of significant because they are almost all taking tyres every stop, and you saw when he tried to open up the throttle coming out of Le Mans Bend there, had a bit of a wiggle, did Alexander Dieko, so he's going to hand to his teammate once again. We've been mentioning that that's what they've been doing, driver swaps every hour, keep them fresh. And Kevin Hilgenhövel back once again for another stint. Clean looking car, very clean looking car at the moment.
Yeah, very clean and crisp, and I don't know how much you are with strategies whenever you're driving with your team, David. Do you like these 1 hour switch, 1 hour swap strategies, or are you rather more of a longer stint, go for double, triple stints on the car depending on circumstances and hand out to another driver? Or you like to have somebody who's like already warmed up? You have a friendly driver, oh, alright, you're driving, then the other guy who drove already, he's already kind of, you know, warmed up, he's ready to go? Or you trying to let him cool down a little bit?
Depends on the car that we're racing. So something like this, or something like the GT3, I definitely want to go for the double stint, you know, stay in for 2 hours or something, and I'm fine with that. But then you look to something like TCR or GT4, where the fuel stints can be, you know, an hour 30, or at some circuits where you can save a lot of fuel, like the Nürburgring, an hour 40. The double stint becomes a little bit more tiring. I did that in the iRacing Nürburgring 24-hour this year. That was earlier this year. Yes, we drove the Cayman GT4 with my teammates, and I did quite a few double stints. And when one stint is an hour 40 minutes, the double stint is over 3 hours of drive time. So that was, you don't feel fresh at the end of that, that's for sure.
Very game. By the way, real quick, scary moment for the race leader as Lucas Venk was actually spun around for the DMC by HPSR blue car on turn number 1 for the number 70 car. Just right in between the mid-apex, so the leader had to kind of throw the car a little bit into the wide part of the track, clipping a little bit of the dirt on the outside of turn number 1. It's also just as soon as the Munich Motorsports 911 Cup came out, and just caught that as we were talking over here. So a little bit of an interesting moment right now for Kevin Ellis, but the car's still, you know, as we were mentioning, clean and crisp.
Tim Greven for SERIES Esports GT4 in a car that isn't clean or crisp, trying to get a lap back against Tibbet Racing, and they're really struggling to do that. I think they might have some aerodynamic damage on the Cayman that slows them down in a straight line, but they still look very confident in the braking zones, in the corners. But if they're not fast in the straight line, it's very difficult to get past. That's why you see them right up behind the BMW. Whoa! More than right up behind the BMW, sending them around. And they're going to try to wait to give that position back, I think, and now they've given up on it. Tim Greven, that needs another angle. I think both drivers had their focus not fully on the braking zone, also partially in the mirrors of the red camel car that was flashing its lights at them. Is this Tim Greven getting distracted, or is this early on the brakes from Christopher Pace, who's only doing his 6th lap in this race since he got in?
It's a tricky looking from this perspective. We don't see much. We can get a clear picture of what happened between Christopher Paz and Tim Greven. But you can see, I think that was the red camel car that was trying to go for the inside. I thought they caught a little bit off guard from both cars, and you can see Gravin just not being able to hold on the brakes. Let's see if we can look once more on the replay. Yeah, it looks like early braking from the M4 that may have caught Team Gravin off guard, but also that red camel might have played his part as well. Let's be honest. And now we're looking at the DMC by HSPR Blue incident on turn number 1, as I mentioned, as the leader just comes by into the picture right about now. Good timing, by the way.
Zips through the picture. Indeed, it was. And with those walls so close, forming the apex of turn 1, it is a corner you throw yourself into, and you can't really see the track out point of the corner. It's like one corner that's very street circuit-like around here, where the walls are a bit closer than they are everywhere else around.
Yeah, and that's what I like about turn number 1, because it is very easy for you to misjudge the corner, if you throw yourself away way too early, there's a good chance you're gonna hit the wall, and that will bounce you back eventually. You can lose car control depending on how fast you're trying to go, or even worse, you can get like aerodynamic damage or even suspension damage depending on how badly you throw your car mid-apex and try to stick that inside part of the corner to try to carry as much speed. So it's a very tricky corner for you to master, but if you do master it, you gain so much time. It's not even funny.
It's not even funny. Okay, so T3 Esports on the left of your screen in 4th place in GT3, not catching Red Camel this stint. Again, that's old tyres versus new tyres. T3 Esports now on the older ones able to do so. On the right hand side of your screen briefly there was 991 class car of Duvo by SimRC Cup. I think they also had a driver swap there to put Stefan Herman back in, and have rejoined the race just 10 seconds behind the 998. So there is a good battle there in that class between Mulner and Duvo by SimRC. It's not quite been so close in GT4 or TCR, has it? But GT3, definitely very exciting all through their field, and a good battle for the lead of the 991 class. Well, tantalizing potential.
Yeah, looking at Kelvin Hugenhovel laps over here, he's just on his 3rd lap so far. First one was a 2:04.93, whereas Stefan Herman right now on his up lap, with Rene Osterkamp just kind of clocking the same amount of time lapse as Calvin Hugenhovel and also Alexander Dejako. So both drivers trying to keep themselves honest. A little bit of a difference on the fuel strategy for both cars, but still both cars keeping themselves honest and trying to, not give them much leeway for the other one to come closer.
Porsche trying to not get in the way of the Ferrari, but also trying to not give away too much time, knowing that they've got a battle for their class lead on their hands. They might be worried about Stefan Herman and Duvo by SimRC catching them. Now to the bits of the track where GT3 is a bit quicker, but the GT3 is being held up a little bit by GT4 car, and that being GT4 car of our friends. The Team RSL powered by Mofo car. Nick Damon's driving at the moment.
Yeah.
Hello, Nick Damon. And he is just in that car. He's on his first flying lap. Last lap was the out lap from their pit stop in. That car currently running in 4th. Again, there's something to be said about those who can do and those who can't commentate. But Team RSL currently 4th in class. Quite a bit ahead of 5th in class, but still quite a bit ahead of Leipzig Esports Black.
Yeah,
my timing screen plays havoc on me between the BMWs and the Porsches in GT4, unfortunately, so I misread that.
Yeah, it happens. The problem for the Lifer, the 45-3 card, is that they actually had an incident just before the finish, just before the start of the race. So they kind of had to duck their car into the pit lane and go for extensive repairs. So that's why they actually are like 3 laps back from the Team RSL. But let's just see if Nick Damon can be as faster, if not as fast as Joe Bradley and Darren Wood.
Ooh, danger there for Life at Esport Black as the TCR car was off the road, looking like it might rejoin in front of them. AC Sim Motorsport there, you know, bringing the Audi rally heritage out and keeping it pointing the right way on the dirt. Big Bend is a big bit of traffic congestion now as Mulner Motorsport Sim Racing Pro are under pressure from Tibbet Racing. Tibbet would have lost second place when Simsa tried to unlap them, surely. So, yeah, this battle here, second and third in class.
Yeah, good battle once again. Just gonna take. I want to see how well Christopher Paz is doing in comparison to Dirk Oxa. So Dirk already on his third lap, but first lap already on the 216, whereas Christopher Paz is basically doing 212s, 213s, 214s in a regular basis. So that BMW looking beefy, looking very thirsty for that P2 spot, try to take away from Muna Motorsport.
All-terrain action for Simsa there as they tried to lap one of our TCR runners. GT4 car didn't want to be held up there, and there's certainly times that a TCR car does feel very similar in pace to a GT4 machine. Once you open up the throttle in a straight line for an extended time, GT4 definitely feels fast. Also punches off the corners a little bit quicker than rear-wheel drive. Here's Tibbet Racing, trying to use the traffic, trying to use GT3 slipstreams, 3 wide down the inside towards Sunset Bend. Tibbet Racing have to check up just a little bit, but they keep their nose to the inside. There's contact. Both GT4 cars are going to spin around in Sunset Bend. Front of the BMW touches the rear of the Porsche, and both of them out of control in the battle for second and third in GT4.
Yeah, we're looking over here on the replay, David, as we're looking both cars. There's the TCR just on the outside, a little bit wide. You can see Paz. I think he went for that inside move, or he was trying to look for it. As we're probably going to take a closer look over here on the roof cam of Christopher Paz. He had a little bit of an overlap, trying to stick that inside part of the lane, but unfortunately 3 wide. You can do much other than stick to your lane, and Dirk just couldn't try to stick on his middle part because he did have a lot of room to work with.
Ran out of space. A little ambitious, honestly, from the 451 because they lost the overlap on the way into the corner and then tried to dive their nose back down the inside and might have, as the BMWs are prone to do, pushed out a tiny bit wide. We do have in the race control box Marco Derrick's on the car, so I don't know if any action gets taken on that. It's an ambitious move for second, and the traffic definitely played a factor there as well because TCR car squeezed both GT4s closer to the apex.
I would say if I'm Neo Heckins, we know Neo's a highly experienced race control and race director, so he will know much better than both of us to make a proper decision. If I am him, I probably would rate this as a racing incident. To the fact that you got the TCR squeezing you on the inside part of the turn. Of course, you were a little bit ambitious, but you probably wouldn't get a penalty just because you managed to lose time in the process. You were like a half a second to 2/3 of a second. Now you're 4 seconds back from the Porsche 718 of Dirk Oxes in the Muna Motorsports and Racing Club.
A bruising stint so far for Tibbet Racing. Contact against Simsa, contact with Mulner Motorsport. Question marks around both of those incidents, I would say. So the BMW is not slow. Christopher Paz doesn't seem slow either. It's a challenge for them.
Sorry, I was just gonna say Dirk Oxus got really lucky on the entry of turn number 1. One of the TCRs was trying to give him a little bit of the room. There was contact on the right rear tire, on the right left tire of Oxus, and the car just gets really loose on entry. You're gonna see over here right now on the replay. There's that a little bit of an RG-bargy right there. Of course, I don't think that was intentional from the TCR, but Oxus, man, barely keeping that car on track. That could have gone so much worse.
Yeah, TCR car trying to give room to the GT3 cars. Maybe didn't notice the GT4 on the right-hand side. There's the onboard. Quick hands, no huge adjustments from Dirk Oxus, but yeah, definitely copped a bit of a tap. Knocked him sideways on the pit straight for a second there. Keeps pointing the right way, unlike when he got a tap from the fellow GT4 of Tibbet Racing. Get your camera out if you're from Mulner Motorsport. There goes their 991 class car putting another lap on their GT4 car. One is first in class, one is second in class. What's with the difference in the shade of blue between them, Lorenzo?
Make them distinguishable, I think. But here's the thing. Let's not take away. They are very good looking liveries though. Both the dark blue and the light blue one. They're very good looking liveries, but I would say about probably making them distinguishable or looking like their real world counterpart.
The light blue on the GT4 car definitely matches the same shade of blue that they put on cars like their LMP3 car, for example. Competes in some other championships. Dark blue might more match one of their Porsche Cup cars. Not sure. Both of them bearing the support of H&R springs. Might be game on again between second and third though, because Dirk Oxus, I think, managed to recover more rapidly from the spin at Sunset Bend, managed to find some of the grass to jump across and get facing the right way. Paz might have needed to have found reverse gear on that BMW, and a lot of gears that BMW does have. Same gear shifts as the road going M4, I should say. 7 paddle shift speeds. And so if the shift all the way back to reverse gear, through via neutral, it's a lot of grabs at the paddle. And the ironic thing to me is 7 forward speeds, and in racing conditions you hardly use more than 3 or 4 of them. First and second gear are almost far too short to ever be useful, and 7th gear, well, I'm sure gets great fuel economy. It's basically never useful on a racetrack.
Yeah, it's kind of like, you remember the Audi R18 where they have the 6th gear, and basically it is the most useless gear in an LMP car. The LMP1 car, of course, because you never use the 6th gear unless it is Le Mans.
Oh, the tractor gear, isn't it? Well, that was a real check-up with the traffic there from Mulner Motorsports, and they've gone and given second place back to Tibbet Racing again. 991 car tried to go around the outside through Tower. We mentioned earlier in the broadcast there's a good racing line through Tower, and then there's everything else. So just trying to make sure they don't get collected, don't get in any trouble. There goes the Duvote by SimRC car around the outside. Bit of a wiggle, bit of a bounce on the apex there as well for Mulner Motorsports. Puts Dirk Oxus back into third place. Thank you, Hugo, for the great replay.
Yeah, and I think we got a driver interview over here. I managed to pull him up and get him out of the Modern Motorsports crew. I'm just gonna drag him over here. Here we go, Jamie Fluke, driver for the number 16 Modern Motorsports. So Jamie, first and foremost, welcome to the commentary booth. A clean race so far from you guys, and both of you and Kevin Allen Jr. Are putting such a blistering pace right now, putting 44 seconds on Duvo, but of course a little bit of a fuel strategy as well playing towards your towards your way.
Yeah, it's an interesting race where I think you can stretch it out to the hour on the tank of fuel, but we don't think it's quick enough to save the stop that way. We might as well just push for the 12 hours and make up time during each stint. It's looking good at the moment. Yeah, we're just taking a little bit of fuel off at the anytime that we're not taking tires, just to make it a little bit easier on the double stint. But yeah, sizable lead at the moment. Hopefully we can continue to extend it.
Yeah, I was gonna ask that. I've read somewhere you guys are basically taking maybe a lap or two in terms of fuel to put less stress on the car. And are you not worried that, depending on circumstances, you might have to do that splash and dash and maybe lose any time to the Duvo team and maybe endanger the race? Or you guys are basically comfortable with your pace and how the car is actually set up right now? Jamie?
Oh, whoops, sorry, I hit the wrong button from a push to talk. My bad, my apologies. Yeah, I don't use TeamSpeak so much, so yeah, apologies on that one. Yes,
it's okay.
So they only went one lap extra, I think, on us compared to where we're at. So I don't think they're. I think, as it stands, they probably need to splash as well if they're going at this rate. The 66 car, the Simsa car, they're able, I think, to stretch it out, but currently they're a minute 51 behind us, so we have to pit stop in hand. It looks good for us, 45-second lead at the moment. If we keep pushing at the rate that we're going, then hopefully the pit strategy won't really come into it too much. That's the plan.
Fair game. And looking at the standings real quick over you guys are P6, P7 right now, so you didn't have any scoring coming to the first race at Spa. Then in Barcelona, you guys managed to put yourself together, getting a P2, getting second place in the standings. Now you're coming into Sebring, the car is looking good. So as a championship perspective, how you're looking, how's the perspective of the team so far into these first 3 rounds of the championship?
Yeah, guys ran really well last time out. I wasn't here for that one, but yeah, I think the goal and the target is just take the race as it is. It's a 12-hour race. Looking at championship and stuff like that, 4 hours into, well, 3.5 hours into a race is a little early for that. We'll see how it sort of plays out later in the race and what we need and what all the guys need. But at the minute, focus is just the next lap, the next half stint, next stint, just making sure that we do everything right, and hopefully it falls our way at the end.
Fair game. And before I let you go, I really wanted to ask you this more of a setup side, because you just ended the 12H Esports Super Cup. You've done very good at getting a top 10 spot. If I recall, there was a top 5. How much different is for you to set up a GT3 car that handles so much differently than the Porsche 911 Cup car?
I think in terms of the setup, the options in the setup for the Porsche Cup car are a bit more limited. So it comes down a bit more to driver skill and being as aggressive with those settings as possible. Whereas with the GT3, there's more scope to build a balanced car across a lap, a stint, a full race distance. So it's easier in that there's more to work with, but harder maybe because there is more to work with to actually get the absolute most lap time out of it.
Fair game. And as I said, I'm not going to keep you much because you still have to help Kevin Ellis over there in the number 16 car, give him a little bit of spotting and crew chiefing. So before anything, do you want to give any shout outs towards the crew or drivers or anybody watching?
Yeah, I would just like to thank the guys at Modena Motorsport for inviting both Kev and I in to take part in this. It's greatly appreciated. And I'd like to thank all of our guys at Apex as well, who do a fantastic job for us throughout the entire year and through all of our respective disciplines. And I'd like to thank you guys as well for putting on the broadcasts as well, showcasing some fun racing here.
Sure. Well, by the way, Jamie, thanks for having us. And by the way, enjoy your stream, because I know you're streaming right now. So I hope you have a good race in the rest of this 12-hour event. Good luck.
Perfect. Thanks very much.
No problem. Well, David, that was Jamie Fluke, and as we were mentioning, I think it's good for us to get the brains out of one of these top-level drivers, especially one that drives in the 12H Esports Super Cup, and see what's the mindset coming into these races, the preparation, all this kind of stuff.
Yeah, it just confirms what we'd sort of presumed about their strategy there, where they were going a little short on some of the fuel runs, but still extending their lead to Duvo by SimRC. It's now to 47 seconds between themselves and second place.
Yeah.
So they are definitely going to need an extra stop. They're working very hard to make sure that that isn't going to factor in anyway. Let's take a look at some of our running order. They call it the top 8 in class, but not every class has 8 cars to make up the top 8, but GT3 certainly does. It's our most numerous class with 18 GT3 machines on track, or, well, taking the start. There's a couple less running now, but the leader is, of course, as we were just speaking to Jamie Faluke from Modena Motorsports and Kevin Ellis Jr. behind the wheel right now. It's been those two so far. They lead by 47 seconds over Duvo by SimRC GT3 in their Audi. Red Camel in third, T3 Esports Beta in fourth at the moment. Simsa Esports GT3 in fifth have been doing the very long stints trying to cut out a pit stop later on. Sixth is the Race Union 12 Hour. It's actually catching fifth place at the moment. That's one to look at later on. So it's Race Union with the fresher tyres compared to the Simsa car. Here Satellite Racing in seventh. Another team that we've spoken with during the broadcast of this first half of the race. And Atlantis Racing Team GT3 worked their way up into 8th place ahead of some of the other Ferraris. That's the top 8 in GT3. Across the other classes, 991 class is led by Mulner Motorsport Sim Racing Blue on your screen right now. Just 11 seconds clear of the Duvo by SimRC Cup 2. That one could absolutely go either way with 8.5 hours still to go. And if the driver changes as well, they could still find someone quicker for the second place car, or go the other way, could extend. But still good battle. In a 4-car class, to have a great battle for the lead. It's a bit rare, but delightful to see. And then it's Race Union Cup 12 Hour in third. Porsche Lorient Virtual Racing, a big hello to all of their fans, because it seems like they are very, very active, and maybe they're not numerous, but if there's only a couple of them and they're very vocal supporters, and I'm sure that support is well appreciated by the drivers and team and crew of the number 911. And good to see every car in class still going and trying to see the checkered flag at the end of a long 12-hour race. Third of 4 classes is GT4, where there's a bit of an action for your leader as they get well out of the way of their teammate, who we mentioned is just 11 seconds away from their class lead in the 991 class. So there's good teamwork by Duvo by SimRC GT4 there as they try to take class wins across multiple classes. And it's a handy lead that the GT4 car has over Tibbet Racing in second. We saw them grab the spot from third place, Mulner Motorsport Sim Racing Pro in the background of your shot there. Simsa Esports GT4 fourth in class, and they are on the pit lane right now, just checking the steering maybe. I know they had a bit of damage earlier. It's actually about pit stop time for some of those cars potentially, especially if they went off cycle with their damage. Fifth in class is Team RSL, powered by Mofo, and once again a big hello to the Radio Show Limited folk and Nick Damon driving that one. And then sixth in class, we mentioned problems early, very early in the race on the pace lap for Leipzig Motorsport Black, but they carry on, and the car looks pretty clean now in their BMW. So if there's any dramas, any retirements, any more issues for anyone else in class, they could still grab a spot. And as long as they finish, it's a top 8 anyway. And then TCR, again, just 4 cars in this class, being led by Duvo by SimR. Just driving that at the moment, it's Marvin Strail and T3 Esports Alpha, second in class, being driven by Oliver Ackerman at the moment. All Audi RS3s in this one. Ferry Monster Esports Grey, third in class. Bramden Boer, driving at the moment. And fourth is AC Sim Motorsport. They are 13 laps down, and I'm not sure there's anyone sitting in the driver's seat of that car on pit lane at the moment. Could be lengthy repairs, or they could have a ghost driver, or that could be a retirement. So we'll see if we see that car back out on the racetrack later on. But they have been there 10 minutes now, so no guarantees that's a retirement. Could still see the car again. Sometimes repairs might 30 minutes depending on the particular type of damage, but certainly 13 laps down on their leader and have been in pit lane quite a while, Lorenzo.
I think we might have found out the answer. I think I just looked at the AC Sim Motorsports lineup. There's only Frederick Siva who's actually connected into the server. That is interesting. Let me look on the entry list if there's anybody else from the TCR of that car specifically. There's the Alone car, Antoine Blancers and Crisabo, but none of those three other drivers are actually connected into the server. So if they're connecting, that car will be stationary for a long period.
Certainly seemed like some of the damage to the car was on the front right. Sometimes, you get damage and you just need 2 or 3 minutes to fix it up, tape something down, replace something small. It's possible if you damage the engine and you damage the suspension in a couple corners, it can be a long repair before we see them back out on track again, if indeed the car is fixable. This is some GT3 cars here. We're looking at Satellite Racing. And they have very rapid, is that the number 70 behind them?
Yeah, but that is not a battle for position.
Yes,
that
a
is
lap
actually
apart. I understand, but you remember we've seen some touching moments between cars trying to get their lap back. You remember a bit of contact between is it Tibbet and Simza when Simza were trying to get the lap back.
Yeah.
And here it seems like Thomas Oliviak from Atlantis Sim Racing Team is a little bit quicker, maybe trying to get a lap back at the moment. That is going to come down to... No, it is not newer tyres on the number 27. If it was, that'd be a good reason to try and get your lap back, but it just seems like that the pace for Satellite Racing not faster than the 10th place car.
It's been fluctuating. Last lap for Nick Rowland was a 2:03.080, but the previous lap then it goes for a 2:02.4. So I think traffic is what is kind of dictating how well Nick Rowland is actually performing on that Audi R8 via LMS GT3 car. But the Atlantis number 27 just I think keeping in touch, trying to save a little bit of fuel, and if they find the opportunity to make the overtake and take the lap back, they will.
It's in the Australian spirit, at least, to cheer for an underdog, and we know there's a lot of Audis in the GT3 class, so I wouldn't mind seeing one of the Ferraris get their lap back in this little battle. Atlantis Racing Team have been one of the teams that are able to go very long on the fuel as well. I don't know if that's a Ferrari thing or a setup thing, or just the drivers for Atlantis Racing Team have been very soft on the loud pedal. But certainly, strategy-wise, they haven't quite gone as long as T3 or Simza have, but there was a few stints I definitely saw the Atlantis Racing Ferrari able to, get close to that 1 hour mark.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't think this is the car that has been going for longer stints. I think that is the Atlantis, the number 30 Atlantis Racing GT3 that has been going for longer periods than the sister team. But it's interesting. I know the Ferrari, I can't recall if it is the GTE car. It is the GTE car that kind of wastes more fuel in the GTE category in comparison to the other counterparts of the GTE category. That can be the same for the GT3 category as well. The Ferrari can waste a little bit more fuel in comparison to the Audi. It may be the Mercedes, but it's all due to strategy. We know the P1 in the standings so far right now is a Ferrari instead of an Audi. So not much of an underdog.
That was probably not the best move through the traffic there from Thomas Oliviak. He tried to go right, tried to go left. In the end, he has the speed maybe to get past Porsche Lorient before turn 1. But it's dropped him back a little bit. It's just, you've got to decide which way you're going to go. And he might have picked wrong there and had to roll out of the throttle a bit on the exit of Sunset Bend. Dropped back a second or so. The Atlantis Racing team, and of course, we talk about there's some similarities between the GTE and the GT3 Ferrari. But GT3 cars get a bigger fuel tank, closer to 120 litres, 130 litres for the McLaren, and some others are 125, 115-ish around there, whereas the GTE cars are a lot closer to 100 litre fuel tank, so GT3 cars have slightly larger fuel cells.
If I recall correctly, the Ferrari has right about 98 or 100 in terms of fuel tank, whereas for the GT3 car, I'll just confirm it because I'm actually connected into the server with the Ferrari GT3, has 110 liters available in his fuel tank. So it's not the largest. The largest it is the McLaren, but in this category, it is the Audi. So it's an interesting, I'm not gonna say balance of performance, but balance of fuel usage between the cars itself, and how well can you perform with the fuel amount that you have available.
Yeah, so 120 litres for Mercedes, 120 litres for Audi, 110 for Ferrari, and the 991 class cars and the TCRs both have 100 litres. Trying to remember what the fuel capacities are of the different GT4 cars. Now, of course, we've got a custom balance of performance for this particular race that's taken 3% of the fuel capacity away, 3 or 4 litres away from the BMW to make its stint length similar to the Cayman GT4. 115 litres in the Cayman, that's sounds right, and then 125 for the BMW M4. So that's what sees the GT4 cars go so long compared to GT3 and the Cup cars. They've got a little bit less horsepower and a little bit bigger fuel tank, and so I've seen a lot of 90 to 95 minute stints from GT4 cars.
Yeah, in the Audi RS3 LMS, TCR has about 100, so it's a big tank. It's a big boy, so it wastes a lot of fuel. It's interesting that between all cars, the TCR being less power wastes less fuel than usual. But it's good. It's also interesting to notice that the R8 doesn't waste a whole chunk of fuel in comparison to others. If you can actually play the game right, the strategy game right, the fuel strategy perfectly, you can actually stretch maybe by a half a lap more than you can actually do it on the Ferrari. But you have to be very effective every lap, so you can at the end of the stint and at the end of the race maybe get the position up, if you're fighting for position, of course.
Around the outside of Sunset Bend, trying to clear through some traffic, goes the Race Union 12-hour number 87 Marvin Otterback, and he is trying to catch SERIES Esports GT3. You remember in the previous stint they were quite close, and it was Gustav Skrinbergus not able to get around the Race Union car. Now they've made their pit stops in this stint. Race Union are on some newer tyres, but well, you can see from the last 3 laps there on the graphic, you average those 3 numbers and they're just closing in on SERIES Esports, but there's 2 laps there where they didn't make progress in the correct direction. So like you see in some series, in some races, in some categories, with sort of Pro-Am lineups and such, you might have one driver in the car, gets 99% of the speed out of the car, and then you think, oh, the setup looks really good on that car looks really quick, and then they have to switch to one of their other drivers who maybe only gets 95% out of the car, and then it doesn't flatter the team or the setup quite so strongly. And that might be what we're seeing in Race Union here, as they were very strong last stint. With this stint, they can see their competition up the road and aren't able to make quite the progress they would like.
Yeah, and if Otterback wants actually to try to make any moves on Greenbergus, it needs to be, I would say, the next 3 laps roughly. So you would have to cut basically a half, 1 second, 1.25, 1 second and a quarter per lap to get anywhere closer within striking range of Greenbergus before he comes down to the pit lane, because he's already 22. He will be 23 laps within his stint, so he will have to come down into pit lane anytime soon.
Might factor into this is your race leaders just put Simsa off the lead lap, so just 4 cars left on the lead lap in GT3 now. Such as the speed and the pace from the double Esports Pro lineup of Kevin Ellis Jr. and Jamie Fluke in the Modena Motorsports car. Their strategies also favoured getting further up the road now, in respect to then going to need another pit stop deeper in the race that might just be able to put some other cars back on the lead lap. It's down to 4 seconds, maybe still around 5 in this battle between 5th place, 6th place here. The top of the hour rolls around pretty quickly. It is going to be pit stops, as you said, Lorenzo, for GT3 cars. Expect to hear that beautiful symphony of pit lane entry alarms going off again soon.
Yeah, we should be seeing them coming into the pit lane, I would say, for the leaders, Kevin Ellis Jr. and Cedric Bolin. They should be coming down maybe in the next lap or 2, roughly, because Kevin Ellis is on 25 laps within his stint. We normally see 27 or 26 coming out of the Modena Motorsports, and also the Duvo by SimRC GT3. As we're looking over here on a replay with Nick Rowland, the VRS satellite, let's see what happened after Fangio. He sees the GT4 car into Cunningham corner. He dives in, just carries way too much speed, and then gets tagged by the Liper GT4 car.
We heard that they didn't optimize that setup on the VRS satellite racing car how they wanted for this race, because they didn't think they were going to be racing an Audi, and we've seen time and time again the rear of that car looks a little bit loose. So when he went down the inside of the GT4 car, maybe a little bit hot, went to turn in, rear of the car locks up, spins around on him at relatively slow speed, and poor BMW has nowhere to go but help him continue turning around in that little spin. So that's a shame for VRS satellite racing there. Can't blame the GT4 BMW, but it might just be a quirk of the setup or lack thereof that satellite racing are running on their BMW. They're going to be more cautious this time? You imagine so. You imagine so.
By the way, let me ask you a question about wrong cars. I'm not saying they had an issue with that. Let me ask you, have you ever selected the wrong car into one of these official races we have in the iRacing series? And if you did, what did you do about it?
I don't think it's ever happened to me, and it's easier to do the more cars you own. And typically we come to some of these endurance races, and I don't own all of the GT3 cars.
Okay.
Or actually, I might own quite a few of them. I definitely don't own all of the GTE cars, for example. That makes it harder for me to make that mistake. Looking here, DMC by HP SR Blue and Viper Nizza E-Racing 56 It's just been a pit stop for DMC by HPSR Blue, the number 70 car. So I'm not sure if this is truly representative of a battle for 11th place in GT3. This is one of course, remembering 3 Viper Nizza E-Racing Audi R8s. Their best placed one is this one in 12th. Yes, is this one 12th in class. They got the next car 13th in class, and then there was the other one that had more significant problems, had to take 14 minutes of repairs in the number 65/ number 17, whatever you want to call it. So this is maybe where their hopes for a top 10 rest in this particular car in the number 56 has been able to catch, actually, towards the end of this lap. Maybe Lucas Schwenk in the Ferrari hasn't quite settled in yet. Maybe the tyres are still cold. What do you think about cold tyres for GT3 cars leaving the pit lane? Shouldn't take them too long to warm up, surely?
It doesn't take too long, but it's the worst thing you can possibly have, especially for the very fast sections and the braking zones where the car will be a little bit more loose. You can see basically the DMC making quick work out of the Liper GT4 car as they come into the hairpin. And also the cold tires may affect the car handling a little bit because it gets loose, so if you give more input, the car will want to steer more or try to spin more than usual. So you have to be very careful maybe in the first 2 or 3 laps out before the car actually picks up the heat and you can be more faster and effective with it.
And joining the party, Atlantis Racing Team wants to put these guys a lap down. How's that going to affect the Viper Nizza E-Racing car? At the moment, it's James Russell in the 56.
Yeah, leader in the pit lane, by the way.
So it is Kevin Ellis Jr. I wonder if he's going to swap back with Jamie Fluke. We'll keep our eyes on that a little bit later on. James Russell doesn't want to give this lap up. He's in for position, and he doesn't want to have to give up any time. But eventually, it's going to force Atlantis to fight for that position. It might cost them more. Now they have a problem or give it up. They might have been too aggressive across the curbing and picked up a slowdown penalty, which is very easy to do near Le Mans there. See how much time is given away. Right hand side of your screen, it's the pit stop camera. Still seeing Kevin Ellis Jr. at the moment, even though this should be a tyre swap at the end of an even numbered hour. Maybe Fluke has other things to do, and it's going to be a long couple of stints for Kev, as he called him. Other GT3s on the lane, of course, together at the same time. You've got the satellite racing car probably going for some new rear tyres there, maybe. Fairy Monster Esports are in the lane. Atlantis Racing Team haven't gone as long as I suggested maybe they could. They are also in the lane. Down off the jacks after new tyres for Modena Motorsports. Kevin Ellis Jr. is back out into the race. He's going to start his 3rd stint. It's been exciting on the left-hand side of the screen as well while all that was going on. Great innovation, not innovation, but great improvement to our coverage here from Race Spot TV. We can go side by side, have a replay on one, live pictures on the other, or pick any 2 camera angles, chuck them together there. Means we miss even less of the action and can help you follow even more of the teams and drivers and battles that you want to see and hear about.
Well, let me just say really quickly, that's why I love sim racing, you know. Of course, Kevin Ellis is still in the car for one more stint, and we thought the JB Fluke was actually going to come in, but I just saw here on T-Speed that Jamie was in the waiting for interview channel here, David. I just took the liberty, went to Jamie's Fluke's stream, and just gave him a little bit of a reminder that, hey Jamie, you're still in the waiting for interview channel, and he just realized that right now. The marvelous world of sim racing.
So here's the Duvo by SimRC GT3 strategy playing out, where they continue to go much longer than the previously race-leading Modena Motorsports to try and cut out that final pit stop. And now this Atlantis car with 7th is going to put them in the DMC by HPSR blue car a lap down now. Took them a couple of laps to get that job done against those two, but now there's no other traffic between what is 11th and 12th in GT3. Red Camel Esports are on the lane. Maybe they're going to have a driver swap. Maybe they're not. They were one of those teams that went alternate on the strategy. But Rick Breukers had gotten back up into 2nd place, and just about the minute he dives down on the pit lane, that lets Modena Motorsports back up into 2nd.
Giving space to Jonas Zettekau, by the way, again.
Well, maybe later on we'll go down through all of the cars and talk about who's driven how many laps and how many stints, and, you know, which cars look like 2-driver teams, which cars look like 4-driver teams, what driver lineups, and stint pairings you might expect to see out of different cars. That could be a segment for next part of the broadcast, but T3 Esports, Race Union, Red Camel on the lane together. Remember, Simza and Race Union were having a bit of a battle, and it's Race Union who have to stop earlier. Those cars, and 17th place in class is on the lane, the other Modena Motorsports car. It's been there 2 hours 47. There's tyres to T3 Esports. You see the fueling gets done, and then the car rises up on the air jacks so they can change the tyres. Separate fueling and tyres in GT3 is what gives us the interesting strategies between double stinting or taking tyres, and it's tyres for T3, no tyres, Race Union, as we see they rejoin the race with Marvin Otter back. And that means, I don't know what that means in their battle against Simza. I think Simza's still going to be behind them after this round of pit stops.
Yeah, talking about pit stops, Duvo by SimRC GT3 just into the pit lane. Basically, Cedric Bowling giving way to Hayden Burns. The Australian driver from Australia, just taking back the SimRC car once again. And as we kind of expected, Kevin Ellis already making quick work, just getting out of turn number 5. So gap should be coming about right around 40 seconds, 45 seconds once again.
It was Hayden Burns for this car that was maybe a little more able to give chase to the leading Modena Motorsports car compared to Cedric Boland, who definitely held his own in making sure that 2nd place is locked down for this team. Something's going on the track that I heard. But they're out of the lane. Minute 9 seconds of total service for number 76. The blue lights that flash on the dashboard means the pit lane speed limiter, so it's very easy to tell when Hayden Burns hits the button to unleash the full power of the FSI V10. I think is the branding Audi give their naturally aspirated petrol motors these days. So Hayden Burns has a new set of tyres. He's got a full tank of fuel, and he'll soon cycle back into 2nd place. Let's ride a lap or 2 on board with him in the number 76 Audi R8 LMS. 8 hours right about now to go in the virtual 24-hour series race from Sebring. And everyone watching on the 24-hour series YouTube or Racesport TV, I'm David Haynes, it's Lorenzo Bonner alongside me, Hugo Lewis producing. Enjoy this couple laps on board. Then we had Hayden Burns driving the number 76 Tuvo by SimRC GT3 Audi. And cut away from that because this is a little bit of drama for the Mulner Motorsport Sim Racing Pro. This car was in second place for a while there. So what's gone on here for Dirk Oxes in the Cayman GT4? It looks like he's come in a little wide there into this complex that leads towards Le Mans, and Le Mans is where the problems start. Oh, he's got half a spin going on, maybe just touches the grass, and then it bucks back the other way. I think he just kept that off the wall though, Lorenzo.
Yeah, he did, and because of the counter steering that he made to avoid the wall, he turned this car to the outside part of the lane, and you can see the car spinning to the outside. But yeah, there was a little bit of a clip on the grass during reacceleration. The car was already a little bit loose, and by clipping the grass in reacceleration, it just made that easier. But good awareness from their Oxes to keep the car off the wall and just throw that car to the outside, and then safely rejoining in the process.
Well, welcome back to virtual 24-hour series where we've got sim racing drivers, sim racing teams, and lots of real-world drivers and teams from the 24-hour series all mixed together for this great event, 12 hours of Sebring. We are now past 1/3 distance, or time, as it is a timed race. We're looking at battle here, SERIES Esports Red Atlantis Racing Team GT3 Ferrari versus Ferrari in a class that's been otherwise very much dominated by the Audi R8s here. So we'll see. Been some driver changes not long ago in the pit stops, including, that's an extra stop for Satellite Racing. They've not been out on the track long. Just 6 laps into a stint and they're back on the pit lane. I wonder if there's problems for the number 67. That elevates this battle here up another place. It's now 7th versus 8th amongst our Ferrari teams.
Yeah, just taking a quick look over here on the replay just to see if there was any problem whatsoever on the Eric Andre's car. But it doesn't look like it, you know, just like you mentioned, 5 laps into the stint, something might have happened. But I can find anything that is actually quite solid on Eric Andre's problem.
Yeah, I can't see much damage on that car. I can't see an incident for that car. Now, it might be possible
Car's retired.
Wow, because it might be possible to hurt the engine by grabbing a downshift too early. But that was a bit of a mystery. You know, when we spoke to Eric Andre earlier in our coverage, they didn't sound like they were, you know, just going to park the car for no good reason. They seemed relatively optimistic, actually.
Yeah, which is weird, you know. I'm just looking over here on the chase cam. Team then coming into sunset. It's weird. You know? It's weird. The car just goes into pit lane and just stays stationary over there. Normally GT3 cars have downshift protection, so I don't think it's anything engine related. It could be something more like a technical related for Aneric or anything of the nature, or they missed something on their pit service that would have thrown them back a few spots, and they just decided to retire the car.
Yeah, and I can see Nick Rowland and Eric Andre both left the session, so they've both ducked out the back of the paddock, gone over the bridge, and maybe in search of a restaurant or a bar. Who knows?
Most likely a bar.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like we're going to see them again in this race. Unfortunately, it looks like that car has retired. And then the battle we were watching, Ferry Monster Esports versus Atlantis, seems like Robin Monster, back with the number 20 car, has a bit more speed. He's got a bit more flair to the paint as well. You know, black, red, white, splotches of yellow. It's a fast-looking livery, and I think that's what's maybe that's what's making the difference. Who knows? But in their battle, 7th and 8th, as I look up and down the timing screen, they are our 2 best-placed Ferraris, so they carry the hopes of Italy with them.
And as always, a really good battle for the Ferrari challenge, right?
Yeah, that's a different championship than this. No.
Fortunately.
But certainly, there's definitely a challenge between these two Ferraris, though, as to who'll grab 7th. They're each a minute behind the next car in class, though, which is SERIES Esports GT3.
And this is the fun part about Atlantis, to be very honest. If you're to look at how much their drivers are in terms of pedigrees of sorts. Matt Shade Munich is basically an LMP driver, LMP1 and LMP2. Arkadius Neumann is he's quite a renowned, but he's a very known LMP1 driver, former LMP1 driver and LMP2 driver in the ILMS series. And Jakub Widerka is basically more of a GT3, GTE driver. So we can say, I don't know if he would be doing faring better than Munich and Neumann, but if we're to look to be more to have more natural drivers in their natural habitat, we just found one over here.
Let's look up and down the field, look at which drivers we've seen on track already, which drivers we might expect to see. Let's start at the very head of the field in the number 16 car, where the race was started by Jamie Fluke. He did 2 stints, and now we're into the 3rd consecutive stint for Kevin Ellis Jr. doing the Ironman work behind the wheel of our leading car. We might have had a little bit of a moment coming into Sunset Bend there. It's a 51-second lead that they've got, but he is not letting off the throttle, is Kevin Ellis Jr. from Scotland. 2nd place on the road at the moment. This might be one that changes in not too long. It is Red Camel Esports. We have seen 3 drivers for this car. At the moment, it's Jorn Zetterkau, but we've seen Luke Breukers and Rick Breukers for the Red Camel Esports Audi R8 GT3. Now they're on some older tyres right now. They're just 4 seconds up the road from Duvo by SimRC GT3, who you can see looming in the background of that shot. Lorenzo, I do think that SimRC are going to get them in this stint.
They will, absolutely. They have better tires. They have basically a faster driver with a faster pace in Hayden Burns. First lap, not going to say first lap, but first 5 laps for Hayden Burns. They're already ranging in the 2-minute 2:01, very, very low, 2:01.1. Now he does a 2-minute 0.8. So it's just a matter of when Burns actually caught up to Zetterkau. But let's not take away Zetterkau. Zetterkau did really well within his stint, even though he has more of a worn-out rubber in his car, but still very capable driver with a very, very, very capable car.
Yeah, and Zetterkau's absolutely the anchor of this team at the moment as well, because he's driven over 60 laps at this point, and Breukers have each done 28 and 29, so alone Zetterkau's driven more than his 2 teammates combined. Currently in 2nd place. Let's move back where SimRC GT3 are currently in 3rd. It's just the 2 drivers we've seen in that one. Remember, Hayden Burns started, did a double, Cedric Bolin did a double, and now back to Hayden Burns. So 2 drivers so far in this car, and I don't think we are going to expect to see anyone else, so probably just these 2 drivers for the full 12-hour race. Achievable if you each do 2 hours and just swap back, but some other teams might prefer to have 3 or maybe even 4 drivers for a 12-hour race.
Yeah, because then you can stretch it out, the stints between each driver. You can basically lessen the strain of sorts. And if you have an international base team, like drivers in the UK, drivers in the oceanic time zone, for example, or if we are to say like a race spot group right now, we have 2 people from Brazil right now, and me and Hugo in the cameras. who's on the cameras right now, and then you, David, from Australia. So we have an international team, and then we have Peter Mackay, which is coming back really shortly. So we can kind of like juggle in between the time zones and make it easier and lessen the strain for the drivers themselves, so they don't drive in time zones that are not familiar or not good for them. But if you're feeling comfortable for a long period and do not get affected by tiredness and time zones and things like that, then sure, you can lessen the numbers and just go for maybe 2 or 3 drivers.
Let's look at 4th place in GT3, where there's about to be some action as well. Ooh, look, as we cut to it, T3 Esports flashing their headlights at the traffic and at Race Union 12 Hour in 4th place. These are the 2 drivers so far this race from Race Union, and from what I can tell, the only 2 present at the racetrack as well, Marvin Otterback and Florian Bowden for the Race Union 12 Hour. Their GT3 car, they are one of the teams present across a couple different classes here in today's race. As I said, right behind them on track in 5th place, T3 Esports Beta, currently being driven by Bastian Dobitz. We've also had Jens Homan in that car. And what's going on right here? Race Union on the older tyres, I think, being caught by T3 Esports Beta, who are just 1.5 seconds behind. So we've got to look at 3rd place catching 2nd and 5th place catching 4th in GT3 right now. Pit stops weren't long ago, and now some of the teams with the newer tyres have to use them to catch the cars in front and make good advantage of the extra time they have to spend on pit lane fitting a fresh set of tyres. 6th place in GT3 is Simza. GT3. They are doing the long fuel strategy. They have dropped back to 6th. They were kind of challenging for the podium earlier. Let's see if deeper in the race, if they skip a pit stop, that's enough to see the Simza Esports guys grab a podium. But we talked about Gustav Skrinbergus, real-world LMP3 driver from Lithuania. Race winner in LMP3 in the Asian Le Mans Series at The Bend in Australia at just 16 years of age. So, a young driver. I think a lot of prototype driving ahead of him. But we also saw Scott Brazier and Lewis Goodway. And right now it is Scott Brazier. So they've seen 3 drivers for this orange Audi R8. Let's keep going down the order to our first Ferrari in the running order in GT3. Ferry Monster Esports Racing. Number 20 got namesake Robin Monster driving at the moment. He's had Lorenzo Van Riet and Hub Etterman to help him. Just going to look briefly at the lap count in that car. So it's been 1 double stint. No, 1 stint for Etterman, 1 stint for Van Riet, and Robin Monster with the lion's share of the driving in this car as well. So we're seeing there's a few cars, Lorenzo, where there's one driver who's the real anchor at the moment, and then, you know, some other drivers jump in for a stint to relieve them, and then we see that same driver back again.
It's a common theme also in these endurance events. You know, you're always going to have the driver that's going to drive the longest. I've been that and already in a few events, so driving the biggest chunk of the laps for a team, try to dictate the pace because they think you are more comfortable pushing the car. You can get more positions up. You can take time off the opponents that you're trying to face. Of course, that doesn't mean that the other guys are bad. They just don't have the same pace or not a comfortable setup that they are using with the car as you're probably using. So it's all different things that you see, not just in sim racing, but even in real life racing. You see like drivers taking the biggest amount of driving. For example, one driver in a 24-hour event driving 10 hours, one is driving 6 hours, the other one is driving 4 hours, maybe the other one is driving the other 6. So it's one of these things that make racing interesting, as we're seeing the T3 team trying to make that move on Sunset on Race Union side by side, and there you go, David. It's going to make that move quite a nice and easy, I think, right before turn.
Not sure if it's done just yet. Race Union with the older tyres had to go around the outside, and what are they doing now? Chopping across to not defend the inside? You often see someone jump across to defend the line. Rare to see them jump across to not defend it. So, Race Union, older tyres still holding on to fourth. But, well, eventually, you have to imagine that the grippier rubber of T3 Esports is going to prevail in this battle, 4th and 5th. Surprised that the greater turning ability wasn't useful at that Sunset Bend on that occasion. We'll see how this one goes. On the left-hand side of the screen, though, we'll get 8th in class, so we can continue side by side. That is Atlantis Racing Team. Jakob Vidica, yes, is doing his first stint in the car, so he's just getting accustomed to the Ferrari around Sebring. His first stints in the race, but Macy Milniak and Arkadiusz Neumann have each done a double stint there. So 3 drivers so far for the Atlantis Racing Team GT3 Ferrari. Oh, what a feast for our eyeballs here, with great battle for position on the right. So we continue our deep dive on the drivers and teams on the left. Traffic will play in the battle between Race Union and T3 Esports. I'll tell you about 9th in class Atlantis Racing Team. They got 2. We're talking about the one in 8th. Here's the one in 9th. Miroslav Nastalchik, Thomas Oliviak and Rafael Markovits for that one. So fair share driver lineups across Atlantis. They've seen 6 drivers so far across their 2 Ferrari GT3s. 10th in GT3 would be the DMC by HP SR Blue Ferrari. So it's all Ferraris once you get down to 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th. This battle here, we'll keep our eyes on for the moment. 4th, 1st, 5th. T3 Esports looming, lurking, with better tyres underneath them. But the walkerism, the truism of motorsport is that catching is one thing, passing is another. That is an ambitious look, Lorenzo, but it's not going to work.
No, it's not going to work. Very opportunistic move, and a little, as you said, optimistic from the T3 car of Boston Obrit. As they come down into Cunningham, once again, deep dive into Cunningham, nearly having contact with the Race Union car. So Otterbox still surviving by a thread as they go into right now Tower turn, and your favorite turn here, David. Now all up to Dobitz to see if he's going to get a good run coming into Bishop, then Lamont corner to set himself up maybe for the Ulman straight and overtake down into Sunset.
Yeah, precisely. Marvin Otterback driving a little defensively. But surely Bastian Dobitz is going to find a way past eventually. He's got a better apex at Le Mans. Does that mean he gets to pick up the throttle earlier down the Ulman Straight and be riding along right in the slipstream behind 4th place? Straight line speed is a bit more for T3 Esports Beta, but Marvin Otterback is going to cover the inside line to Sunset. Does Dobitz try to go around the outside? Does he try to cross back underneath? He tries almost neither, and it doesn't succeed. They've got the overall race leader looming up behind them to put 4th and 5th place a lap down as well. So Kevin Ellis Jr. is not going to get tangled up in this one. Down the inside of turn 1, Bastian Dobitz has a look. Maybe dives in a little deep with a compromised line. Again, he's not able to get past, but to turn 2, he puts his nose to the inside. And surely once he gets down the inside, he's got enough grip to make the move work. Does he? I think so, because now the leader is going to get involved, and that puts paid to any chance Race Union had of fighting back for 4th place. Bastian Dobitz prevails to 4th place ahead of Race Union and Marvin Otterback. Kevin Ellis Jr. in the end actually did play into that battle a little bit, Lorenzo.
He did apply a little bit of pressure from Otterbach, and Otterbach just knowing that you have the leader already, took the opportunity to back the car away a little bit and let the leader go by. You know, you really don't want to battle the leader, especially even if you're battling for position as we speak and you have worn out rubber in comparison to the car ahead of you. And now Dobitz just now doing the work of trying to distance himself away. You can see Kevin Ellis Jr. on the frame right there, just lurking, waiting for the move. Blinks his car headlights, trying to go for an overtake. There you go into Bishop, just giving the outside part of the lane. Dobitz, and there goes Kevin Ellis Jr. done and dusted, overlapping both T3 and racing cars.
I'm talking about having those headlights flash. You notice that it's quite a bit darker now around the circuit. Here on the iRacing service, we've perfectly modeled, mimicked and simulated the time of day and the sunset exactly to the GPS coordinates of the racetrack, so it mimics the sunrise, the sunset and the time of year of the real circuits perfectly. And of course it's winter time, or about to be winter time in Florida. In session it is 4:30 in the afternoon, in the evening, depending on your perspective, and you can see that means sunset in winter somewhere between 4:30, maybe before 6 p.m. And it's getting a bit darker out on track. That means the racetrack's getting a little bit cooler, and it does mean that a lot of this 12-hour race, as the real, the upcoming IMSA WeatherTech 12 hours of Sebring is going to be, a lot of the running is going to be in the dark, in the night time, and soon it'll be quite dark. You can see that the headlights look a lot brighter than they did not long ago.
Yeah,
Ooh, big moment for Kevin Ellis Jr. there, trying to get around the BMW M4. Nearly had a swerve, nearly touched the grass, nearly looped it all the way around. Is that the Lipet or the Tibbet car?
Tibbet. Oh, and Tibbet just getting in the way of nearly getting in the way of Race Union. Just making a little bit of lane change during the braking zone, and Race Union was coming in hot. I could swear to God that Race Union was actually going to put that Audi R8 on the back bumper of the BMW M4 of Tibbet Racing, but fortunately nothing happened. It was just a little bit of a scare.
Like all the BMW drivers around where I live, no indicators before a lane change at speed there. I know. It's a good thing I'm a perfect driver who never ever forgets something like that. But certainly, I think the intention from Tibbet there is they didn't want to get in the way of these battling cars. They were trying to get back onto the racing line. If Race Union wanted to dive down the inside, maybe that was their prerogative, but this happens across the different classes, and of course we've got 4 classes in this race: GT4, 991, GT3 and TCR. See GT3 and TCR on the screen together there. So there's now only 3 GT3s left on the lead lap.
Yeah, but then again, so I was going to say, even though there are people within the lead lap, just 3 cars within the lead lap, I think we shouldn't take much away of this, because there's a good chance we might have like 5 cars within the lead lap, depending on circumstances, by the end of the race, due to, reason they have to do the splash and dash for Modena and also Duvo. So there is a likelihood of we might have like 4 cars depending on circumstances within the lead lap, maybe 5, depending if the 5th place, wherever they are, get a good run towards the end of the latter portions of the race, and then stay within relative comfort of the lead lap and finish ahead of the leader. We'll see.
Let's continue our, we're going to call it an investigation, deep dive, a spotlight across all of the teams in today's race. Hey, had we already done 10th place, or are we skipping straight to 11th?
We haven't done 10th place.
Hugo is he's very fast, and he's fast enough that he's gone and jumped the gun on DMC by HPSR Blue. We've seen just 2 drivers, Lucas Schwenk and Dominic Spicker. At the moment in 10th, it's Lucas in the 10th place car. It is Lucas Schwenk for the number 70. So there's their moment. I think there's just a little bit of damage lingering on this car on the front and maybe in front of some of the wheel wells, but we saw they definitely had the speed to run away from one of the Viper Nizza E-Racing Audis earlier. So there they go. And in fact, as it continues to get darker, the Ferrari is one of the great cars to watch because they've got that LED strip above the doors and on the mirrors that's going to light up, and it makes it easy to identify in the dark. The proper endurance CT3 spec with the visibility and identification lighting. So now let's look. 11th place. One of several Viper Nizza E-Racing entries in this series and in this race. And they've been busy hot swapping in the 56, because we have had Dominic Ang, Freddie Ang, James Russell and Aaron Lim. And the driver who's done the most laps, well, it's a tie between James Russell and Dominic Ang, who look like they both did a double stint of 56 laps each. Freddie Ang looks like he had quite a short run of just 12 laps in the car. And Aaron Lim is in the car for the first time recently. He has done just 2 laps completed in this race so far, but as the stint goes on, that number is clearly going to increase. So in the 56 car, that is the 4 drivers we've seen. It's one of the team cars immediately behind. Again, confusingly numbered. The team called Viper Nizza E-Racing 63, but they've actually got the number 21 for reasons that I'm not sure of. I've been busy there as well, because at the moment it's Gilbert Ang. We've also had Tenku Izanlei, Ruben Wong, and Tenku Jan Lei Tenku Mahalio 18. I was unaware that that was such a common name.
I was gonna say that.
If I'm honest with you. But all of them displayed on iRacing as Club Asia drivers, so it's awesome to have them involved. It's awesome to see that the team has enough drivers, enough enthusiasm to field 3 cars as well. It's great to see. And this one, a little bit cleaner looking than their teammates who are one position up the road, so we might see a Viper Nizza E-Racing battle. The car that's immediately up the road from them is their 3rd team car in 14th place, but we might see, very well might see 11th versus 12th across the Viper Nizza machines. 13th in class running right now. Oh, that's the Park VRS satellite racing car we spoke with, and Eric Andre, and the teammate was, Nick Rowland. That's of course right. Those two. The car's retired. I don't think we're going to see a 3rd driver in that car. I don't think we're going to see the first 2 drivers again either. That is a real shame. So then, actually, that position has just changed as the Viper Nizza E-Race 65/17 went across the pit lane, across the stripe. They gained a position from 14th to 13th. That's why it's 13th on our live timing graphic and 14th on the number board attached to the car that only updates as they cross the control line once a lap. This one, less drivers, Lorenzo. It's only been Douglas Coe, Shok Peng and Matthew Graham. And the current driver in the 13th, Matthew Graham's been very generous in letting their teammates put them 1 lap down just now.
Yeah, I think this is one of the team's gentleman drivers. You know that you don't expect them to have a whole lot of pace in comparison to the other guys in the field. They're just trying to rack up as much experience they can in the sim. So, and again, having fun. So over here, you can see the cars doing relatively okay. You know, they've been playing with issues back and forth. That 17 car has been playing also with nearly taking out, if I recall, taking out one of the drivers, but it wasn't, of course, purposeful. It was accidental, but still, all good, all cool to see. All 3 cars still in this race, still going strong at it.
And they definitely know where to find the headlight flash button on an Audi R. headlights. They flash their headlights at their teammate, now flash their headlights at some TCR traffic. Let's look at the 991 class then, made up of course those beautiful Porsche 911 GT3 Cup machines. Your leader there on the Motorsport Sim Racing Blue. 2 driver lineup so far, Alexandra Diego and Kevin Hildenhervel. Driving right now is Diego, and they've been very fond of swapping drivers every stint, Lorenzo.
Yeah, like we were talking earlier, you know, going for 1 hour stints, then swapping to the other drivers already a little bit warmed up than usual. So we talked about what would be the best strategy for you, David, while moving forward in case you ever ran one of these kind of races. Then we're going to see also the second in class once you go into it, which is the Dual RC Cup, which is currently driving with also a dual lineup with this. I'm just gonna say it. I'm sorry, David. I'm gonna see that spotlight out of you. And running Osterkamp and also Stefan Herman. They still have Patrick Kessler in the register in the server. When if you will drive, that's still unclear. But both drivers with the same amount of laps, 67 for Osterkamp, 62 for Herman. But also for the time being, a 2-driver team. As we are looking at right now here in the 911.
Yeah, this is one of the interesting ones where we've only seen 2 drivers so far, but you're absolutely right. Patrick Kessler is in session across the pit wall. Are we going to see him later in the race? It's possible sometimes we see their names on our screens and they're just spotting for the car, they're just maybe crew chiefing for the car, maybe just helping out. And we might not see them actually drive, or we might see Patrick Kessler drive later on. Let's go third in 991, and that is the Race Union Cup 12-hour. We've seen the 3 here of Gunnar Meeson, Alex Orton, and Mark Henrici. The driver who's driven the most laps is Henrici. He's behind the wheel right now, logging yet more. So, I think a short stint from Gunnar Meeson, a regular length from Alex Orton, and Henrici doing the lion's share in this car. And then rounding out this class, because it has the 4 entries in 991 class. It's the Porsche Lorient Virtual Racing. The fan favourites, carrying the hopes and dreams of France.
Yep.
So it is. So it is indeed. Pontes Mathieu driving at the moment. We also have had Jeremy Mazaras and John Borreau. That was a little wide as we're looking at the pictures there. But you and I know that this is a pushy understeery car that is difficult to turn through the corners, especially late in a stint. Especially if you've damaged the little front splitter to these cars. But they soldier on 4th place in class. The 3 Frenchmen. Yes, they're all Club France in the driver lineup for this car. Lorenzo, GT4, a little more populous with 6 cars.
Yeah, we have over here the Duvo by SimRC GT4 with Matthias Shoga and also Patrick Young from the SimRC crew. So far, a 2-driver crew. We still have Simon Grossman, which is one of the managers from SimRC. I know he's a driver as well. Usually drives more these GT4 cars than usual, especially in VLN. So we might see Grossman coming into the car anytime soon. We have the P2 in Tibet Racing. So we have the owner of the team, Simon Tibbett, in the car. Not in the car, not right now, but he is registered. Joe 77 laps, so driving the biggest chunk out of the team laps with nearly 122 laps, 122 done by Christopher Paz, which is now in the car, driving 46 laps. Muna Motorsport Sim Racing Pro is in 3rd in the class right now with 2 drivers. They have a 2-driver lineup in Michael Finkbona, and Derek Oxus, with Derek Oxus driving now in the car, 38 laps. I think Bona doing the majority of the work with 84. And then we go to P4 in the SEMSA Esports GT4 car. Former P2 during the start of this race, unfortunately plagued by an issue at the start-finish line during the sunset bend. With Team Draven and Team Utoika in this GT4 718 Club Sport Cayman GT4. Unfortunate marked by issues, but a very competitive team nevertheless. And then we go to P5 here, David, which is our good buddies from Team RSL, or Team Radio Show Limited, powered by Mofo, with Nick Damon in the car as we speak, Darren Wood, Joe Bradley, and Matthew Riddles so far in the car. Matthew hasn't driven yet. Damon in his 38th lap, who Joe Bradley drove the most with 42. Very interesting thing. A few laps back from the leader, nearly two laps back from the Duvel Sim RC car. And rounding out the GT4, we have the Duvel not the Duvel, but the Liper Esports Black. In with a very big lineup with Sandro Petroziello, Mark Brotkin, Marcus Eichhorn, and Marian Hensel in that 453 car, with a very lined up, not lined up, but a very equal lineup. All drivers nearly doing 40 laps. Sandro will do his 40th lap in the next one. So all drivers basically going for 120 laps total, 40 each. And Mario still has to do his laps over here, David.
Yeah, indeed. So I wonder if that means for Sandro Petroziello that this might be an in-lap. This might be their final lap. If 40 laps is how long the BMW has been going on a tank of fuel. We're going to know very shortly, aren't we, with the car in the middle of Sunset Bend. Is that a tight line looking for pit in? I think it is. So 6th place in class, Liper Esports Black are going to pit. I want to watch this. We'll see if the 4th driver, Marian Hensel, gets in. This car trundles down a pit lane because it's a GT4 car, not a GT3. It's not going to have to go as far down the pit box because the GT3 cars are all near pit out. GT4 pit boxes are near pit in. Car goes up on the jacks. We get that telltale sign that a driver swap is going on in the 453. And I have to scroll down a little further to confirm that we are going to see Marian Hensel. So now all 4 drivers on the entry list for 453 have at least sat in the seat. We haven't seen a lap completed yet from the current driver. Nice to see them very equally sharing that one around. The other thing I noticed about the lap count there, across the team RSL powered by Mofo Cayman, Joe Bradley did 42 laps, Darren Wood only 41. So if you were going to lend your car to one, I think Joe Bradley's going to be more likely to return it with more fuel in the tank.
Yeah, most likely. I just want to see real quickly if Joe's actually the fastest. But doesn't look like it. You know, Damon on the 216s, 217s. Bradley on the 216s, the 217s with 218s in the middle. He did a 215 as well at one point of the race. And finally, we have Darren Wood, which was the fastest driver, their strongest driver, having some more fuel than usual, doing 215s in the middle. And now we see Nick Damon handling the car for Matthew Riddles.
I guess it's GT4 driver swap time. You're in fact right that the Team RSL car is on the lane. We're also watching Hayden Burns catching Jon Zetterkau for 2nd place in GT3, knowing that it's fresher tyres on the 3rd place car. This was a move we kind of saw coming, but also it's taken a while longer than otherwise we might have thought to see this one shape up. You can tell from the very orange glow across the track that sunset can't be too far away. We also hit a time before sunset that mandates the car headlights come on. It's hard to tell that one on the Audi GT3s, they kind of always have their headlights on. But when you see the Porsche Cup cars and the TCR cars, you can see that they only have the running lights on at the moment. And sometime just around sunset, all together in unison per the regulations, they'll all turn their main headlights on. You see the BMW GT4 there also with just the BMW style running lights on. It's gone from 2 seconds when we started watching, or about 2.5 seconds when we started watching, to now 1.2 seconds between Red Camel and Duvo by SimRC GT3. Once they get within about 1 second, you start to think that down the longer straights they'll be pulling in the slipstream, and that further helps them catch the remaining amount of time up.
Yeah.
Or the traffic might play into it.
There's a little bit of traffic. I think right ahead of Red Camel. I'm just trying to see who that car is. That is the 976 of the Duvo by SimRC Cup. So let's see where that car will end up. Zetacal is about to reach the hairpin, but I don't think it's going to be enough for the Audi R8 driver to make that overlap. He's go for a deeper braking zone, try to get himself closer. There's a little bit of a lockup on the 976, but it allows Hayden Burns to come just under the second range and use the draft to his advantage, putting him forward.
Well, here's one of the little games you can play when you've got multiple cars across multiple classes. I really don't think that the Duvo by SimRC Cup car jumped out of the way of the GT3 car that their teammate was battling. Traffic continues to play both ways in these classes here. I don't think that Duvo by SimRC Cup car is doing anyone any favours as they jump past the TCR car and now have their teammates in the GT3 car use the superior braking performance to really get down the inside of the braking zone there to get past. Half a second, now back out to about 1 second as the traffic compromised Hayden Burns just a little bit. You can see what the same livery looks like when it's applied to a Audi GT3 or a Porsche Cup car.
Yeah, it's a very interesting thing to see those cars, how much speed they can carry into turns in comparison to what would say the lower tier cars. Not just saying that the 911 Cups are not fast. If we just saw, I think, multiple times over here in this race where the 911 Cup car, especially in the Oman straight, can be just as fast as the GT3. They have to hang back all the way down until the final end of the straight and come sunset to make the overtake. So it's one of those interesting aspects we can see on cars. We know that the 911 Cup car has ABS and TC, not in iRacing though, but if you had a TC and ABS, maybe you can even the playing field a little bit and put a harder work on the GT3 cars.
I like that, what's it called, Cup MR that Manti Racing make. Sort of has the drivetrain, which is a little bit more affordable, a little less maintenance intensive of the Cup car, but then adds some of the little endurance and aerodynamic things of a GT3 to create a car that's sort of halfway in between the two in performance, but a lot closer to the Cup car in terms of running costs. Maybe not that much closer to the Cup car in terms of purchasing costs, but they try to keep, the gearbox servicing costs, the engine servicing costs and all those a little closer to Cup car land, and the performance and speed a little closer to GT3 land. Not a concern so much in the sim racing world, but amongst, teams with limited budgets, teams trying to stretch their budgets across as many race meetings as they can. And it's an interesting car, at least for the series it's allowed to race in, like VLN and maybe some of the other more invitational, slightly less homologated championships. It's back underneath half a second here, Red Camel and Duvo by SimRC GT3. They're not far away from a pit stop either. There's the pit in that both of them aren't going to take this time. Maybe in 2 or 3 laps we'll see them. How is the run onto the pit straights? 0.3 of a second. Graphic updates, it's at 4, so Hayden Burns didn't get the run he wanted there.
By the way, David, we might see the leader coming down in pit lane, though. He's on 27 laps. We've seen the benchmark from Modena, from him, from Kevin Ellis, and also from Jamie Fluke is that 27, maybe 28 laps if you can save aggressively the field for that car, but they're not thinking about it. So there's a good chance that we might see the leaders come down to pit lane as they're just done with the Ulman straight. Should be coming down into sunset in about 10 seconds or so.
Yeah, indeed, we saw that they didn't make it to the top of the hour, our race leader, and so they sort of abandoned that strategy to just treat it like a sprint race. Say, yes, we're going to need an extra pit stop at the end because we're not going to be saving the fuel. But it's worked for them. They're fast enough that they are in the lead by enough. They just might get away with it. What about this one here? Old tyres for Jon Zetterkow, and he runs a little wide in the corners that link towards Tower, and it's kind of the closest we've seen Hayden Burns for a little while. What you really need to do is through here try to force Red Camel into defending, so they compromise their run onto the Ullman straight and then can make the pass there. They're not close enough to do that, but Hayden Burns opens up the entry to the corner, almost touches the grass. You know, we've seen a few drivers get too ambitious there, touch that grass and go for a spin. Is that a car defending or giving that one up? Just defending. Okay, trying to break the toe.
Going for a little bit of a inside line. Not going to say aggressive, but you're trying to break yourself away from the toe. You really don't want to have Burns, you know, drafting your car, trying to get close and trying to go for a move. So he went for that inside part of the lane. He saw that Burns was having none of it. So basically just keeps his line, comes back into the normal racing line just before Sunset Bend, and they're at it for one more lap.
So they are. Let's keep our eyes on this one. Battle for second. You can tell that as the sun's gotten further down, the track's cooling off a little bit. Kevin Ellis Jr. has just set a lap, almost setting the fastest lap of the race, but there's problems for the GT4 leader. 12H SEBRING GT4, Matthias Schoger. What has happened here? That's Tower. There's dirt on the exit, no problems there. Does he just pull over?
No, I think that is not a mechanical failure, but
no
that's
steering at all. Yeah, steering wheel stay straight. That sounds like an equipment failure, doesn't it? Because the steering wheel is dead straight, no turning. Into the wall he went. So that's a big problem. That's a big problem for 12H SEBRING GT4 because they're going to have to tow that car if they can't drive it back to the pit lane. And then there'll be some repairs to do. Now it's possible that they just try to reboot the steering. But look at the damage on the front right hand corner there from going literally straight into the tyre bundle.
Yeah, sorry about it. Apologies over here. Yeah, I just was switching positions on my seat. But yeah, it's a very considerate damage. I hope they don't have suspension damage from hitting the tire barrier that hard. You know, he barely braked the car. It was carrying a lot of speed into the braking zone, but doesn't look like it. Matthias Schoger just in for one more lap and still retaining that nearly a lap lead advantage he has on Christopher Pass. But now Pass just done with the hairpin. The gap should be right around 2 minutes roughly between the Porsche and the BMW M4.
We did have our class leader pit, and this is really critical in the race. Look, he's rejoined just ahead of second and third, who are yet to pit at all. So at the moment, Modena Motorsports are a full pit stop clear of the rest of the field, which is very important because they're going to need that gap later in the race. So take a picture right now because first, second and third are all within 1.5 seconds on track. Unfortunately, in the next 5 minutes, the pit stops are going to mean that's not true. They're going to spread our field out. This is a bit of an artificial gap at the moment. but it's interesting to see, interesting to take note of. That's a good run through tower from Hayden Burns. It's not really an overtaking opportunity through the next sequence of corners. He's close enough and he's aggressive enough, and he is aggressive, but he is just close enough to force Red Camel Esports to jump out of the way. There we go, up into second place, right before their pit stops come around, goes Duvo by SimRC GT3 as Jorn Zetterkauf decided that one was no longer worth defending once Burns had the elbows out that wide.
Yeah, but we're gonna see here is just I can totally see both cars coming into the pit lane right now. I see Burns just gonna stay out for one more lap. Zetterkauf is gonna come in for the pit service as we speak. So gap between P1 and P3 will stretch out by over a minute. So I would say about a minute and 10, minute and 20 depending on circumstances. We'll take a look in a little bit. But Burns, 1 second gap, and he has 1 lap to actually overtake that lead.
You also see the Race Union car on the pit lane at the same time, because round about the top of the hour is roundabout GT3 pit stop times. This is important for Burns to put in a couple quick laps right now. Try to overcut Red Camel. Now I think it'll be fuel only at this stop for Burns, and they'll be taking tyres at Red Camel Esports. So probably Duvo by SimRC GT3 will jump back ahead, but in the battle that just keeps flip-flopping back and forth between the two of them, now is a good time to try to get further clear, so you don't need to worry about counting precisely how many seconds their final pit stop is going to be. By that. Trying to get to the inside for Tower Bend on the traffic. Hayden Burns is pushing on. T3 Esports Beta are on pit lane once again as well. Not seeing many new names jumping in cars, at least in the GT3 class right now.
Yeah, no new names whatsoever. Let's take a look over here on Burns as he just come out of the Almond Straight, out of Le Mans corner, and Almond Straight. He will have a little bit of a draft to work with as they're about to come into Sunset Bend anytime soon in about 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3. There they go, diving down into Sunset. But Burns, 28 laps within his stint, so should be coming down into the pit lane right now.
Yeah, I agree with that. Even went a couple laps longer in this stint than Red Camel were able to do, but they're still just before the top of the hour. Surely, if you're that close, the strategy for number 76 car would want to cut out needing a final stop with 2 laps to go. So Hayden Burns finds his pit crew in second because he started on the front row of the grid, and now pit stalls are ordered by qualifying. Probably Burns going to stay because the stint he just completed was with a new set of tyres, so if it's fuel only, I think they'll leave him in. He'll probably come out in second place. Sure is looking mighty dark as well when you're staring straight down the barrel of all of the lights that are fitted to the front of an Audi R8 GT3. Fuel only, away he goes. He's got headlights, he's got high beams, he's got running lights, he's got fog lights. And all of them are going to be very, very useful, especially in the last 6 hours of this race, because you know, it's the middle of an airfield. There's not a lot of natural lighting on circuit. There's not a lot of... There's no track illumination like you find at an oval or like you find at Daytona. What you do have is some reflectors built into the racetrack, and that's where you need your headlights.
Yeah, I would say if we were to divide the portion of the track in terms of pure darkness and anything else, I would say basically 90% of the track, it does have artificial lighting, whereas the 10%, which probably would be the start-finish line and maybe the straight right before the hairpin, you might have a little bit of artificial lighting. Anything else is pure darkness around the around the track. So you have to be very mindful where you place those cars. But it isn't. This is the thing. Even though it is darkened, it isn't complicated in comparison to what we would say in Road Atlanta, or even at I'm not gonna say, I would say mid Ohio at some sort, or even in Road America where you have no lightning.
Yeah, some tracks where it gets very, very dark racing at night. Not much night racing at Road America, unfortunately. I hear that some of the neighbours aren't quite so delighted about it, and that's a shame for that track, because I think it deserves a longer race in IMSA or some other championships than it gets. It'd be a great circuit for a 6-hour race or for a 12-hour race. We've just crossed over the top of the hour. 5 done, 7 more to go in virtual 24-hour series from Sebring. We are RaceSpot TV, covering this on the 24-hour series YouTube and some other platforms. And if you've missed Scotch and whiskey and pizza talk, well, welcome back, Peter Mackay.
Thank you very much, David, and ice cream chat as well. I've taken your advice from earlier, and I had a white chocolate ice cream as well, which has got me raring to go, ready for the rest of this race. What has been happening over the last few hours?
I can't remember quite where we were when you left.
About 3 hours ago.
We've had 1 or 2 retirements. In the last hour, VRS Satellite Racing just didn't appear to be any damage, just drove down on the pit lane, parked it, and Eric Andre and his name shouldn't escape me.
Nick
well,
Rowland.
those 2 drivers.
Alex.
Yes! Nick Rowland. Those 2 left. So no word quite about what happened there. RSR by Abruzzi Ferrari is it a Ferrari? It's a retirement regardless, unfortunately in the last 2 hours or so. And what happened? Well, we just had a problem not long ago.
GT4.
Okay. The GT4 came and was our race leader. It looks like it was a hardware problem for the driver, because the steering wheel was dead straight, car didn't turn and went right hand front into the tyre barrier. I think they might have actually gotten away without too much damage if we're looking at the car now, but that was a recent problem in the GT4 class. And we had a couple little battles amongst the GT3 drivers. For example, we just seen, second and third battling, and we also had a bit of a battle, I think, between Race Union and Simza. It was for a moment there. So it's not been all quiet at Sebring.
I see. Well, there's lots to talk about. I tell you what, guys, it seems to be that over the last little while, I don't know if it's just coincidence, it could be, seen quite a few drivers having this strange issue where basically either their wheel breaks down or whatever it is, and on their sim rig at home, and you look at the onboard replay, and like you say, the wheel it basically stops moving on the screen, and it seems like it's becoming more of a common issue. I don't know if there's anything behind that, but it's so frustrating.
You know what I call that, Peter? The
Go
marvelous world of sim racing.
Indeed, it's like the puncture in real world racing.
Well, I did say that earlier on, didn't I? Where, this is Porsche Lorient Virtual
It's the
Racing.
Burger King car, no!
They have had a bit of a whopper there, unfortunately. Let's look at the replay. Have you missed me, Peter?
Oh, that's so good. I love it. Oh, dearie me. Oh, he's patted it in the wall.
Oh, well, okay, the replay will tell us precisely what's happened. I think they've just come in a bit too hot. It's locked up, it's not wanted to turn, and they've found that around sunset, the dewy grass has very, very little grip there. So I didn't see any contact. I don't think I saw a failure of any kind. I think they might have meant to brake at the 4 cones, braked at the 3 cones, and then instead of going straight ahead for the runoff, tried to make the corner, and that hasn't worked. So that's a shame for them, but they carry on, as every car in class has done so.
The spirit of endurance, as they say. Now, I tell you what, the Red Camel Esports Audi of Jorn Zotica, it would appear his meteoric rise up the field is still going strong. Now, are they going on? Are they keep throwing tyres at it, or are they double stinting like everybody else?
I honestly believe this could be a triple stint, because they were on the second stint of a set of tyres last stint. They've come down the lane, made a pit stop time of 49.7 seconds, which is only 8 seconds longer than you expect out of a fuel-only stop. So the options here are, they took a very short fuel and changed all 4 tyres. They took fuel only and then sat getting some repairs. Or one of the other strategies I've heard that can sometimes work for these cars in these conditions, as it's kept getting cooler towards the evening, is maybe they've taken a slightly short fuel and only changed 2 tyres. Lorenzo and some others may recall that in the Heartland Air 24 Hours of Spa and some other things, some Audi teams and some other GT3 teams do like to change only 2 tyres.
Yeah, because the rear tires get a little bit of a beating under the braking, so it is easier for you to change the rear tires and you spend less time, because in Spa, it's a funny thing. Instead of you burning the front end because of the lock, you just spend so much on the back end trying to get yourself back together and everything. So it makes more sense to them to change the rear tires, try to be more effective under it, and just try to drive themselves out. And then whenever it's necessary to change the fronts, they go, depending on circumstances, how well the rear tires are, they just change the front ones, or they just change it completely and go for a full service. But it's an interesting thing. Yeah, I've seen that come once or twice.
Don't see anyone from Red Camel that we can actually grab to interview or have a word with, because they're in an interesting spot here, looking very good for a top 3, and also really keeping Duo by SimRC GT3 on their toes as well. It's been interesting to pick their brain about strategy, about traffic and all those things. Unfortunately, for the several drivers that are sort of available to us to speak with, it does not appear that anyone from the number 98 is around.
And that's if they're willing to tell us as well. Of course, they might have an ace up their sleeve, as one of the Ryza cars, the Viper Nyza cars, moves across. Matthew Graham aboard that car. That doesn't sound like a very Malaysian name to me.
There's also was it Matthew Russell in one of the other cars, someone like that. Again, not a massively Malaysian sounding name, but all of them displaying as Club Asia, which was interesting to see. But who was it from Porsche who
James
spent
Russell
a lot of time?
Earl Bamber.
Spent a lot of time in that region of the world.
Yeah, absolutely. I have to say, that's one of my favourite motor racing stories.
I've heard it from you before, but tell us again.
Sorry, forgive me. If just you can have a nap while I tell you this one. But for me, this is one of my favourite stories. So Earl Bamber was, obviously what he's gone on to do has been incredible, but he was a real single-seater star, and as is such a typical story, ran out of money, and he was 21 years old, and he thought, what do I do? And he actually raced, if you remember, the Super Formula, where drivers raced for a football team. Do you remember those? Where there was
Super League Formula.
That's the one. Thank you for that.
Super Formula would be what was formerly Formula Nippon in Japan.
Sorry, thank you for keeping me up on that. That's correct. So yes, Super League Formula. Yeah, there was even a Glasgow Rangers team, which is well, is what it is. But anyway,
Brazil had a team.
They did, yes. There was teams from all over, but so he actually was commentating on that in a bizarre country in the way out of nowhere, and one of the drivers got sick or something like that, and he stepped in to drive, and that show. I mean, so the video is on his website and it's extraordinary. But anyway, he was living in Malaysia when he was 21. He moved out of the family farm, and which actually he grew up with Brendan Hartley, and they used to tear about on go-karts together. But he went over to Malaysia, and he was instructing at the Sepang International Circuit. And a gentleman there, a local Malaysian businessman, a shipping magnate, whose name Adrian De Silva was his name, and he took Earl was coaching him, and the guy said, "Oh, so what do you do? Like, do you just coach?" He says, "No, I really want to get onto the big scene." And he's like, "Well, have a go in my car and show me what you can do." And of course, Earl Bamber jumps in this car and sticks it on the door handles, and the guy goes, "Oh, okay, I think I need to help you out." So they bought a 4-year-old Carrera Cup car, took it to the Carrera Cup Asia, won that, then won Carrera Cup Asia the next year along with the Mobil 1 Super Cup. And 6 months after that, he was standing in victory lane at Le Mans, winning outright with Nico Hulkenberg and Nick Tandy, just as easy as that. And that was all to do with his time in Malaysia. And he still bases, him and his brother Will have their team in Malaysia. He still lives there. So it's, but it's been kind to him.
Fantastic. Looking at TCR leader for cars in class here. And I was going to say all of them still running, but actually we lost AC Sim Motorsport an hour and a half ago. Getting lapped here by the third place Mulner car. Now we have seen second and third go back and forth a little bit in GT4 as well, Peter. Mulner got up into second, and then I think the driver swap for Tibbet saw them get back up into second, and it could definitely still go back and forth between those two in class. But Duvo by SimRC, TCR here have pretty handy looking lead of just over a lap in class over T3 Esports Alpha, who are then about another half a lap ahead of Ferry Monster Esports in the TCR class. So that reminds me, I should actually just check in what exactly the state of play and the situation is in GT4. It looks like... looks like for whatever reason, Tibbet Racing are actually 3/4 of a lap ahead of Mulner at the moment. I don't know if there was a delay of some kind there, and they've ended up on different pit windows. But despite getting slightly unceremoniously nerfed around at one point, Tibbet Racing are actually looking pretty good in second in their BMW M4 GT4.
Yeah, they are. They're Christopher Pies at the wheel of that Tibbet Racing machine. I have to say it is an excellent looking machine, that, with that white, black and red colour scheme of Tibbet Racing. And I tell you what, there's guys in TCR as well. They're doing a brilliant job at the lead right now. My apologies. Duo Jürgen Frank at the wheel right now. iRacing with over 7,000. Quite exceptional, really. And Tibbet Racing, Simon Tibbet, who's the team owner from St. Petersburg in Florida. So I wonder if he's close to the circuit.
I've been there.
Have you really?
I should say hello next time I pop by. If I ever pop by again, if I'm ever there again.
St. Petersburg, it's a temporary circuit, isn't it? From my memory.
Yeah, it's half street circuit, half airport. So it's an interesting one there, where the pit facilities and the main straight is on a small municipal airport, and then the other half of the circuit is pretty downtown St. Petersburg. Race wasn't on when I was there, but of course, we're all cut from the same cloth here. Of course, I went and had a walk around and checked out some of the corners. And of course, anything that's a street circuit, you walk the layout and you're like, oh, yep, this is definitely race car rubber that's gone down on this part of the road. That doesn't look like road-going economy tyres. That very much looks like some slick rubber.
Of course, there's speaking of street circuits, it's an absolutely crying shame that no Super Loop Adelaide 500 next year.
I know, literally the only reason anyone would ever go to South Australia, and they're cancelling. So,
David Haynes, everybody.
And if you're from South Australia and you're watching, you can direct your hate mail to David Haynes personally on Twitter. Don't bother Race Spot or 24 Hour Series. They're beautiful people who don't judge. It's just me. I'll cop that one.
I like that. A man that sticks to his guns.
Now, I'm just curious. Isn't Adelaide in New South Wales?
No.
All right, it's only bad. All right, it's only bad. That's okay, good. I was concerned about because I read something on the internet and I might have gotten myself confused. Good, thank you for answering.
And I'll correct myself. That's not true that the Adelaide 500 is the only reason someone would go to South Australia. It's
qualifying for the Adelaide 500.
There's other reasons you would go, just not for anyone under the age of 50.
I see. Oh, is it a bit like the Florida of Australia?
Oh, Florida's got like Disney stuff and Universal parks and
I
such.
suppose Daytona Beach.
South Australia's
well.
not even close to that.
No, it's because
they've got lots of churches and lots of wineries, and if they've got anything else going on, they don't stick it in their TV ads.
Sounds okay to me.
It sounds okay to me, but it's kind of like the problem is if you talk to any American, for example, we're gonna have Dylan Coyle over here in an hour. If you ask him what does Florida mean to you in the United States, he's gonna say that's where every individual with the age of 50 or over will go eventually to live the rest of their lives. Is where retired people go. So he's already became a meme in the United States.
Oh, then now this is good. Viper Mesa iRacing 56 with a number 56 on the side of it, thankfully. Unfortunately, he's had a bit of an incident. Aaron Lim in that machine. Oh dear. And I tell you what, that's a new style of rear wing on that Audi as well. It's pushing the boundaries of aerodynamic shapes.
What we're going to see here is he had a bit of a wiggle with the rear tyres on the way in. Couldn't quite gather it up. It has spun around, and then he's realised, the race car GT3 doesn't quite have as much steering lock as maybe your road-going car, and then trying to get it turn around the other way. He spun, didn't hit the wall, and then trying to recover the car, drove straight into it. Thankfully, at a very, very low speed there.
I forgot one thing. We were talking about things that happened before the race. Do you remember, I think you were here, that the last strip car actually got flipped around?
I was. That was just before I signed off. Yes, the Audi R8 that ended up on its roof. Yes.
Did you know they actually managed to flip around again?
Wow. God.
Twice.
That's impressive.
Twice.
I'm not even mad. It's impressive.
Yes, so twice we cut to the Strip Racing team, and they were regrettably on their lid like a turtle. And it's a shame we've now gone and lost them. They've been retired about 2 hours now. Presumably the damage started stacking up to where the car was either undrivable with suspension damage. Oh, that's a loop on live pictures for the 976, your class leading 991 class car. Renee Osterkamp has just been caught out jumping across some of those curves. Look, it's headlights on time at Sebring. That wasn't the brightest of manoeuvres from our 991 class leader. Let's get the replay on board, Peter.
Oh, it's Tower Bend, so it gets a good perfect run through there, getting all that Porsche traction down the Flying Fortress straight, up the gearbox. What a sound this car makes. Bump, and this is that bump, and it's the curb. It's coming through Hindebian down towards Le Mans now, and just loses a typical 911 accident, that isn't it? Just a little bit of a pivot, and round it goes, and René Osterkamp spins that. I believe that's our entry from Luxembourg as well, the duo by SimRC. There's Luxembourg colours, the red, blue and white. And yeah, just on the curb there, that's a high curb. It doesn't look like it from that shot, but it is a pretty aggressive curb there, and it just upsets the car, and round he goes. Lovely place, Luxembourg, actually. Very small, of course, but very nice, and incredibly cheap booze and cheap petrol.
I'm sold. I think it also looks like it could be the Luxembourg flag on the front quarters behind the wheels as a small detail to the livery. But I wanted to say that they were about 29 laps, more than an hour into the stint here, and it does seem like for a lot of these cars the rear tyres are going off in the 991 class right at the end of the stint. So the tyres are fresh, fantastic grip, but later on they seem prone to these accidents where the rear of the car is skating around a little bit, doesn't want to behave. My parents have been to Luxembourg. I have never been. It's a long way away from me, so a long journey. They just said they were in line at an ice cream shop. I think it runs in the family there, and the person just fluently served 4 consecutive customers in 4 different languages.
Yes, that's you could get that in Belgium as well, actually, to be fair. But yes, if you go there on a Saturday, the shops, because they have such a low alcohol tax and fuel tax, you'll see very, very few Luxembourg number plates in the car park. It'll be mostly Belgian, some French, and quite a lot of Germans as well. Maybe a little bit of Dutch too. It's quite a sight. There's one guy who owns 22 petrol stations in Luxembourg, and oh goodness me, it's the Lorient Racing going straight for the wall. Stop, biff. Oh dear, dear, dear. It's not been a good day for that car.
And that's an all-new incident compared to the one we caught earlier.
Yeah, I
but
thought
again,
actually I thought I'd been caught out with a replay, but it's not, is it? That's another one.
Is this them trying to get a lap back on Race Union?
Well, he got it back for about 2 or 3 tenths while he was flying past up the inside. There he goes. He gets it back. He gets his lap back now.
He outbroke himself again, but only on the hairpin.
Pantius Mathieu. But yeah, I remember going. There was a guy who was one of the Guardians of Orval, one of the Trappist breweries in Belgium, and he was just over the border. Whoa, just over the border from Belgium and Luxembourg, and he had the most amazing drink shop I've ever seen. And I went and did a whiskey tasting for them. It was very much a pleasure. Apparently he owned a Bugatti Veyron, but I never got to see it, unfortunately.
For shame. I think we've had a problem for the leader. Is it just for our
That's the Muner Motorsport. I was gonna say no. I'm looking at the wrong one. Yeah, that's the leader of the GT, the 911 category. Yeah. Did something happen?
Oh no, they're just really close door to door with the overall leader for a couple of corners there. Maybe just didn't want to give up too much. And here's an interesting thing to note. I love when this kind of thing happens. Your 991 class leader has been quite clean, quite quick, is now 10th overall, moving up into the top 10 in the overall standings.
I love that. That's channeling a bit of Porsche RS Spider spirit. Of course, the Porsche RS Spider had its greatest win overall here at the Sebring 12 Hour in 2008 as an LMP2 car, beating the might of Audi and Peugeot to the win. And those mighty diesels with this little light flyweight Porsche won the race outright for Roger Penske. And well, that's the thing. I love those stories when you get cars that do so well in their own class, and you have a little bit of attrition in the class above, and they can go on a bit of giant killing. But to be in 10th overall is mighty impressive.
So it is. It just speaks to that they've been clean, and the pit stops are a little bit shorter for their class as well. So while they are not as fast in a straight line, not as fast through the corners, not as fast in the braking zones, they don't lose as much time as you might otherwise think into some problems, some damage, some slow pit stops from some other teams, and just general race attrition sees them in 10th overall.
Yeah, they're certainly doing an unbelievable job right now, because these cars they are fickle machines. You need a really good setup. particularly here at Sebring, the one thing they don't like is getting unsettled on the bumps, especially when the tyres are worn or when they're cold. So you're constantly having to be on top of the car, and it is a much more difficult car to drive on the limit than a GT3 car. And you get a lot of drivers who really kind of specialize in this car because it's such a unique character.
Yeah, not wrong there. You know, some cars have a lot of horsepower, not a lot of grip. Consequently, they have long braking zones, and you've got to be very careful opening the throttle on the exit of the corner. So you're a long way out of the corner before you can give it, you know, full throttle. But the Cup car, the way it is, you have very long braking zones, and then you got to trail brake it to turn it to the apex. And then almost the minute you're at the apex, it feels like you can just open the throttle all the way, and it grips very well coming out of the corners, but you spend a lot of your time behind the wheel just managing the thing, dancing around through the braking zones, and from the braking zone transitioning into the turn into the corner and then turning towards the apex. Hugo Lewis has busted out the custom camera work here to show you what a fantastic sunset we have at Sebring and on the iRacing service. That is called Mostly Cloudy and a sunset over Sebring. Beautiful orange, deep red hues. And you notice the headlights came on all the cars not long ago, so the Cup cars have their headlights on, TCR cars have their headlights on, and best of all, the GT3 Ferraris now have their colour-coded lights above the doors switch on. Be a great time to have one of those RVs at the inside of Turn 1. I think around about this time of the day, I would be bringing out a grill, and I'd be putting on some sausages, some burger patties. I might even go nuts and put on some hash browns. What about grilling up some onions to go with it potentially? I don't know.
Shrimps? You would surely throw some shrimps on it.
Mate, I would put an extra one on the barbie just for you.
I probably, if it was me, I probably would have tried to go with my taco. You know, grab some taco pasta, just try to lay them out. Get the meat, get the toppings and everything. Just getting ready to eat some tacos like I did in the Daytona last year.
I think I would probably be in the apparently the wildest part is the bit just through out of Bishop Bend towards Hendebean Bend at the end of Flying Fortress. Apparently that is like Woodstock there apparently. It's Sebring.
I
think go on.
Every track that has a big endurance event has something like that. It has the wildlands, you know. There's Radio Vipperman around, you know, the far side of the Nordschleife, where for some VLN events and specifically for the 24 hours, people construct wild structures and crazy party atmospheres and cook this and cook that, and you know, bring whole fridges and full of beverages and such. There's definitely parts of Bathurst where for the 1000 and the 12-hour, you know, that's party central. I'm thinking about Camp Shakedown near the Chase, and then of course there'll always be somewhere across the top of the mountain, probably not near Skyline. I'm probably thinking near more the exit of the cutting. It's when people had more, you know, gazebos and speaker systems and such. And you're talking about something here for Sebring. Every track seems like it's got, you know, that part that attracts a certain type of person.
I know in Daytona when I won last year, like you see the surfing, you know, the grandstands have their own thing. And then you go into the inside part of the track where the cool thing, you can grab yourself a bus from the from the grandstands, go all the way down into the infield part, where would be the infield, and the infield has some stands and everything else, everything something like it. You can grab a little bit of a grub and snacks and drink and things like that, and some merchandise. And then you get it outside. It's like some teams, like you have Porsche, they have a stand. And of course, you have somebody with the Lamborghini. They have one over there as well. Then you have someone with throwing a party with a DJ right in the middle, in between those stands. And then you go right at the horseshoe. You see the trailers parked outside. Some trailers throwing parties and things like that. It's a very interesting atmosphere. You know, unfortunately, it rained out during the halfway portion of the race. It got canceled, red flagged eventually in the green and checkered. But it wasn't a unique experience. I never saw any track, even here in Brazil, which is weird. I've seen just once, but it isn't as wild as the scene in Daytona.
Yeah, I had the good fortune to go to Daytona in January for the 24-hour, and it was interesting. I was there working, but I went to. I tell you what, one of the most amazing experiences was about 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning, and it's a little bit different than Le Mans or something like that, because everything's so well lit, and you're in a kind of stadium. It's like being in a stadium, isn't it? It's completely different. And I remember standing at the kink watching all the cars coming through there, and that fast left-hander, and there was actually most people had gone to bed by that stage, and but the fires were still burning, so I could keep my wee Scottish hands warm on the fires and standing there, and it was almost like you had I was one of the very few people out there, and you were getting this private show of all these Cadillac DPIs rumbling by, and then the screaming Mazda, and then LMP2 cars and GT3s. I mean, it was just the new Corvette, the first ever race with the new Corvette. It was one of those sort of pinch yourself moments which you can only really get at the side of a racetrack.
Yeah, and when I went there, I actually slept at the hill. It's a sad story for me, because I was supposed to go on a Thursday and arrive there on Thursday, like late, in between Thursday and Wednesday, like late morning. I was supposed to get there and watch the practice and then qualify. Unfortunately, what happened is it got canceled out in São Paulo, so I had to wait one more day. So I went for a food trip, and when I reached there, Daytona was already kind of late, so I have to grab myself in a hotel. Thank God. I think they had a bedroom at the Hilton right next to the track, so I just stayed there. But a funny thing is, I went to the city walk, because they have a city walk just right in front of the track itself, and the atmosphere you have on the track, you see an exposure of like supercars. They had the McLaren MP4, the 750, they had a Ford GT, the old one and the new one. As we're seeing issues with the MC by HPSR Blue, we're gonna hear a look at the replay as they're just coming right around Le Mans. Oh, alright, that started kind of earlier than usual.
Gave too much space to the Mulna Motorsport GT4. You know, they tried to go around the outside. They didn't want to get too close, but in giving as much space as they did, they just drove themselves straight off the circuit and onto the grass. Had a bit of a half spin there.
Yeah, but let me just say, great car control though to keep that car for not reaching the tire barrier. But yeah, the atmosphere, it's insane.
That is Francois Delacour, eat your heart out. That was a massive moment.
All the adventures they went on, I'm surprised they didn't end up amongst the spectators somewhere, or, you know, this part of the runoff, across this grass, find this part that used to be a taxiway or a runway.
Well held, sir. Well held, sir. I'm doffing my cap.
Could you say they were ready for takeoff?
Absolutely.
They did get a little bit of air. They bounced across some of the curbs, and that's what initially pitched them into a spin. That's the kind of thing that happens, right? And if one of your teammates had gone to get a snack and didn't see it, you wouldn't tell them it happened. Like, oh, anything exciting happened while I, went for dinner and got a drink? No, just quiet, normal stuff.
Just like no big deal. No big deal. It's like if you ever borrowed your parents' car and nearly stacked it, And they're like, everything all right? Yep, fine, yep, no problem.
Yeah, we did. Just logging laps, you know, just keeping it on the road, logging laps. That's what you would say. I nearly bogged my parents' car the other week.
Did you?
It had not rained in several months, and when it did, the clay soil was so slippery.
Yeah, that's your excuse, and you're sticking to it. I have to say, I borrowed as you see the red camel. Oh no!
You've done it again.
It's got me again! Damn it!
Put another $1 in the swear jar.
That's
when we clear it out, we'll buy some ice cream.
That is going on the bingo sheet for next year. Peter gets an orange car wrong. My feed is particularly fuzzy, and that's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it.
Yeah, maybe Justin Prince has joined it and split the bandwidth yet further across that. But yeah, you saw Simza trying to put a lap down.
Blame Justin Prince, poor Justin.
Yep, gonna blame Justin.
I would, Justin, if you're listening, I wouldn't throw you under the bus so brutally like David Haynes has just done.
But he has joined. But anyway, yeah, that was Simza just trying to chuck another lap down. Carl would seen go for some adventures earlier, and it's a real shame on iRacing that the Audi R8 doesn't get any of that Christmas lighting that the Ferrari has above the doors and on the mirrors, because the 10th place in class, DMC by HPSR Blue, has the blue lights and everything all around the doors and such. And Audis don't get to decorate themselves similarly.
If I'm not mistaken, say it very slowly and carefully, this is the red Camel Esports. Yes, it is the red Camel Esports out here, just in front of the TCC car. It is in third place, the number 98 of Jorn Zottekau. He's put in a fair shift so far today.
That was one of the things we covered while you were gone. We went up and down the entire field, looked at how many drivers there are for each team lineup, who's driven how many laps, and there's quite a few of the Viper Nizer cars, for example, that have had 4 drivers behind the wheel. This one, Red Camel, have had 3. They've had two different Broikers, who each did a stint, but Jorn Zottekau has been, I think I said the word anchor, or Iron Man for this car. He'd driven at the time, and it's probably still true, driven more laps alone than the other 2 drivers combined.
He's done a mega job. He's really put in some hard yards. He's done the Jeroen Blekemolen stint in that car as Jorn Zottekau, and he's just there. Look at them flashing their lights. Look at this. Oh, blinkers in there. Oh dear. But through he goes, Jorn Zottekau. And of course, that was a great example there of just how the Porsche's got so much legs down the straight.
I got numbers for this. So for Red Camel, the highest speed that they've recorded, not necessarily the end of straight that time, but their maximum speed trap so far this race, 258 kilometers an hour. For your Porsche 258.7 kilometers an hour. For your 991 Porsche leader, Mullner Motorsports, their highest VMAX so far this race has been 258.4 kilometers an hour. So the GT3 cars at the end of straight have 0.3 kilometers an hour higher straight line speed.
That's not going to make it that easy to pass, is it?
Near identical when they get up to the very end of 6th gear is my point here. The GT3 cars do carry more speed through the corners, accelerate faster out of the corners, and then they get up to 5th and 6th gear and the straight line speed advantage starts to drop away.
And the braking, I couldn't believe the difference in that. I never realised quite up until I saw them braking side by side just how much better the GT3 braking is.
Yeah, unfortunately, it isn't like GTE braking where it's a high performance brake, even though it doesn't have ABS, but it still brakes better than the GT3 cars in a straight line. So it's an interesting thing, you know, the technology put up in these cars and how much preparation goes to these cars. Oh, I reckon I'm getting a little bit loosey-goosey in between the S's of the long section, but just keeping the car on track a little bit, not losing a whole lot of time.
You can see this is like a scene out of Jaws, isn't it? With this angry R8 just going up behind this poor defenseless little Cayman, and then through it goes, past it goes.
Imagine if that was an M6 or a Bentley.
Oh, that must be frightening. And of course, the noise of the Bentley as well, that thrumming V8. I tell you what, we were talking about this the other week with the race at Spa last weekend with the team that were called the Bentley Gods. They were in a Corvette, but they were called the Bentley Gods, and we're thinking, wouldn't that be a cool car for iRacing? The Bentley Continental GT3 is, whoa, Zotikow puts it on the grass on the exit of turn 1. You don't want to do that too much. But yeah, I tell you what, the Bentley GT3, that would be awesome to see one.
Do you want a piece of one? I didn't manage to grab it, but I was at the Bathurst 12 Hours this year. There was a few shunts at the Bathurst 12 Hour this year. One of them was one of the Bentley GT3 cars where they
Ollie Jarvis
did they manage to repair that one after qualifying the practice? But it was a big incident. They bent a lot of panels on that car, and I think they then had to retire it in the race quite late in the race. They had a very, very ad hoc auction in the paddock during the race, where they grabbed a bunch of panels and auctioned them for charity for the bushfires that had gone through that region of New South Wales a month or so beforehand. So I think they announced it on Twitter or something, gave about an hour notice. People came down to the pit lane to the back of the paddock, and then someone held up some broken carbon fibre pieces and said, "Who has a bid for this, for bushfire relief?" And someone was like, "I've got $100 in cash on me right here, I'll take it." Okay. And they just, in that manner, very, very impromptu for charity relief, kind of during the race weekend, gave to charity, then auctioned pieces of Bentley GT3 with very little notice. It was an interesting way to do it, and it speaks well to the team, but they didn't want to have to put those broken bits in a shipping container and send them back to the UK, and they wanted to do a little good.
It's a sort of thing that could be done. It's amazing the stuff that's what is the saying, one man's trash is another man's treasure, and it's very, very true. To the race team, like you say, that's just extra stuff they've got to take home. But for someone, I mean, imagine that, having like a broken Bentley GT3 wing mirror in your on your mantelpiece. What a cool thing to have. And yeah, very, very cool indeed. And actually, the team that run the Bentley GT3 effort, and of course that you were there on a good year, David, because M Sport, exactly, that was their first ever win for Bentley at Bathurst. And M Sport, of course, the long-time runners of the Ford Road Rally team as well. Malcolm Wilson, he was one of the first racing drivers I ever saw in action, not long before he stopped and just went into the team ownership. He was driving the Michelin Pilot Ford Escort RS Cosworth, which I then got the Skeletrix car for my Christmas.
I don't have car parts.
Story. Oh, I didn't get any car parts either. I don't think I had much cash on me, and I think I was at the top of the mountain, and I'd have to get down to either drive or get the bus down to the bottom of the mountain to get to the paddock area, unfortunately.
Plus, all these stories can be as worse or heartbreaking as a story as me losing the opportunity to drive, unfortunately, a 911 GT3 Cup car because I had to do some university exams.
Yeah, that's a real shame. And Peter, you said I picked a good year to go to the Bathurst 12 Hour. Definitely I did, because next year's not going to be a good year.
It's been now. Am I right in saying that it's been cancelled, or it's been moved to be alongside?
It's been cancelled for 2021 with the promise it'll be back for 2022. But Yeah, no Bathurst 12 hour coming up this year.
That's a shame. Do I remember rightly that at one point they were going to maybe put it alongside the 1000 on the same weekend, or am I losing my marbles?
I think there was a possibility that the 12 hour could have gone ahead in January, February with supercars as a support category with a sprint round, but that didn't end up happening. What's actually going to transpire is the weekend that would have been the 12 hour is going to be a regular supercars round, and then they'll still have another 1000 in October.
I see. Well, any extra visits to Mount Panorama get a big triple thumbs up from me. One of the greatest racing circuits anywhere in the world. In fact, it might be the greatest. I think it's the driving challenge. Pick any car you like. The driving challenge from, you know, the cutting all the way through over the mountain down Conrod. Oh, it's magnificent. I mean, I have to say that one of my favourite. Go on.
Apparently the Simsa car decided to spin right in the middle of the lawn section.
GT4 or GT3?
GT3, boys.
Oh dear.
I forgot to mention that.
Oh dear. So that's the Scott Brazier at the wheel of that car right now in 6th place. So that's not good news for the Simsa machine. So let's get a look at it then. And so we're coming round through Olivier Gendebian Bend here, down towards Le Mans. Is this going to be another curb strike? Oh, just one of those just horrible, just little transfers there where the car just sort of gleaned away from him. Now I wonder, how long are they into that stint with the tyres? I wonder if that's going to factor in.
I think it's a double, and they are 20 laps into the second stint of the double, so quite old tyres. And I tell you what, it's not dissimilar to what we saw one of the Cup cars do not long ago as well. You know, they start turning in, maybe get a little bit of the curb, the rear gets loose. I mean, the Cup car went in a bit deeper and maybe bounced across the curbs a little more, but looking wiggly at the rear of the car. And maybe that is where the similar looking car in Red Camel, if they did take a 2-tyre change and took the rear tyres, that'd solve the balance issues, wouldn't it? You'd have some slightly older front tyres and grip again at the rears. Well, you know, change all 4 tyres, all 4 new all around would be, you know, what you'd do if you had all the time in the world. From what we just saw then, it seems like the balance of the car with old front tyres and new rear tyres would actually be okay in the night.
Yeah, but it seems so on that colder track temperature. They're obviously not wear out as much. But of course, the Sebring is it's obviously a very low grip circuit and therefore very, very hard on rubber. Quite a lot of quite quick medium speed corners as well. So yeah, it's not kind to the tyres, but like you say, with the darkness now descending on Sebring International Raceway, it's definitely going to make that job easier at making these tyres last. I tell you what, it's that Modena Motorsports number 16 car, it's going to take some beating today with quick Kevin Ellis Jr. on board that machine right now. In fact, they don't have the honour of fastest lap of the race though. That honour goes just by a very slender margin to the Australian from Australia, Hayden Burns from Australia.
I hope he legally changes his name to that as well. It's not going to happen, but I've got to, you know, I don't think I've seen anyone else in this race with Club Australia New Zealand next to their name. So you've got Scotsmen in this race. I've
winning.
got to. Yeah. So I mean, I've got to, you know, back my side.
Indeed. We must have some Brazilians, surely.
No.
None. Oh. If there's any teams wanting a hot shoot, Lorenzo Bonder will be leaving the commentary box in the next couple of hours. Give him a call. He can come in and be your ringer.
If you need someone to crash your car, I'm the man.
So, as the darkness descends, we're nearly, goodness me, we're nearly at the halfway point of this motor race here at Sebring. And we will be soon welcoming our Canadian colleague, Justin Prince, to the commentary box. And now, before Justin, do we have any Canadians in the race?
I haven't seen Club Canada. They're a nation with an iRacing club all to themselves. There's also Club Western Canada that no one seems to get added to. Everyone from out west there still gets lumped into Club Canada. I haven't seen anyone from Canada.
Vancouver, British Columbia, beautiful part of the world over in the west, out in the Atlantic Sea. Yeah, really picturesque.
Pacific.
Did quite like Ontario. Sorry, Pacific. Oh my word, that's a blunder. that's one for the blunder reel. The Pacific. It's absolutely. But yes,
well,
beautiful city nonetheless.
I can say that we can either say option A, we had, Canada has their closest brother in Thomas Pendergast from California, or they're like fraternal brothers from the Porsche Lorry of Virtual Racing for France. You know, France, Canada, French Canada. No.
Okay. Watching the leader on the lane, Kevin Ellis Jr. What a monster stint he's done. You know, the first 2 hours of the race were driven by Jamie Fluke. Kevin Ellis Jr. has just completed 4 hours behind the wheel of that machine, and the pace, the consistency didn't look like it really dropped off either. So, I mean, you've got to applaud that. Inherited a bit of a race lead, drove 4 hours and made it a bit more of a race lead. That is a good job.
That's an absolutely storming stint. Some good old Scottish stamina there, and Benny Simonson taking over that machine now. Audi for Modena Motorsport. I would have thought on the team name Modena Motorsport they would have been in a Ferrari.
I don't know enough about the team history.
Modena, Ferrari in Modena.
There was an Australian-based GT team called Maranello Motorsport.
Did they race in the
4
12 hours?
Yeah, probably quite a few times. Like that. I think in like the 458 GT3 era, they featured very, very heavily. I think they ran one of the 458 GT3s that had big the Australian street sign that says, you know, like, warning, look out for koalas. They had a giant one of those like on the side of a car and stuff.
Yeah, I remember that team. I've seen like a few. I've been watching the 12 Hours of Masters since 2014, I think. 2014 or 2013. I remember that team name. And their interesting, unusual liveries. By the way,
it's red, yellow, and street sign.
Yeah.
So it's interesting, guys. The gap in the 911 Cup class duo by SimRC, they've dropped back slightly from the Milner Motorsports Sim Racing Blue. That little mistake really cost the duo guys, and yeah, that one's too close to call right now. Just 23 seconds separating those guys.
Sorry, I was Googling the history of Modena Motorsport.
I was messaging Dylan.
I think it's more the fact that it's Modena is of course the area of Italy where Ferrari come from.
Yeah, so the team is German, but with a big history of maintaining, servicing Ferraris, both road going and race car. But you know, maybe they are Germans with a passion for Ferraris. That doesn't stop them from driving an Audi R8, does it?
Indeed not. They've certainly got their bets spread. That's for sure. They've got a case for either. Maybe they're not far. Now here's another question: are they far from Ingolstadt, from Audi Sport, where My word, has there been some race cars come out of that place? You
It's
think?
kinda-
Go on.
I was gonna say it's one of those names that kind of mind trick some people. I'll let you finish. It's kind of like Fricadelli Racing. The famous Fricadelli Racing. It sounds like Italian, but it's famous for being Schmidt just casually driving a Porsche 911 GT3R in the middle of Nordschleife, just going from 35th to 8th place. It's not making too much of a fuss. But back to you, Peter. You were about to say something.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, that Audi, I mean, that Audi Sport facility in Ingolstadt, you look at the race cars that have come out of there. I mean, the touring cars, the A4 Quattro Super Touring in the late 90s is an absolutely amazing machine. So much success in all of Audi's Le Mans cars as well. And there are 11 wins here at Sebring in what was really only about 15 years competing in the race. So really, really impressive. Only the third to Ferrari, who had 12 wins, and Porsche with 18 wins outright in the Sebring 12 Hour since 1952. So just 2 years to go until the 70th anniversary of the Sebring 12 Hour. I would certainly be getting my tickets booked for that.
Some friends who like to go. It sounds good, but it's not at the type of time of year where I would, want to be in the US. I'm a big fan of avoiding winter at all costs, and thereby, if you just travel to the USA, June, July, August, when it's summer there, you can just completely skip winter in Australia, and it's just summer all the time, and it's beautiful.
Yeah, I decided to visit when it happened the 24 earlier last year. I just decided to go to Philadelphia and catch the Vortex Polar thing, the Polar Vortex, and get like temperatures up to minus 20 Celsius, minus 22, just casually,
Oof, bad things happen in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
No, I love Philadelphia. I've been there. We've got our good friend coming to the broadcast, Dylan Coyle from Philadelphia. Yeah. I know what else have I got to say about Philadelphia other than I've spent a couple of days there. It was okay.
Good cheese.
Yeah. Good cheese.
They've got a bell with a lot of history.
Geno steaks.
Yep.
And they have one of the best hockey teams in the league, because I'm not going to talk about their basketball and football teams. Sorry,
They've
American
the
football,
best.
because
They had the Eagles used to be quite good, didn't they?
a team that is 3-4-1 in the season. We don't talk about it. It's still in the lead of their division. Nah, I'm not talking about it. But this is racing. This is not American.
But the hockey, the hockey team has the best mascot that's ever been created in gritty.
The baseball.
No, I mean no. That's the Philly Fanatic from baseball. He's also cool. I'm torn. Both of them are fantastic mascots with a lot of character. They're not quite Benny the Bull from Chicago Bulls, but some good mascots out of
I like the
Philly.
Charlotte Hornets. The little Hornet guy. He's cool.
Oh, I'm not familiar with him.
He's quite cool as well. But yeah, of course, the Philadelphia, of course, their basketball team used to be pretty cool. The 76ers, when Allen Iverson was there. And every time now that you're speaking to somebody about maybe preparing for a race on iRacing, and they're like, "Oh, I'm trying to get lots of practice in," and I'm just like, "We're talking about practice." If you're iconic quote. We're talking about practice. As Jens Homan brings his Audi in for a pit stop and up on the jacks. 4 new tyres going on there. Let's hope they're hand
Maximum comfort. He appears to have swapped the tinted visor for a clear one.
Big brain moves. And we should be seeing Hayden Burns absolutely by the end of this lap, as he's just clearing himself in Cunningham, and it should be going into Tower anytime soon.
So, as we just approach the 6-hour mark, we're about to hit the switchover point. We will be right back with part 2 here on the 12H Series YouTube channel. Do not go anywhere. We will be right back to you with the next stream, and it will be myself, David Haynes, and Justin Prince, and Lorenzo Bonda in the commentary box. We will be right back in just a moment.